from the people that told you, it's a globe and that kind of stuff too. So you
Yeah,
gotta,
that's
and
true.
the lies have many layers. It's not black and white. So who
Well, with
knows?
that one, with my point is, it's observable. You can test it. I mean, not really. You can't go past the 60 parallel, but I mean, we know in Australia that it's colder there because
Hmm?
here in the states we're having our summertime.
Sorry, I stepped on your point, Let's. Yeah, that completely went over my head. Apologize.
Well, if I mean, you would have to speculate that there are other suns to think that there are other lands outside of Antarctica.
Very true.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, and we don't even know what the sun is. So to know that there is other suns or what the sun is, what? Yeah.
What is the sun?
Speculation Sunday.
We've had people
Yeah, the only
come in
thing
here
I
and claim that like the planets are other suns and stuff.
Yeah, some people say that.
Yeah, I've heard that Mars is the sun for the outer realm, and what's that? Venus is the moon, something like that. Yeah, but we don't know that.
Wouldn't that be crazy though? Like if when they did the alien invasion, they just get people from if people can live in the lands beyond Antarctica, they just get people from there. Like, hey guys, it's showtime.
That's what I
I
thought.
don't
Like,
even think that
Let's
wouldn't even
scare
be
the people.
necessary. I don't think. I don't.
sorry.
I don't even think that's necessary. Because they can fake it all with all their bullshit drones and shit they got, and they could just they could show you whatever they want. They don't have to actually bring people from somewhere else to fake an invasion.
Or technology, maybe. Maybe at some point we'll have it here, but if they had their technology.
They're probably growing alien-looking creatures in a freaking lab right now with human DNA.
Well, like an alien girl.
They wouldn't need to. All they need to do is make a lifelike looking robot, which they already have the technology.
Yeah. You think they're gonna come out with flat Earth at some point? I feel like
Too much on the line. There's
something
too
is
much on the line.
gonna. It is crazy though. Like I think it's gonna blow up. Like they may
I think
never
that'd be like,
acknowledge
yeah.
it, but like I do feel like when you go on TikTok, it's not like our neighbor is super old, and Witsit was talking to him, and he was like, "Yeah, I saw on TikTok the moon landing's fake," and I'm like, "Dude, if this guy is on TikTok, like, wow, I don't even like." So many people are waking up.
I'm sure that's a card that they can play that they have in their deck, but I think it would be very panic button last kind of minute. Who knows?
I think if they bring Flat Earth out, that's the only way they can reset the world because everything will go to bust. Everything, space agencies, education, everything is flat. Pun intended.
But they could make up any bullshit excuse that they want as to why they lied about it, and so many people are just gonna be like, "Oh, okay. What time is
What's
the
that?
football game on?" That's all I care about. As long as the football game's still gonna be on, we're cool.
Bread and circus. Keep me are you not entertained?
Yeah. What does it matter if it's flat or round? I still got to go to work.
You know what?
Yeah,
Now you mentioned the football
seriously.
game. I remember I was debating a guy, and he asked me what causes night. One second, give me a sec.
Hey Kai, I just wanted to mention that I watched the debate with you and Witsit and Carissa, and I don't know,
Oh,
was it McToon? Who's the other Glover?
yeah, McToon.
Yeah, no, I cannot believe how well you kept your composure with Carissa. I feel sorry for that poor lady. Yeah.
Me too. I feel like he just doesn't know what's going on. McToon, no, I do not feel bad for.
No, not a chance.
My favorite part of the whole debate was when she called us. She was like, "You guys are spineless." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is so funny."
Actually, my favorite part was because she kept saying, "Would you interrupt a woman?" And finally, you said,
Oh,
"That joke has gotten old." Like after the 15th time she did that.
yes. Yeah, I want to do another debate. I just want to like I don't know, the troll's not the right word. I just want to like have Witsit ask them like the like Witsit does his thing, and when they start doing the fallacies, like okay, break it down and be like, okay, how do we know that the Earth or the sun moving means the Earth is spinning? Like that's all. I just want to be like a mom, you know, like okay, Jimmy, okay, let's hold your
My hat,
hand.
my hat goes off to you for even being able to do that with those people. I can't even half the time listen to those debates just because
Yeah.
it makes my blood boil sometimes because I just get so frustrated. The way you guys maintain your cool it's impressive.
Well, I had to take a break from like I literally haven't been in this Discord. I've been like here a couple times this year, but pretty much like a year, 2 year break because I just got so sick of the debate. I'm like, if you hear the arguments and you still think it's a globe, sayonara, bro.
Well, I think there's certain people, and I'm pretty new, so I think about McToon from what I've seen, and I think it's Craig from FTFE. I don't even know if that's his name. And then this Conspiracy Cats. And I find those three people to be the most disingenuous people I've seen on the internet. Like, and trying to be objective about it, honestly, like, okay, let's go listen to both sides. But these people are just so disingenuous in their rhetoric,
Right.
in their rebuttals, and in their straw manning. It's just like so difficult to listen to. It really, to echo what the other guy said, it's just like mind numbing.
Do you think it
You
could
know,
be a better strategy just to ignore them and not even give them any credibility? Do you
Yes,
think it could do
100%.
more harm than good? Because you're giving them attention, right? So, you
I
know,
Well, that would
I do
probably
think the new. Oh,
hit
sorry.
their super chats at least.
it's true.
I do think new flat earthers, just flat earthers in general, but especially new flat earthers, should not talk to them. Like, I don't want to tell people you can't talk to somebody, but I don't. I think that new flat earthers are like, oh, I'll debate anybody. I'll debate McToon. He hasn't heard what I have to say. And it's like, they just
do
take
you know what?
videos and they make people look bad. And unless you're like extremely like careful, they're just going to clip what you say. And then they're going to send a bunch of people to your channel and attack you. Like, those people should just be cut off, be boycotted.
When did the debates end, though? That's what I don't get. That's why I hate debates, because like they just go on and on and on, over and over and over, and you guys are crushing them constantly. Like, when is it okay? No more debates. This is over? We won. That's what
They're
annoys me about
pretending
it.
it's a debate still.
Yeah, it's like no, we're not going to have this conversation. You guys have nothing, nothing. But
It was like Ozian the other day with his drone and the stupid boat. Like, dude, it's The boat was
You-
only 1,000 feet away or whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, therefore Earth curve. Like, and he's just, and he even said in the debate, he's like, I don't want to talk about the horizon. Do you know why? Because that's where the debate ends, bro. Right? I don't want to talk about the horizon. I'm going to prove the curvature of the waters. Like, dude, it's just so stupid. It's just like, what is he doing?
I like the part
If he
when
does
Karen
that,
got very upset.
if
Sorry.
he proves that, then the horizon's geometric. So I mean, they go hand in hand. How can you talk about one and not the other?
I felt like it
I
was an
love
admission. It was an admission by omission, right? In other words, I don't want to talk about the horizon, guys, because I know you will crush me there. So I want to talk about the new drone my mom bought me for
Yeah.
Christmas and what I see about the boat.
So
Right?
don't
Like,
just
that's
bring
how
up
I
the
felt that came
aspect
up.
of my
Right?
my claim where it completely falls apart. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like admission by omission, right?
my favorite was when Karen just was calling him out.
Yeah, Karen
That
got
was my
very
favorite.
frustrated.
I'm at the point that she's at though where it's like if you don't get it and you continue to be like at some point Zion or whatever his name was, like he was kind of being deceptive. Like, dude, you're seeing more of the boat because of perspective. Like, end of discussion. And when they when they just keep lying, like lying is too harsh, I think, but keep manipulating what they're saying. I just am like, okay, done. Like, bye. I don't know how people have the patience to.
Well, it's just
them.
okay. This is what irritates me about it is their high priest Neil deGrasse says, you know, the Earth isn't flat because if it was, you'd be able to see all the way to Europe from America or all the way to like it's just stupid shit like that. I mean, he actually says dumb shit like that. Like, come on, seriously? That's one of your proofs. That's one of his proofs.
I
Oh,
think
and
most
then
of them disavow
Bitar.
him. Oh, go
Bitar
ahead.
was like, "Oh, I'm not in a religion, but whatever they say, yeah, I believe." Oh my gosh.
Dude, he was the worst. I mean, I think he's a terrible human being, honestly, especially when he came out and was just promoting that censorship. And I'm like, dude, who are you? You're a first year software engineering student that knows nothing, admittedly so by your words. And you're sitting here telling people they should be censored. I just wanted to jump through the screen. I was so annoyed with him.
He's an actor, bro. Just playing a role.
He's in many movies, so you have a point. Seen a lot of movies, so
He was tripping out when Austin told him, "Yeah, there's like 10 million flat earthers in Brazil," and he didn't know. I think Brazil has the most. Maybe America's winning now, but for a while, Brazil had like the most flat earthers.
We just had somebody in here not that long ago, I think, from that area. And they were talking about how there's a lot of flat earthers over there. Oh, I can't remember that guy's name.
They have like museums.
Yeah, no, that was like a week ago.
It's
He was in
crazy.
here.
Yeah.
I remember that guy. He was mentioning some of their whatever content creators, Portuguese language
cool.
or whatnot. Yeah.
We still don't know how much Hinduists are flat earthers.
True. Same with people, I guess, like in the Middle East, because I did see like some like Islam leader saying that the Earth was flat. So I don't even know how many people over there. It'll be cool though. It'll be cool when it's like so common that everyone's heard of it. And what I want is like people to just like hear, "Oh, you're a flat earther," and it's not real. It's like, oh, cool.
You think you'll see that in your lifetime?
Oh, I think in like 10 years.
Yeah, I think it could be possible too.
Dude, so many people.
Yeah. Like so many things like 9/11 now are easy to talk about and so many other things that you couldn't talk about, 20 years ago.
if we keep having these debates, some more in the debate, we have more flat earthers soon. Trust me. The way these guys defend the globe is I don't know, man.
It's coming, 100%. And you go, okay, so one example, like I saw a video of Graham Hancock on Mike Tyson's podcast, and it was on Mike Tyson's channel. Graham Hancock is obviously promoting the globe. And I looked at the comments, and everybody was like pro flat earth. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, that just showed, like, obviously the older generations I think aren't going to be as receptive, but like newer, younger generations I think are like just going to totally absorb it. But there was like 100 comments on Mike Tyson's, and he's not flat or round. I think he's probably like in between.
By younger, you mean by
He's
younger,
been hit in the head too many times.
by younger, you mean those less than the age of 100, right?
Yes, Sonny. Yes.
But if
Exactly.
Graham Hancock admits that Earth is flat, then all his books are
Yes.
bye-bye.
Because he talks about the precession of the equal, or like the the precession, the wobble.
Yep.
Whatever he says. That's
I
his
liked
thing.
him so much till last year.
I know. I used to love Graham Hancock, and now I'm like, you suck, bro.
He's coming around on the America First thing, though. He really is, and he's getting really bludgeoned by the rest of the community. He's been banned from going to the pyramids in Egypt.
No way.
Yes, look it up. First thing you Google.
Yeah, and I was proud about that, what he did. He was fighting with the mainstream Egyptologists, how to say.
Yeah.
That was like a fighting with the mainstream, like how to say, historical, blah blah blah. And he was like, for me, some kind of truther, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So Graham Hancock, VC check him one. Graham Hancock, VC check him one.
The thing is,
But,
that a
like,
guy like that has been trying to legitimize himself for so long that he's really careful about making any sort of like what he sees as like a fringy claim. You know, so he's probably never going to come around on this because he's been ostracized pretty much his whole career. And he's just going to stay away from this. He's going to just keep saying, no, it's a globe. I'm not that crazy. I know it's a globe.
But his argument was so bad. Well, we see ships disappear in the horizon. I'm like, okay. Even if you knew that it was like partially legit, like at least be like, and then he said, the ancients knew it was a globe. I'm like,
he's just trying to score normie points there.
That's a lot, but that's such a lie though, like even in the normie world.
Yeah, but from the guy who doesn't believe in mainstream anything, who was like exploring everything, he didn't look into that. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Well, it literally was like, that's why I'm like, is the government bringing it to the surface? I don't know.
What do I say to people when I ask them who measured the Earth and where did we get these dimensions from? And they come back at me and they say, math. How am I supposed to respond to that? Because I get that a lot. They just say math.
Just ask them specifically, what math? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've had people tell me that, like there was this science group up at the park. Next time I go up there, I'm going to be filming. But I said, hey, do you guys have any answer for no curvature ever measured in history, no detection of axial rotation, and no demonstration of gas pressure without a container? You know what they said to me? We have an answer for that. Science.
Oh, God.
They literally just said one word. Science.
Yeah, the last person that came back at me with that answer of math, when I pressed him on it further, he said circumference. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's so he's just gotten to the point of stating the claim when the question was, what is the evidence for the claim?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and then I think he did a Google search and he started talking about Eratosthenes, and I was like, bro, okay, I see where this is going.
Yeah, let me just Google my proof really quick here for this thing that I already believe. That you've been looking into for years. I'll just Google it up real quick and put a stop to this.
And
Let
then
me
still,
click on the first link.
actual measurements from sticks and shadows, and then you presupposing the ball to begin with.
You
Yeah,
know what? I got Fight the Flat Earth to admit I was on the show. I had him to admit that what's the guy's name? The Sticks and Shadow. It doesn't
Eratosthenes.
prove either other because he was bringing it up and I said, would you admit that it worked on both because mainly because Tyson did. Yeah, but if you use 3 sticks, I said, did you use 3 sticks? No. Well, why are you bringing up for evidence then? 2000. If you keep asking these guys about these claims they bring up, like these ancients knew about it, ask them which one and question the method, and they will realize that they don't have anything. He
It's
admit that what's his name? Can't remember the name.
Eratosthenes.
It worked on both. I said, thank you. But if
Yeah.
you
Well,
use
if you
three
look at
sticks,
the
I
original
said, no.
claim, like they're not even really saying that this proves a globe. They're taking the globe as a given to start with, and they're giving that as a method to figure out how big it is if all those assumptions are true. Right? It's not. It's not even really like. It's not. I don't even think they're saying it's a. Well, initially they
No,
weren't saying it was a proof. They're just taking it
but
as a given, right?
but
Yeah, I
that's
understand, but
that's not even a
but
claim. That's not even a claim. What with 2 sticks? Now what? Can somebody explain me what with the two? What Eratosthenes with 2 sticks? What that mean? Can somebody explain me?
Shadows therefore glow.
Yeah, but what? He put 2 sticks and then what? Shadows. What shadows?
exactly.
It,
Oh,
it
like one's
progresses.
longer.
It
One is
progresses
one is
further
one
than
is
that because
like
when they talk about the Eratosthenes, they already know that if you did exactly that,
yeah,
then if you just assume a local light source,
yeah,
then it's the same. That alone, if they know enough, isn't proof. So they say, no, 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 no. We had a whole bunch of people do it, and because you can't triangulate the sun, then it works on a globe. It's like, what?
yeah.
That's what
Because
Globy McGloberface said.
gosh.
there is no like you are like the sun is above you. There is no shadow. Now you go 500 miles. There is a shadow. Okay, how long? 10 meters? 100 meters? What is that saying? Do you understand me? It must be measured. It must be that shadow saying, okay, this shadow is 100 meters. That means 100 meters distance is this. That is the angle, and that's it. But I never heard that. I always hearing the story, about the shadows. There is a
Any
shadow.
who are naive enough to claim it as a proof will give you at least a pretty funny conversation when you start digging into their claim, and they usually don't know anything about it. But if they get to the point where they can say, "Oh yeah, one of them is a 7-degree shadow," or whatever, you just ask them, "Well, what does that do specifically to tell you that it's a sphere?" And they'll usually just sit in silence after that.
They need to realize that from the two observers, from observer A to observer B, that bottom line is flat. You can ask Mark Neptune. He did it with Red Radio
Yeah, you have
when
to.
they were in
Yeah, you have to assume it's flat. So to get an elevation angle. But the other thing is, guess what's missing out of Eratosthenes' distances or distance? Everything in between them is missing. All the data.
Exactly. Isn't it like 500 miles? They said it was with a walkie-talkie. Like I don't know. How did
Yeah,
they communicate? I don't know.
yeah. They had to
You
synchronize the
you
sun.
you mean Sunny every 10 miles stick and it's changing gradually every 10 miles? That
Well,
shadow?
no, they need to show the elevation above sea level for every fucking data point. And I could get as precise. I could ask for that for every inch, but I digress. We'll just say, okay, every yard. Show us the elevation changes all the way across the whole entire route, any deviation in direction of the trail the runner was supposedly on. All that's missing. Where is that? How did they measure the distance? By a foot traveler? Did he count his footsteps? How? where's the rest of the information? Bunch of numpties.
Not necessary. The globe.
Well, that's one of
You
the
don't.
things I've been trying
You
to do
don't.
with people is I've been trying to change their mind on what they accept as evidence. I've been trying to have that conversation with people, and I've been asking them. I was talking to this dude the other day, and he said, I don't know if it's flat or round. I think there's good evidence on both sides. I was like, what's your evidence of the globe? And he said satellites and space
Oh my
photos
god.
and spacemen, all the horse shit. I was like, bro.
But
That's
claims,
and I
not
just try to
evidence.
have that conversation with him about evidence and how he has to be more discerning of what he accepts as evidence, but he didn't get it, man. He could not
Yeah.
grasp it.
So these people are literally and figuratively starstruck. They are.
No, they literally want to see China from UK, and they will say, "Okay, I now believe it's flat."
Well, see, that's all based on them being starstruck because they think that these people are telling them they're seeing billions of fucking light years out in the sky. And so they think that's why they think. So all of it is from this look away from Earth, look away from Earth. No matter what you do, don't look at the Earth. Look at the sky.
Yeah, avert your eye.
So this is like inherent in the brainwashing somehow. They got all these people that are not connected, all doing the same thing with this logical fallacy, going to the fucking hardware store, excuse the language, and wanting to put floor and measuring the ceiling lamp, asking the attendant, can you come and help me measure my ceiling lamp so I can put my flooring in? Who does that? Who does that? Tell me one person that does that, because that's what the Globers are saying, every fucking one of them.
Well,
It's just crazy to me how they can't rationalize though that evidence part, because people on juries really look at evidence, solid evidence, to try to, determine the outcome of a case. But when it comes to like crap like this, they'll just accept any fucking answer you give them.
Because this is religion.
Yeah, true.
well, the reason they point to the sky. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but that's the thing. They don't even know it's a religion, too. They've been so duped. They don't even know it's a religion.
Well, this
No,
religion's been named science, so they're confused about it being a
Yeah,
religion. They don't realize
yeah.
it.
They don't know what is science. That's the problem.
Right, they don't know what science is.
And that's why they think that what pseudoscience is science, and that becoming religion, and then they are offended that they are calling them religious, because they're using pseudoscience like science, but they don't know even in their brains that it is pseudoscience. They believe that is science. That must be
Right.
like that.
But really, all they have to go by on that account is that someone says that what they're studying is pseudoscience, like us. They immediately go to the appeal to authority. Or appeal to majority and appeal to authority. So appeal to majority. Most everybody believes all of this, so it must be true. They stop there. Or they have some fake authority. They appeal to authority that isn't an expert in that field, and they're relying on them, another hearsay. So
it's
Those
just it's a
professors
religion.
and academics are basically the modern day priests
exactly.
and bishops.
Yeah, exactly. They're priests, but instead of calling them that, we call them experts. Instead of calling it a religion, we call it science. So they just have this religious philosophy with all these euphemisms swapped in so that people don't recognize that that's actually what they're engaging in.
Yeah.
Real quick, I didn't know what science was either until I came here and met Kiwi. Shout out to Kiwi. I heard
Probably
if you say
most
his name
of us
3
didn't,
times,
to
he
be honest.
appears.
Most of us, if we ever did study it, we had plenty of time to not use it at all, because if it was a place where you had to use it, then we would all know it still. So they created this whole thing where the actual true science, the true method of getting knowledge, and say that, like, just ignore it basically, and ignore like empiricism itself. Like, it doesn't have to be repeatable. It doesn't even have to be observable, testable, or a phenomenon. You can just make shit up on a blackboard and call it a phenomenon.
This is where I get people saying like, no one in my field uses so-called scientific methods. Wrong. See the
I
fans.
I like black swan phenomena. when you see the reality presenting what it is, but it is not that. But still it is, but it is not that. You see 10 miles of water because there is ocean, and oil rigs are put in ocean to take the petrol from the bottom.
Right. Yeah, it's not
And
it's not what you're looking out on and seeing. It's like, okay, fine, fair enough. So what's the evidence that it's something other than what we saw? And then
Mhm.
crickets.
Yeah, exactly, heretic. And here's the other thing. We've heard them say the black swan fallacy. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, which one? We're just showing a picture of a video, all verifiable. You could do it yourself. The distance are known. Then we get into all these things about like, how do you know the distances? Like stupid shit like that. Like,
Well, yeah,
it
and then
just,
they try to pull the shit on us like, oh, well, that's a picture, that's not evidence, and they won't watch the video.
the crane is blurred.
there's a little bit of a difference. So if they ever say that, well, you know, the answer is like, they don't have any data of how
What?
the set up, what equipment was used, how they measured the distances, all of it. They don't have anything. The picture would have to delineate a 3,959 radius. It would have to be verifiable. Like, so a picture, you would have known distances and a known diameter. Then you would have to chart it out like with a bunch of squares. They would have to be directly related to the radius. Exactly. Like they're showing an exact round ball, are they not?
You show the reality how look like in reality, and then there is some phenomena because of that.
I was going to say earlier, the reason why globals go to the sky is they translate the sky to the earth because whatever they observe in the sky, that's what the earth is doing. It's not simple.
Yep. So, like with the refraction, supposed refraction rebuttal, the Globers have actually dug themselves a bigger, deeper hole than they could imagine. Like they had no idea the consequences, how severe they were for saying refraction and not knowing what it even means. They're in big trouble. They'll never get out of it. So it just keeps getting knocked back over and over. This thing is everyone's
making it very.
Listen, I believe this before I die. Everyone's going to know, and it's going to be the ones who know and the ones that are still trying to maintain control against everybody else's wish. The majority, to go against the majority's wishes, go against the 99% still clinging onto your fucking ball. It's going to be a bloodbath. Like,
You really think so?
Yeah, because look, the U.S. military, of course, they could end up having like drone services where they're just in office and shit like this. But no, I don't believe anybody American would be firing on their own families and relatives in their own country.
Well,
So,
you think we're going to be fighting these dumb Globers, though? Honestly, like
no, listen, they have control of the military. They have control of all the knowledge. They're teaching all this bullshit worldwide. So everyone's going to know, they're going to realize because of us, the earth is fucking flat, measurably, observably, and practically used that way. Even your people in all the alphabet.
Oh, so you're saying, okay, I see what you're saying.
So it's just going to start folding. The people that are in the know, that we know are behind enemy lines, they're there. Why do you think this server has 13,000 members and only a few of us speak up?
Yeah.
So they're not going to stand for it. Eventually, like they're in the background, like they're probably dealing with things we have no idea. It's probably so freaking weird. It's probably like an altered reality from our perspective, because in the underbelly of this beast, like with all these governments, all these high officials, all this like literal human, a trail of human debris. Like, so like a lot of those people are unknowing. They don't know. They just believe, just like the rest of us did. So they're building a widget for what's called manufacture. That one builds another one. Someone else assembles it, and then it goes off to NASA. All those
I
people
always
building.
thought I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. I'm long-winded. Go ahead.
I always thought it was weird how the United States military would always go out to all these other countries, and our military would train people in other countries,
Yeah.
just like we train our military. And I always thought, why are they doing that? And then I realized they're probably doing that because of some shit happened here. They fear that American soldiers won't shoot Americans, so then they can bring these foreign soldiers over here and use them just like they would the American soldiers. Maybe.
Yeah, and it might be getting into a territory where we don't want to speak too much and get back. But
Yes.
but the thing is, they with what you're saying, they have joint military operations all over Earth. They do this. They've done it. And
Do you
I
think
was
everything is agreed upon already, or do you think the people at the top are constantly even fighting each other, stabbing each other in the back for more control, or is it all just? You think it's all? I
any
wonder about that
control.
sometimes.
Listen, only at the expense of us. Like I don't think they.
Yeah, right.
Like so, if there's somebody who needs to be punished, then it's going to be whatever populations are next in line with whatever is going on. Whatever it's pretty much whatever they decide, right? So nothing happens that isn't legislated. Nothing. Everything you see out here is legislated to be that way. So fuck them all. that's enough out of me. Sonny's probably already in trouble. I don't care. I won't stop talking. I won't stop. You can't stop me. You'll have to catch me first. Do you hear me? Those of you who have that ears to hear and eyes to see, you know what I'm talking about. I may be gone someday. Yeah. And then what I said is still holds true, and it's going to reverberate through, and it is right now. I believe these things very strongly. So it will change. Yeah, you can't stop us. You can't stop a process of thought. You can't. The last
That's
thing they
part of the problem
need.
too, isn't it, Sonny?
One
Like,
more
there's
thing.
not
One more
enough.
thing. One more thing, and I'll be done. And I'll stop. The last thing they want is a flat Earth martyr.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
I'll yield the floor.
There's not enough men like you who are willing to die on this hill, because that's what it takes. It takes bloodshed to change. It really does. If you believe in something and you know it to be truth, you have to be willing to sacrifice yourself for that truth. And not enough people are willing to do that, unfortunately.
And oh man, I so differ from how any. I'd highly disagree,
In what way?
strongly disagree in the way that the world is in the state that it's in because individuals have accepted these mental constructs, these ideas or these ideologies because they've accepted them.
Yes.
That's the problem. Like whenever somebody wants to break away and do something that impacts more than just themselves, meaning they're not selfish, that's what leads to real wealth. How many, as a matter of fact, all of the things, the liberties that you may enjoy, you have no fucking idea who started that, who got that ball rolling, what they're like, what they've done for their family, what they've sacrificed, but what they've done has touched your life. That's how bountiful and plentiful this place is. But we're in this economic ladder trap where we think we have to fight for resources and war for resources, and we think all that shit is true.
Right.
That's not true.
Yeah. Well, that is a paradigm. I mean, you're correct, Eli. Like, I never said like what method would be used. Someone else mentioned that, but I think you're right in the individual, and it's a masses of individuals have this belief. So, but I don't know how you get. I don't know. I could go on, but
In order to fully live outside this system, though, it would mean death because they're not going to allow that. Anytime somebody tries to buy some land and live off that land and stay out of their system, they go after them.
No, you don't want to live out of the system because God created this system. What the fuck do I need to relinquish it to them for? What
yeah,
I'm saying, yeah, you can do something that steps on someone's toes. They'll probably want to kill you or try. I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm saying is we do everything but talk about what really creates generational wealth. We know how they've done it. We know how uh, the Trumps have done it. We know how the Rockefellers have done it, and it's a transfer of wealth through an estate.
okay. So
Easy.
let
I
me
thought you were talking about knowledge. It seems like
can I try to connect a couple dots here with what Eloy's saying? So, would you agree that someone that's fighting for something that is not monetary, whether they be rich or poor, have much more force than someone who is struggling or fighting only for monetary gains or yeah, for
yeah,
material
they would
wealth?
have the upper hand. Yeah.
So, like the people that are fighting for something more, a higher thing, gotten to the point where you can release your ties to this monetary system, to monetary wealth, to material wealth, and fight for a higher cause. It's not to say that you wouldn't attain wealth that way, and it's not to say that a lot of the people who have attained wealth have been striving for higher ideals, and that's how they've
Well,
attained.
there's two ways. There's two ways to go about it. It's already having uh, capital already, or um, building passive income. Because when you have the money, say you have $1 million and you're earning like a rate of 6% on that money invested, that's 60K a year. That whether you woke up, didn't wake up, would hit your bank account, which means when you wake up, you don't have to work for someone else. When you wake up, you can move with purpose. What do I want to do today? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I get to feed these people today. Oh, I get to employ these people today. Oh, I get to be somewhere that I otherwise would not have been able to be because I would have had to trade my energy and time
Yeah,
for money. When we all know that time is not money. That's a lie.
your
Let me prove
current,
it to you. Let me
your
prove it to you.
energy.
Let me
Sorry.
prove it
Before
to
you
you.
do that, basically all you're saying is you are no longer working for the money. The money's working for you. You put that
Basically,
money to work for you.
basically, that's the only difference between us and them. So I'll prove to you that time isn't money. That's just a lie that again is another poverty trap. Um, Imagine I gave you $1 million today, right? Now, there's only one stipulation. You have to die today. Do you really want that money? No, right? Be useless because obviously the time is more valuable now. Now, let's say you had $1 million and you had a debilitating disease, and the cure cost exactly $1 million. Wouldn't you give all that up for a little more time?
Yeah, good point.
Yes.
Time is way more precious than money. You can always wake up and make more. It's just how you think about it. It's hard to believe, but I mean, fam, it was hard
It's
to
easy
believe
to
that
do
the Earth
too.
could really be flat at one point. Let's think about that. It was hard to believe that it was as simple as the horizon not being where it was calculated to be. Well, that's exactly how wealth is too. Like, how many people do we have to hear about that, they were broke, and then all of a sudden, shit, 2 3 years later, they're like multi-billionaires. Like that's not just some pie in the sky lottery. The elite have chosen someone. That's not how that works. That's just how they want you to think it works. Attaining wealth is very easy when you are not of the ideology that they've given us about money and wealth.
You got to stop being a consumer too. Like wealthy people, they're not consumers. They don't buy shit. They don't buy anything. People
I
get a
think
little bit of money and they want to go out and spend it and buy a bunch of Dolce and Gabbana and Gucci and shit. And next thing you know, you're broke. They get $1
Yep.
million and go buy a $500,000 house. Like, what are you doing?
So the
Right.
whole so the point I was making about the $1 million, and you invest it, get a rate of return of like 6% or something like that on average, paying you what is that, 5,000 a month, I mean, what was it? Anyway, $60,000 a year.
60K. 60K.
I think that's 5,000 a month. Um, so now, oh, I don't have $1 million, right? So there's a number, right? Like you build something that people have to residually pay for. So say you sell a product and that product is a service. So now they have to pay monthly. Well, isn't that what the fuck we do? Have we been doing for I don't know. I think Cablevision. That's probably as far back as I can think, right? Like, but this is how the world operates, and we have all of these subscriptions that we pay for, but we don't have any subscriptions putting money in our pocket. What I mean, how dumb do you have to be not to consider why you aren't in that position? And I think about that every day. Like, God damn, why didn't I set some shit up like that, right? So it's like, um, just say you had, I don't know, however long and however hard it took for you to have a website and have a newsletter, whatever it is, and you got like, I don't know, 100 subscribers. Damn, I don't have pen and paper on hand right now. But the bottom line is there's a number that will get you to that 5K a month without working, just like the $100 will, so that you can live like a millionaire while
You're becoming one.
being on the road to do that. So it's like nobody's saying the shit that I'm saying. You guys know damn well it's true. If you challenge me on it, I mean, we could get in depth. I could show you some things. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but everybody wants to talk about death and destruction and how the government doesn't want to give you. That's useless information. What's
Bro, I've been saying for
useful
the
is
last couple of days that this is something I actually did. I canceled Apple, I canceled Disney, I canceled what was the other one? Not Netflix. Regardless, I canceled those sites and I'm starting to give money to people here. Starting to share what I have with people
yeah,
doing things in this community, like Helio, who puts on that live stream and gets nothing for it.
right. Yeah, I was just saying.
Mayhem,
I was
who's
saying
doing
the
things
same
on
thing.
TikTok, dude. I was hitting him with when he first was doing that, going live. I was going in there just throwing dollars, making it rain in his live, trying to build support. I'm all about that.
Yeah, I think Clipcord is one of the people who should, like, that dude should be fucking paid, man. Like his clips are a fucking one. Like I don't think he realizes how essential what he does is. It's not like it's hard. This is what I'm building wealth isn't hard, right? But it takes you doing something or learning something that you probably didn't know that you could learn, or things that you didn't want to do. I had to, instead of, I wanted a specific like clip in a specific way, and I'm like, well damn, unless I tell him exactly how I want it, he's probably just going to take, one piece, and it's not going to be what I envision. And it's going to be a clip, whatever, but eh. So I like had to close the live. One uncomfortable feeling because what? The room was full. I didn't want to leave the conversation, right? And so I did that. Then I'm like, oh, now I gotta like on this live stream that's like fucking 15 hours or whatever it is. Like I have to go to the specific timestamp and like very, very small changes to like because if you jump like half an inch, it's like fucking 2 hours or some shit. So it's like I have to look at the ticker. I have to find the exact second that I wanted the conversation to begin and the conversation to end. And I wanted to do that 3 times so that I can clip up what was more like a 15-minute conversation into a condensed 5-minute conversation that exposes the Glober McGloby face in a way that people can digest because they probably would have missed him contradicting himself had I not put these clips together. I didn't, but I'm saying I got the timestamps for Clipcord. Um, and the thing is, for some reason, I didn't want to do none of that shit, and that's just how we are. Little things that we don't want to do. There's someone out there that's like, oh, this is my bag, and it's like that's the thing. There's so many ways that we can help, but we just kind of don't feel like doing that shit, you know?
Nah, bro, that's a good point. That's where I've been trying to get my mind at because I can't do that shit you just said either. So I've been thinking, well, how can I best, you know, contribute to this community? And I'm in a point where I'm financially comfortable right now. So that's the best way for me personally that I can help out this community. I can send Helio some dollars. I can send people here and there. I can help get them comfortable and keep doing the things they're doing and actually get some get something out of it. That's where I'm fitting in best right now. And I've been trying to tell people too, you got to get in where you fit in, figure out what you're good at or what you can do to help, best build this community.
Yeah. So, in that on that matter, like I think I could learn to do things differently because I think my stance is that I felt like I had to fight for anything I've gotten in my life. Like, so you have to forgive me with that, but I think there is a better way, and I think I could probably be a participant and do something along those lines because I still got a brain. I know how to speak pretty well.
Sonny, it's always been the same thing.
Yeah.
If you want to learn a new skill, you have to learn a new skill. Like, so what is learning? Well, you have to take on information and then you have to synthesize it, figure out how it works in certain scenarios and the outcome. And that's all it is. Like if you want to do something, I mean, my God, we're flat earthers. We Google everything, right? Fucking look it up. It's in a
Yeah.
book. Like the books help more than we give books credit for. At some point, Samuel Robotham had a book that probably like that was the last generation of mad flat earthers just from the book he wrote, Like so it's like if there's something you're like, man, I want to do this, I just don't know how. I just don't have another thing I heard was that God, it's like I'm not gonna send my if I like I tell my daughter, hey, go to the store, and get some eggs. Only problem with that is if she was 3 years old, obviously like that's out of her range of like just not
Right.
capable. So it's like, do we really think that God would put things in our lives that we didn't have the capacity to fulfill? Like
Yeah,
we
yeah,
may have the skill, we may not have the skill, but there's a way to attain the skill because it's within what we're capable of doing.
yeah.
So we can always learn
Uh,
at any time.
yeah, and here's what I'm thinking. Um, like I'm thinking I can just use what I already do and just learn how to access the avenues, the channels, network, start talking with people. I don't know. Like there is a missing part for me. Like because I literally like I'm like a castaway. Okay. I don't want to sound strange or anything, but I've been very isolated for a really long time. It's not that I don't know how to get along with other humans because I do quite well. And I'm like I always was the jester of the crowd. I love seeing people laugh and smile and like jokes and shit like that. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but I think you get the idea. Just using like my music and getting that music out there is information, and people like watching live music and being a teacher along those lines. So it's not like here's what I'll end with this. I always used to think I had to do something different than what I actually know already. And what I realized early on is I know a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know how I learned all of it, but I know a whole lot of things. But I thought that it wasn't useful in advancing myself in life. I always thought I had to go do something else. And so I ended up doing all these other things that my heart wasn't in it. So uh, after a long, long
That-
time, struggles.
That's what sucks. That's what I mean by this poverty trap. Because the only reason that I failed to be instrumental for my own music career is because even with a manager, I kind of was just like, okay, I need some guy called manager, titled manager, that's going to do something, and then I'll apply my talent, and one day I'll get wealthy. Woohoo! No, 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 no. I have the energy. I have the talent. The first thing I was supposed to do was find a manager to manage my vision, which means I would have had to give him my vision. I would have had to know what it was, right? And I didn't. And the reason for that was because getting popular, becoming a celebrity was like winning the lottery. And that's because I thought, just like the Globers think when they're like, well, if it's not a globe, then how do you explain this? How do you explain that? In music, I'm like, well, if I don't do it like the way that they're showing me to be successful, then how do I do this? How do I do that? And you start asking fallacious questions that actually go nowhere. When the truth is, there's a ton
Elijah, are
of
you trying to say that you thought you had to become a celebrity first in order to make it? Is that what you're trying to say?
I
Did I
I
hear you right?
I I figured that was like some sort of like that came with it. That was like part of becoming a successful musician when actually there's like
Right. When you, yeah,
hundreds of
cool.
thousands that we don't know about that that make more than enough of a living. More than enough. They're not famous to they're popular, I would say.
They're probably
Fame.
happier too.
Yeah. It's like there are people who make a ton of fucking money. I've known a guy my whole life. He's sang at weddings. He's now he did backup for Alicia Keys and other things like that. But to me, it was like, damn, this guy's doing a lot of work. But really, he was laying his own foundation. And it's like, he didn't need to become. I'm like, well, I want to be Chris Brown. This dude is doing this like alternative music and shit. Where is he going? Yeah, he lives a very comfortable lifestyle. Travels where he wants to travel. Meets who he wants to meet. And I'm like, why the fuck
Beats
didn't
up
I
who he
do
wants to
that?
beat up.
You know?
Hey, bro,
So
it goes
it's like
backwards
the
too. Like,
world
look at
gives us
Erica
these fake
Badu, how famous she used to be, and now she's not famous at all, but she's still making music.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that the world puts these fake expectations that are there to kill our spirit and our joy and our amusement in things, or our curiosity in things. It's like, oh well, I can't do this thing that I think I'm supposed to do, so I should just quit. And it's like, nah, man, the what they're showing you is so fucking fake. All you have to do
Yeah.
is give people something meaningful, and they will respond in kind by giving you something valuable of theirs. Most of the time is money. A lot of times it's relationships, because it there's an unlimited amount of this. Giving someone a feeling, giving someone a new perspective that changes their life, whatever their that is invaluable. But we don't understand that. We don't know how to take that seed within us and make it grow.
Yeah, that's the
Take the
key.
seed from inside. God has given us the seed. He's like, it's your job to make it show up on the outside. I've put it inside. You have to be the one to make it show up on the outside.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell a story real quick. It's less than 3 minutes. I was standing on the street out here playing music a few years ago. Trying to do my best to be a solo artist out in the street buskering. It's not really for me, not full time, but I could do it. But anyway, I digress. But this guy walked up and he goes, "Wow, that song, whatever that song was." He goes, "You know what? You have this ability to make people stop and listen and forget all their troubles for just a few moments."
Mm, mm, that's powerful.
But I didn't know how to make it happen. But that's all right because I'm still fucking here and I'm still not stopping.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at you. You got your TikTok running. I definitely do gotta help you with that. Um,
Yeah, I need to listen to you on that because I just we should talk. I know you've called me before. I usually miss all my calls on, but it'll probably get better. I'll have a new device and shit. So maybe we could talk
look,
sometime if you have time.
in,
I know you're busy.
in all honesty, I, 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 like we lie to ourselves when we say we don't know what we have to do next, and we all kind of know what we have to do next.
Yeah, I do that shit all the time.
We all know. See, what it is we got God in our mind, and then we do the negotiating. We're like, I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna just
Oh,
do that
shit.
shit.
I appreciate
Change
I appreciate someone pointing out my fallacies because they don't go away. We all have a ton of them. But anyway, what was I going to say? Shit. Oh yeah. Here,
Bro, send me the link for that Amazonian
Hey,
woman on TikTok.
wait. I remembered. Hold it. Wait. Listen. It's part of the toolbox fallacy. Thank you, Gospel Bear. That's all I want to say. I just couldn't remember.
Oh,
Remember
what's
that?
that?
Toolbox
Toolbox
fallacy.
fallacy. What's up?
That means I have to wait until I have all the fucking tools in the toolbox before I start on the job. No, you start the
Oh
job.
yeah, no,
So this is
hell
about
no.
procrastination, and we all have it to different degrees. No
Yeah.
one here could tell me that that everything that they know they need to take care of, let's say as an individual project, that they will leave it, and some get left for longer for what? That's a really fucking strange thing. For
Yeah,
whatever reason, Some get left for the longest time when there was no reason to not do it. So
Totally.
I put it off.
You're not going to start the job if you think that you need every tool first before you can begin. It's a good
Exactly.
way to never get going. You just
So
have to
Yo,
use what's
but
in
the
front of you, man. It took me so long to learn that.
but the Bible, I think it's somewhere in Ecclesiastes something something. The Bible literally says, yo, the farmer who waits for perfect weather, perfect this, perfect that, will never yield any results.
Mhm.
It's like the Bible even I don't know how old that book is. If people believe in it, I just know that what you said is in there.
Mhm.
That's all I know. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I'm that person. I'm what you call a T, a technical personality, and I think that I have to know everything. You know, I took my first state test some few months back now, and I've, it's really you could just take a 4 hour class and boom, that's really all you need to do now. I took like a couple of weeks, a few weeks to read everything. I wanted to know everything. I passed with an 89 or something like that. It was pretty cool. Or was
Great.
it a 90? I don't know. It was a high score. Um, guess what? I fucking forgot everything. So what difference did it like? All I need to do is just go do some shit, like, and figure it out on the way. Like
I
that's
know.
what, and
Oh, and like that's how I've done everything else in life too, But like there's these some things, and it has to do with fear. It really does. What is it? Uh, something.
I
Wait a
feel
minute.
like when
ooh,
you
that
learn that
that
way
means
too, it
that we
stays
lack.
with you longer.
That means that we lack faith. Ooh,
There's this. There's a no. There's a acronym for. Is it acronym? Anonym? I don't know. Forget. But for
acronym. Yeah.
fear is false things appearing real. False evidence appearing real. Wow, I remembered. Holy shit. False evidence appearing real. Yeah, so we get it's fear. And so if my fear isn't if fear if the
No, it's not. It will let it's
fear if the fear of changing is greater than the fear of staying the same, then I'll stay the same. So I have to get to a place where I can just move through regardless of whatever my fear is, whether it be socializing or networking or looking people in the face, and this fear that we all sort of have is like, what if they really knew who I was? They wouldn't like me anymore. Like that, a lot of us have
I,
that.
I think that fear is what happens when you are going out back to take your trash out, and, and then you look up and you're face to face with a grizzly bear. Like I think that's fear. I think what we're describing is best termed as a lack of faith.
Yeah, hold on. I want to delineate
Oh
because
yeah.
there's a definition. There's a thing right here. So the bear thing is fear. Fuck everything and run. That's different than false evidence appearing real.
So then, yeah, but I want you to take this in. Maybe I'm not relaying the point right.
Okay, my
When I'm
bad.
saying it's a lack of faith and will, it's because, well, the only reason things get done is because it started with a thought, a mentality, right? So who the fuck is going to do the thing that you have in your mind if you don't take the steps to make it happen?
Yeah.
Which means, like, if I knew, again, the $1 million, if I knew $1 million was at the store waiting for me, I know exactly how to get there. I'm going to get there, right? Like, that's if you knew something was on the other side and it didn't require faith, then you just do it. The problem is we lack faith, so we do not carry out the things that we should because we don't know how shit's going to turn out. Sometimes you don't succeed as fast as you think you should, and then you're like, well, fuck this. Well, you just that's our lack of faith.
Yeah,
I hear that. You
you're
don't know
right.
that the pot of gold is waiting for you on the other side. You just have
Yeah,
to go for it.
and it really comes down to a lack of faith, and what lack of faith in my human resources. That's a big deal. If you feel like you're at the end of your human, right, like I'm not capable, but that's kind of faithless too, because there's something else. Something made us be here, created us. So, like, you're right. I can't lose faith in that. Like, I'm here still. How did I get here? I have breath in my lungs. I'm alive,
So many things could happen. Like so many things.
right? And
Could
so
have
what,
not woke up for some reason.
like,
Had a
what's really
brain
strange for me,
aneurysm.
I'm sorry, man. What's strange for me as a dichotomy in myself is that in some aspects, I am absolutely fearless. I'm not ashamed to say it. I can go anywhere I want at any time of night or day, any time, any kind of weather, from the best weather to the extremes of weather. I've weathered all those things, but in other areas of like just doing what the regular folk are doing, or not the regular folk, but doing something that, like, I don't even know how to describe it.
Some normie shit, like some.
No, not even
You,
just it's like what regular people do to get by. I'm not like I've never been interested in it. I don't know why. Like I want to do different things and nobody seems to get it. And that's the way I've kind of like struggled through as like a very freaking right brain individual.
I understand what you're saying. I kind of feel the same way sometimes.
Look, and so like it's not that I separated myself like I have for survivability but I've always had a different vision, and I've never been able to really describe it that well, other than with my instrument. Now, so I mean, there's things we all have problems, you know. Like I'm no different. Like I got my share of problems, maybe more than most, but I don't care. That's just the way it's always fucking been with me. Now I'm kind of like, okay, the best I can do these days is try to settle down and not uh, wear myself out because I work. Fucking, I know how to work. I can work fucking 16 hours. I can work myself to
You
the
know,
bone. I have. Like I've worked myself to the bone. Like I gotta.
going back to Elijah's point real quick though, I
Um,
think a lot of the people's problems is we miss the like learned opportunities when we fail. Like we don't learn a lot of times when we set out to do something, but we don't succeed. And there's a learning, there's something to be learned there. And sometimes I think we don't see that. Sorry if I interrupted you, Sonny.
oh no, it's all right, man.
I'm
I
trying to jump in. I can't.
appreciate all of y'all. Like I know I get that way too. Sometimes I'm a little bit spontaneous. But yeah,
Were you an only child growing up, Sonny?
no, I have a brother and a sister. I'm the
No.
middle. I was
Okay.
in the middle. Yeah.
I have an older sister, but the neighborhood I grew up in, there wasn't any other kids. So, like, I was always kind of a loner because I grew up as a kid, playing by myself in the yard and stuff. So I was always kind of like, I never really felt like I fit in anywhere. You know what I mean? Growing up, when I went to school and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I had to make my own way because my sister was older, so I wasn't going to do well sometimes. At certain ages, we party with our siblings, but anyway, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I have my own friends and a younger brother, and so
I know what you mean too. I could go. There's been times in my life where I've been on streets that I had no business being on, but I had no fear, and I could go up to anybody on that street and say whatever I wanted to, and I didn't fear a fucking thing. But like simple other little easy shit in life,
yeah, that's the
you're
thing.
scared to do.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Like hugging my dad and telling him I love him for some reason. Sometimes it's scary. You know what I mean? I don't know why. It's like weird little shit like that.
That's so. I feel so. I don't know how to feel about what you just said, Paulie. Growing up alone like that because I grew up in a. I've got 5 brothers and sisters, 2 brothers, 3
Hmm.
sisters. Grew up in school, played football, played baseball, had all these friends throughout my entire life. I was always out of the house, always gone from like the age of 6 years old. I would sneak off down over the railroad tracks and go to the pond and float on rafts and do stuff I wasn't supposed to be doing. You know, my mom would never really know about it until later, but
Hmm.
I did. I mean, just almost just the opposite of what you just said, and I just can't even hardly imagine what that would be like having to grow up by yourself and not have any friends. And because I
Well, I
had
mean, it was only
so
when I
many.
was. It was before school. You know what I mean? Once I got into
Oh, okay,
school, I was popular and had a lot of friends. But even then, I never felt like I belonged. Like in my mind,
right.
I didn't feel like I belonged where I was with the people I was with, and I never felt comfortable.
Yeah, I hate pretending like I hate. It's almost like pretending to be dumber or something.
Right.
Maybe not. Maybe dumb is not the right word, but like, somebody tells a joke and you're like, and you're full of shit. Like it's not funny or it's not, but you're trying to be approachable. You're trying to be friendly. It's like, why do I have to try? Like when I'm in here, I just enjoy being me around you guys who are being you. And that's not a liberty that I have outside of here, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think
You
that's a
know,
liberty that
and
all of us enjoy here, and it's not a commonplace out in the real world anymore. I mean, the world, out in the world today, it's like you're alienated from everybody you walk by in the store. Nobody looks at you or talks to you anymore. Or, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's different than it used to be when I was a kid. At least it feels like that. It feels like it's just like nobody wants to talk
Disconnected.
to you or look
It's
at you
definitely different. Yeah.
or
Everybody's
anything.
disconnected.
Yeah.
You can't even. Yeah, like I feel that too. Like you can't. You can't really talk to anybody in the street with any like real feeling. Like you can't go up to them and say, "Hey, I love you." You know what I mean? I love you as a human being, as another person. I love you. Like you, people look at you like you were crazy.
I'm gonna probably call the cops on you.
But I feel that way a lot of times. Like all these Globers and stuff. I love these people. I used to be a Glober. How can I hate them? I want to help these damn people, but I know I can't.
yeah, that's a different nut to crack than just like doing business or, but they're I don't know. Eli's got great points, but it's not about the points. It's about who we are. You're right about being me. Uh, See, that's what really takes the coming around is for me to be okay with me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not working with the outside. There's really nothing outside. I mean, you all are here. I hear you. Like, yeah, I know there's people out in the streets driving cars. I live in a big city. Um,
Took me 30 years to figure out who I was.
so the struggles we have are internal. They're all internal. But in order to discover them, I have to be able to go into the outside world and I need to go interact. And I've always liked that, like interacting with people from different places. I've sailed a lot of places. I've been in the villages. I've been in big cities in foreign countries. I've been, seen a lot of things, a lot of people. I've I witnessed many different cultures. But this is a new era. I'd like to do that more. Like Since I'm still here, if I'd known I was going to live this long, I would have taken better care of myself.
Oh shit! Wow, I feel the same way, kind of. My goodness.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you did, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, no doubt. So I think I was saved. A long time ago. That's why I didn't become that person up on the stage that I dreamt of being my entire life since early age. Because I think the creator knows us so well. He knows that I would have destroyed myself. So
Yeah.
something has led us all to this place. But about talking to people out in the outer world, it's very difficult. Because what you gonna talk about? You know? That's the whole thing. Like I can do it though. Like you talk about that little fake laugh. You want to laugh just to be polite. Yeah, I can do that because I have to take things in the condition they're in. Like uh, I like. I don't know. I'm controversial. I'll tell you that much.
It's like when you talk to these people, though, the lights are on, but nobody's home.
I'll interrupt their train of thought.
Yeah,
Hey
I
guys,
do it
what's going
too,
on?
especially in the grocery store. You know, how everybody's like with all these little niceties, just oh, how are you? Fine, but all that little bullshit. I
Whoa.
like when somebody says, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'll be like, "Terrible," just to snap them out of that stupid mindless
Hello.
chit chat shit.
Hey Miguel.
What?
We have
Hello.
a new member, Riker.
Hey
He did
guys.
join just now.
Hello.
Hey, Riker, welcome.
How's it going, guys?
Very good.
I like that name, Riker.
Thanks, man.
How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Yeah, I came across his Discord in an advertisement, and it caught my interest, so decided to join up.
Where?
And
Cool. What? Yeah.
Where was
oh,
that?
just one of my Discord friends from quite a few months ago. We used to play Valorant together. He has a public Discord, and he posted an invite in here. Because we used to talk about a lot of science stuff. And this, I don't know, this is kind of a cool subject that I don't really know too much about it, but I'm open ears and I want to learn more.
A lot of us are very strict, like as far as the scientific method, and are like we've studied it here. So that's really our, I would say, one of the best things to separate what science actually is from what it is not. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
So, what do you say about the Earth itself?
Well, I mean, I haven't looked too much into it, to be honest. So I'm like kind of in the middle where it's like I'm not really educated enough to really speak on it, but um I don't know. I think kind of both ways, how I could see how people could say it's not flat, and then I see how people could say it is flat. So that's
Okay.
why I'm here, basically.
That's awesome. I think you found the right place. Whether you think the Earth is a globe or not, like that information is what we're all about here. So,
What was
this
that? Sorry.
This that's like our key thing that we hone in on. The very real. The yeah. So I was going to say this panel here we've honed our education to a fine blade.
So
Right?
is it
So
sorry.
so it's like accurate, yeah.
Is your friend a flat earther? Is it the guy
Is
from
who?
the
Sorry.
how'd you say you said your friend introduced you to this Discord?
Yeah.
Is he a flat earther or she?
Is he a what? Sorry.
Is he or she a flat earther?
He is, yes.
Okay.
But I haven't spoken to him too much about it. I just asked him what he believed, and he said, yeah, that he believes the Earth is flat. Yeah. But
So,
me, I have no idea. Just being honest.
so I'm guessing you're looking for something like a breadcrumb that seems to come from a bigger loaf, right? Something that's undeniable, something that's like, you see a headline and you're like, oh, that looks interesting, and then you read the first couple of paragraphs and you're like, this is not what was advertised. But we all know what that's like. And so we also know what it's like when someone tells us a hard truth and you're like, shit, I know that's true, right?
Yeah.
Are you hoping to find a truth like that here?
I'm just more hoping to, learn, um, and just become more educated because, like, well, one of my reasons that I believe the Earth is flat is because of like normal things that you see. Like, if you set a water bottle on the ground, it didn't go anywhere, so it must be level, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a correct way to like interpret it, but
Well,
if
level is
there,
level, yes.
but if it was round, it shouldn't be level, right?
Well, yes, except if it was round, then that would just be uh begging the question rather than proving it. Like, level is
True.
the
True.
experience that we experience it as. If someone says, yes, you're experiencing level, but you're experiencing it on a globe where level is just, relative to your position on the sphere and the center of it, that's the thing that's yet to be proven. Just saying it doesn't prove it.
True. So I guess I just want to learn more about this sciencey fact of it, like how to prove it, because that's not what I'm understanding or don't have education on.
All right. So the way you prove it is by falsifying the geometric claims of the globe. So you got to start there by kind of knowing what to expect when you make observations, what you would expect on a globe, because they kind of tell you what to expect. Like, it's like, oh, you don't feel movement. That means you're moving. Well, maybe that's a poor way of saying it. You don't feel movement, but this is the justification for it, because actually there's really no such thing as stationary. Though we have the word, though we have the definition of it, in our minds, on the grand scale of things, in our minds, we think that stationary is just some concept we made up. But in reality, we all know that we're moving, in this ever expanding cosmos, whatever.
Mm.
And that's something that you would have to take on faith. Because again, who the fuck can prove that? All you know is stationary is based on your example. I'm not fucking moving, right?
Exactly.
that that's all you know. When you see the sun moving in the sky or the stars or the moon, you're like, well, I see those things moving. The sun is setting, for crying out loud. However, we're like, it's not that. It's actually us spinning from west to east. It's like, that's yet again a thing that someone tells us that we kind of can't validate. We just know that we have the experience and they give us a justification for it, for why it's not what we're experiencing. And it's like, that's odd. Then when you go to the curvature of the earth, well, guess what? Oh, you don't see that. It's locally flat. And the justification for that, here we go again, taking real world experiences and putting justifications for why it's not exactly what we're experiencing. That's a really weird way to think about things in a really weird world to live in. And that's the world I used to live in. And I can't believe I didn't realize it on my own.
The one question I did want to ask, like gravity wise, is like, how does gravity work? Like if the world was flat, I just can't like comprehend that.
Oh, you thought that was different? Oh, let me bust your head again. So down is down because that's what we experience. Up is
Yeah.
up and down is down. Except Here comes the justification. That's not actually true.
Here
Everything
comes.
is toward the center,
Mm,
which means down is just a concept. Now, how the fuck do you justify that versus down, up being up, and things that are heavier falling through air? That's something we experience. What I said is nothing foreign. Like all I did was just say something that we experience. I shoot a basketball, it goes up, it goes down
exactly.
to the ground. But down is not really down. The real claim is that gravity is mass attracts mass from the center of one mass to the center of another mass. That's yet to be proven. So it's like, well, I don't know how gravity would work on a flat earth. Exactly the fucking way you're experiencing it. Shit falls down. I mean, if we
Well,
were
not
in
all the
space,
time.
yeah, that's true, not all the time. But if we were clouds, for example, but if we weren't on a ball where gravity would make up and down make sense, because otherwise we would float off. What does that have to do with our everyday experience other than someone, giving you a juxtaposition of, oh, well, imagine if gravity wasn't real. Look at how chaotic things would be. Well, on a ball, because obviously the first question when you're a child is, well, how are people in Australia, how are we all sticking to a ball? I just,
Mm,
as a 5-year-old, bust my ass trying to kick a ball. And instead of hitting it, I missed it. And it hit my heel instead, and I just fell flat on my ass. And it's like, I know for a fact I can't stand on the bottom of the ball, side of a ball. I'm gonna have to balance myself. So we know these things because we've experienced the opposite of what they're saying is possible. But when we grow up with this idea, it's like, well, gravity is what makes my world complete. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even be standing on the ground right now. But what's the justification for that? If I were to come up to you and say, well, gravity is just a rock falling down, that what more of an explanation would you need?
that's true. I mean, I can see that. That's a very valid point. Because I'm just trying to keep it flowing, just to learn more, of course.
Oh, I- I'll
That's
I'll give you some awesome things right here that'll bust your head.
sure.
One,
I hope it doesn't actually bust my head.
no, it's
It
not
might,
it's
it
not that
might,
big a deal.
it might eventually, but you have time.
So look at this.
Is it gonna kill me at a young age? I hope not.
So when you're talking about science, right? You have a natural phenomena observed. You observe something happening, and then you have an independent variable and a dependent variable. And the independent variable is presumably the cause of the effect, which is the dependent variable. Um, so here's the thing.
Hmm.
I posted two things in the chat. Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. That's a baseless assertion. Okay. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Okay. Scientifically prove that. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravity, but so far they have been unsuccessful,
Hmm.
meaning they haven't been able to science it. Let's go to the next one. Water and light are considered independent because they can be changed, while gravity cannot be changed and is therefore not an independent variable. It's really not that complicated, but people, because of how we've grown up, we're like, there's no fucking way it's that simple. There's no fucking way a flat earther is going to say, well, water is level, and that's the end of the discussion. Like, the world can't be that dumb. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, the world is that dumb. What I just read to you is in black and white. There's no experiment that validates gravity. Therefore, it's a pseudoscience.
That's a lot to take in.
Yeah. I could do you one. I mean, because if we were, in some university talking to a professor, the first thing I would say is, okay, well, in Einstein's paper or Newton's paper or original journal, just show me the hypothesis for the test that he did to validate the things that he said. Guess what? Doesn't exist. That would bust your head, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah.
This is a lot, but I like it.
You should look up the complete definition of pseudoscience, and then try to find a viable hypothesis for general relativity.
Oh,
Drip.
my ears,
Uncalled
Jesus.
for. You're server muted. Probably gonna be banned.
Can you keep him server muted? That fucking hurt.
Man, okay, so do you want a direct measurement to ruin the globe, or would you like me to do it with lunar eclipse?
Lunar eclipse.
All right, so isn't it that the lunar eclipse was something that Aristotle basically that was his reasoning for saying that it was a globe, because obviously, you know, there's a curved shadow on the moon, except, well, I'm not even going to go into the putting two spheres together and then shining a light and seeing that it doesn't actually create the, but anyway, isn't that the thing? Aristotle's proven that it was a sphere because he witnessed an eclipse. Like, oh, I witnessed eclipse, therefore I'm just gonna say any statement after that, and me witnessing the eclipse is gonna be the. It seems sort of logical, maybe. Here's the thing, right? Now, when a lunar eclipse happens, sometimes there's something called the Selenilian eclipse, which is a partial eclipse.
That's a
Now,
partial eclipse?
yes.
I don't think I've ever heard of that, actually.
Yeah. So what happens is you have both the sun and the moon, well, geometrically speaking, in a workbook, you would have it in alignment in a perfect 180-degree line, right?
Mhm.
Except that's not what we observe. And it's not like we have satellites that observe this alignment either, because the scale is too great, quote unquote. Imagine that. So we have an explanation for something that we have never seen. Okay, maybe there's some really smart people that they did something, right? Anyway, moving on. So the observation is actually, well, you can see the sun above the horizon, and you can see the moon above the horizon at the same time. The earth is clearly not blocking the light from the sun. Gets worse though, because you would expect, like, let's take an eclipse that's happening at like dawn, right? So that means the moon, if you're watching it all night, is going west, going west, going west, begins to descend towards the western horizon, right? And so you would expect, if it's descending and 180 degrees behind you, the sun is rising, that the shadow of the eclipse would be at the bottom of the moon because it's descending into the earth's shadow. Yeah, well, guess what? That's not what we experience. We experience the shadow coming from the top. We experience the shadow coming in from the 10 o'clock position, going diagonal, coming out an entirely different vector or direction. And there's no explanation for this. Zero. Zero.
Nobody's been able to explain it?
What? What is there to explain?
Not sure.
Well, they have
Imagine,
excuses.
imagine I flash a light, right? A light, like I have a flashlight and I'm shining it at your face. Imagine your shoes were illuminated instead. clearly that doesn't make sense because when you think of it in your mind, you try to simulate this imaginary thing. You're like, well, obviously that's dumb. That's not what happens in reality. If the light is pointed to my face, then it would shine the light on my face. Well, so because we have a worldview and expectation of something we haven't experienced in reality, when we see the shadow upside down, it doesn't make sense because of our experience with shapes and shadows.
That's a lot.
Anybody post like the Selenilian and yep, no, that's
No,
not it, Jim.
first of all, yeah, good. The guy underneath you got banned. Good. Um, the two that I posted. Sorry to interrupt, Elijah. The two that I posted were taken 2 lunar cycles ago. That one was taken before the full moon, and the other was taken right after the full moon, and the sun was below
Oh, this
where.
is completely unrelated,
Oh, I know.
ruining the entire
Okay,
mental image I was
I'll be
working
quiet.
so hard to build. Yeah, thank you very much. No disrespect. Um, so do you see what Heretic posted just now?
There's a few things in here. Which one was it?
At the bottom, live stream voice text.
The flat
So
GPT?
yeah, how is the Earth causing that shadow? Clearly, the cameraman is standing on the Earth, of course, right? And
Uh,
then there's the shadow. Make it make sense.
let me just see
Why
this.
why why doesn't Professor Dave talk about this shit? Why do they always talk about goofy why am I the first person sharing this information with you? I didn't even get to the fact that there's no curvature. Probably haven't heard the argument quite like how we make it, which is another interesting thing. It's like this how could this shit be so simple? How? 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 Right? But again, you make it make sense. Tell me how the earth is doing is causing that shadow right there.
You're talking about the shadow when the sun's setting? There's a few
No,
more things
there's
that are
no
in here.
sun. There's no sun. You're just looking at an eclipse, and it's supposedly the Earth causing the eclipse, meaning the shadow, so called shadow, so called, right? Because in our worldview, well, it has to be a shadow. Well, then how the fuck is the Earth creating that shadow then? But it breaks our mind trying to wrap our mind around it because what's really happening is we're trying to make sense of something we've never experienced to be true in the first place. They said that was the Earth's shadow. How?
I'm trying to understand it.
Not the you. It's not to understand. It's you're looking at the moon, right?
Hmm.
Clearly, the Earth is not in the way of the portion that's blocking the light from the sun. If that's what was happening, because that's what they say, the sun's light is blocked by the moon. If that's the case, geometrically, how the fuck is that possible? It's
Yeah,
rhetorical because obviously it's not. It doesn't make any sense.
it's impossible.
That's why it's called the Selenilian eclipse, otherwise known as the impossible eclipse. Not coined by me, coined by like news people, just various search results on Google. I don't know about nowadays because clearly they are up on my argument. And so you got like flatearth.ws, which again doesn't even attempt to address what I just told you. Or matter of fact, what I just showed you. best thing you could do is just go look at an eclipse next time it happens. Happens at least once a year.
Do eclipses happen every year?
Yep. It
I
was a
didn't know they were
time where
that
it was like
common.
3 of them bad boys. And I'll give you another one. Solar eclipses happen 15 days after every lunar eclipse. 15 days.
And every solar eclipse, the moon is not visible for 3 days. There's no moon ever been seen approaching the sun. Not with radio telescopes, not with any kind of instrument. Never detected. And they were all predicted by Mayans and Chaldeans, however long that was ago, flat earthers, that just learned to look at the sky, measuring elevation angles, and they got the whole cycle repeated over and over again. They said, this is what's happening. Guess what? NASA uses the Saros cycles for eclipse post-dictions. It's not predictions. They've already been known about.
Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, Riker. I think like the easiest way to like describe what he's saying is, you know how when the sun's rising on one side and the moon's setting on the other opposite side, if you're like looking up into the sky.
Yeah.
If the rays of the sun are coming towards the upper part of where we're looking from, right? Why is this like the bottom half of the moon part that's lit up? Should be like the upper half of the moon that's lit up, because that would be what's getting the bottom half should be getting blocked by the Earth. That kind of makes sense.
Ah, okay. That helps. That helps me understand.
Saying like pretty much the wrong half of the moon is lit up. The other half should be lit up. Like Earth should be blocking the other half. Kind of like the whole argument
Well,
behind it.
yeah, because remember, it's a gradual thing. Like I know these are
Yeah.
pictures, but this is where the shadow, so called, or the occultation begins to happen, is in the wrong position for what they claim.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, there's other videos too of this, which I'll post one that I know was taken from, I think, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, the last one, the eclipse happened. I forget when exactly it was. Mind you, like the precision for as long as eclipses have been happening, for solar eclipses to follow. I don't know if they sometimes come before. I think they always follow. 15 days specifically? Like, I mean, that's
Yeah.
really precise for all of this chaotic shit to be happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I mean, that might not be as convincing as like the hardcore evidence.
Elijah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
In your opinion, so I would say I'm someone kind of like Riker, who's more on the fence. Obviously, growing up, you learn a lot more about how the Earth is a globe. One thing I can always probably say is that if you're in a debate, right, and
Mhm.
you have to debate whether the Earth is a globe or flat, I think it's a lot easier to debate that the Earth is flat. I think there's a lot more actual and logical evidence behind that to an extent. So I'm just kind of curious, in your opinion, what is the most damning evidence to prove the Earth is flat?
Elevation angles.
I want to talk about that a little bit more.
Well, how about we Google it?
Just Google elevation angles.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody type that up.
Pretty much it says the angle of elevation is an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. If the line of sight is upward from the horizontal line, and the angle formed is an angle of elevation.
Yep, there you go. Now there's a correlation with this with this because this is actually a measurement. This is This is an angular measurement. So, I mean, if you can see some of these image examples, like here I see this guy, X, an observer studying on the top of a vertical cliff, spots a house in the adjacent valley at an angle of depression of 12 degrees. The cliff is 60 meters tall. How far is the house from the base of the cliff? Clearly, you can see right there that they just use a flat line from wherever he's at to wherever the house is at. That's called the adjacent. Now, if that ground were curved, you couldn't get an angle because an angle requires two straight lines. So if you remove the house and think of celestial navigation where they navigate thousands of miles sometimes, that's a big fucking triangle. You cannot put that on top of a globe, nor do they. Maybe I have something in the back pocket that I can share here really quick. I always have it here close by. I may as well post that. And this. And why not these two? Why not? So now, when you look through some workbooks, of course, of course, they have to fit the globe image in your mind in there somehow because you live on a globe. So they're like, you live on a globe, but let's not focus on that right now. As a matter of fact, let me find that one real quick too. Where's the little telescope man? That's too far. Party. Thank you guys for your patience. I mean, I know it's 107, but you guys have been awesome.
Of course.
Let me talk all night and shit. All right, now let me read this. It may be a bit and I'm gonna read something else too. It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope on any place on this disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. So you have a flat horizontal, and then you have the angles to the celestial bodies, which is why we have the celestial sphere model, but it's just like a more like a hemisphere surrounding a flat plane, like what Sunny just posted, basically. So yeah, moving on to that other graphic. Which one? No, we'll use this one. So here's this triangle I was talking about, right? Figure 2. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by U, the celestial body, in its geographical position. Not that we're using trigonometry to solve for the celestial bodies, because that's not possible. Nor is that what they're concerned with. They're just concerned with the right angle from the celestial body down to the geographic position or location, which is 90 degrees beneath vertical from the celestial body, and then one straight horizontal line to you, the person who's measuring this angle. Clear as day. It's right here. What's another thing? Okay. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible. Wow. Although this is only possible. Oh my God, let me say it again. Although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Guess what? If you're on a curved surface, as one observer measuring for 2 points, those lines aren't going to be parallel, will they? No. Second of all, you won't have an angle because an angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. So that's the strongest proof for things being horizontal. I mean, we already know that. It's just hard to accept because all this globe wizardry, but we already know that you need to get your picture frame hanged perfectly horizontal, right? Like you use a bubble or you use a level. Why? Because that level is going to be perpendicular to 90 degrees. They just say, yeah, but on a bigger scale, on a grander scale, it's not exactly that. Okay, prove it.
So I had a question kind of revolving around the topic of like horizon, since you're kind of going into that to an extent. Would
Yeah.
you say a common misconception of the flat Earth is that the Earth isn't completely flat in the sense that there is divots and dents into it? So at times, the horizon will look, you can see a lot further into the horizon than at other times you could?
What do you mean by divots?
Yes.
As in the sense, like,
Yes.
almost think of like a
Yeah.
valley,
Yeah.
where there's parts of the Earth, if I pull up like paint.
It's simple. The answer is yes. Because here's the thing. There are different definitions for the same word sometimes, right? So for whatever reason, globe earthers attribute the word flat like in a 2D sense to what we're talking about, which is ridiculous because nothing in reality is 2D. So the flat we're using, which is also defined in the Bible, in the dictionary, is that horizontal line that represents zero, which would be sea level. And then you have variations above and below it, hills and valleys. But flat is just sea level, zero.
Yeah, and
Zero being
whatever. Sorry, Eli. Whatever divots or undulations of the Earth topography, it doesn't affect the top surface of any water. Which the only reason you could use it as level at every elevation above sea level, all of the top surfaces of every water on Earth is parallel to each other right now at the same time.
Yeah, their argument is that's not the case. And it's like, well, how do you prove it? But they try to flip the burden and say, well, you prove that water is horizontal, is level. It's like, well, we already know that. And then they go, well, that's just true locally. Okay, well, how do you prove that it's just true locally? Well, now we're back to you telling me to prove that it is what we're experiencing it is as it is, which is horizontal again. Like so I mean, the thing that bugs me about flat Earth arguments is that there's nothing to argue. Like it's we're just talking about axioms or you know premises that are already self-evident. There's
Or
really nothing else to explain. Like even like the very first fallacy that people are introduced to, like the very first. So is the Earth the flat or round? Well, round is a description. Flat is a description of a shape, but they think that they're in a debate between a flat shape and a spherical shape. And it's like, well, flat's not a shape. I'm not claiming any dimensions or shape to the earth. I'm not talking about how big it is, how wide it is, what into to what I'm not talking about any of that. The only people that claim to have that knowledge are the people who believe in a sphere with the circumference of 25,000 miles, with a radius of 3,959 miles, using Pythagoras to pretty much figure out where the horizon, the geometric horizon would be, which we never see. So, I anyway, I mean, I guess I've answered the question. I mean, the easiest argument for flat Earth is that well, we just take elevation angle measurements that we
I can,
utilize the.
to a certain extent, I can understand what you're saying. You're a little bit smarter than me, so it's hard to pick up everything at once. But
I wouldn't say that. It's just I've obsessed about things in one area, and you've obsessed about things in another area that I will need one day, perhaps. Who knows?
fair enough.
That's all.
So, um, one part I just kind of want to get your thought on is like star arrangements. So we do
Hmm.
know how like the human eyes, we can see bright lights from even if they're millions of light years away in
How
the
do we know
sky.
that?
I mean it's kind of been proven through science about how far away these galaxies can be.
How so?
Oh, buddy.
How
From
so?
what I mean, off of just research that I've seen or
I think
have
he was
been
made just in like general consensus of like
yeah.
what we're taught to believe.
Yeah.
Well, remember remember when I showed you that uh, gravity was pseudoscience?
Mhm.
It was very simple. Well, when I ask you how do you know about these distances, you're like it's scientifically proven. Well, how? I know they say that a lot, but then they have their briefcase with the scientific method open, and then when you're like, okay, how does that work? They go, oh look, there's a flying pig behind you, and you turn around, they close that briefcase, they open up the mathematical briefcase, and then they say, hey, look, here's this abstraction of what we said is true. Accept it. And then you go, oh, okay, that's pretty nifty. Well, how do you know the premises in those mathematics are true to begin with? How do you know?
Well, I
Yeah.
guess just off of oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, I was just gonna say they would have to match reality is the thing. I think that's important. So I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
Oh, you're good. You're good. But my question that I was gonna ask you, because I'm just trying to get more information, um, off of like basic teachings, I guess the more common teachings is that these
Mhm.
stars and galaxies are millions of light years away.
Mhm.
It's so
There's no evidence of that though.
taking that information though, like in the southern hemispheres, there's certain star patterns that you wouldn't be able to see in the northern hemisphere. So, like in a flat Earth sense, shouldn't that star pattern be able to be seen from anywhere, or how does that
Well,
work?
you don't. Okay, well, maybe. Okay, so you began with a flawed premise. You assumed that we could see millions of miles, which we can't justify. And now you're saying because this thing that we can't justify or haven't justified yet, we're taking it on as assumption just for the sake of letting you finish.
Mm,
Now that we can apply that information, seeing millions of miles, why can't I see Polaris if the stars are local and there's possibly some whatever it is that you think it
yeah.
is? It's a malformed question because you didn't prove the premise in the first place. Like, sure, if we could see millions of miles away, then perhaps that would be a problem. You also beg the question of hemispheres, but I mean that's another story. But the bottom line is we see what we see and we don't what we don't.
Okay. Um, well, I guess, and like, I'm not trying to argue the topic. It's more of a why can't we see certain star patterns from different locations? Speaking
Well,
from southern hemisphere to northern hemisphere.
because we just don't. Why don't I see the sun at nighttime? Because it's nighttime. It's not time for day. The sun is not in the sky and now it's nighttime.
Also, Riker, you remember when
We
he was talking about elevation angles?
Yeah.
Elevation angles for latitude lines are derived from elevation angles to Polaris. So there is a point that you get to that's 0 degrees where Polaris is on the horizon. Like, even with the horizon. That's why it's 0 degrees. So the stars will act due to perspective the way that we see everything.
They're just too
So
far away, man. But it's at an angle that we can no longer resolve. It's just like, matter of fact, let me post this right here. You see what I just posted in the live stream?
I did not. Hold on. Where
So
is it?
our
Sorry.
eyes are unable to
Ping you,
resolve.
Riker.
Our eyes are unable to resolve anything below 0.02 degrees. Okay, so if you have this, your eye level and the ground, imagine you move that guy back. The further away from the building he moves, the more acute that angle is going to be between the horizon and the ground.
Mhm.
It'll eventually go below 0.02 degrees, and effectively, you will not be able to see that. Stars work the same way.
So, okay. I
Yeah,
can.
think about it. Think about it like this. The reason why the angle of the ground, or the angle that you see the ground, and also the reason why things disappear from the bottom up, is angular resolution. You're closest to the ground normally, and and everything that you look at out away from you is ramping up in your vision towards the horizon. So you're resolving that angle much quicker than you are from things that are way above your head. That angle will resolve much slower, but they're still resolving into the horizon, apparent horizon, at near at your eye level.
I think he's saying, like, you know how if you're walking away from like a tree, right? And the further you walk away, like the lower the angle of like from your eyesight the tree is. Like if you're next to the tree, you can like look straight up at it. As you walk away, it like just becomes eye level with you to an extent.
Yeah.
Kind of like a
Yeah.
similar. I think it's like a similar concept with that is with the stars is what he's saying. It's like so far away from you. It would be like again like trying to see like the Empire State Building from Florida. Like
Right. It's still
it's so far away that it's like a direct straight line from you to an
Now
extent, like
remember,
in your visual sight. It's impossible to see it.
like I've tried to keep things as remedial and as simple as possible. As a matter of fact, that's the only way I like to do things. I'm not one of the more I am technical, but I say I'm not. But whatever. But the point is, when I'm telling you that the equator is based off of, like Flatsy Klein said, the minimum angle that you can see Polaris. That's a part of the formation of this model that we use to navigate across the earth. Everything that I said to you is true. I didn't add anything or subtract anything. I'm just describing to you what we see and what we do. Now, with your question, there's an added assumption or requirement or curiosity based off of something we haven't proved. It's like, well, why don't you see it? What do you mean, why don't we see it? Could it be because we're on the other side of a ball? I don't know. How do you prove it? Because, I mean, I'm still going to only be able to describe to you what I see in reality. And that pesky thing about elevation angles, of course, meaning that there's no curve between you and that line of sight because you
Mhm.
wouldn't have an angle then.
So it's in the same sense of, like how far you should see no matter your elevation.
Well, I mean, you increase your elevation and you increase the angle, thus seeing more.
Yeah, right. You can see further with the on the ground level. You're gonna have a wider angle to resolve. That's why with elevation you can see further because you've made the angle greater.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know this. If it's this you know, a crosswalk that is painted fairly well. It has all the lines and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Standing far away, you can't see all those lines. If you were at the curb and you laid down, you can't see those lines, right? But they kind of roll into view as you raise
Change your
your
angle. Yeah.
eye level, yeah, or
Yeah.
change your angle. That's all this is. That's all it is on a grander scale. They would claim that that's not the case. Okay, how do you prove it beyond saying it's something else and then telling me to explain it beyond what you've proven? Explain what? I just explained it. What else is there to explain? I'm talking about reality. And when other people ask us, well, why can't we see forever? It's like, fam, because they
It's
believe
not
that they can
completely
see
flat.
millions of miles.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, you don't have any reference material to validate that you can see for millions of miles. That you've just been told that based on a set of numbers, um, which by the way is extrapolated from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You know how we debunk that?
Hmm.
Would you like me to show you?
Sure.
Okay, go to YouTube right now.
1 second.
hmm
Go ahead.
Type in distance to horizon.
Got it.
Okay. Now, do you see brain stuff? How stuff works?
Yep.
Play that video. It's only a minute and 30 seconds or something like that.
Got an advertisement.
I feel you. I miss YouTube Premium, but then again, advertisements are pretty useful. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, especially if they're for us. Just kidding. That'll be the day. Just forgive me.
Am I talking too much, guys? I don't know. I never get clip worthy stuff.
No,
'Cause I'm so
No,
long winded. I don't
no.
like confrontation. I like conversations. You know.
me
I,
too.
we enjoy it. I enjoy it. I think you do a great job. I wouldn't want to like interfere. Yeah, and the couple times I interjected, I hope you.
I think you do a great job too.
I'm trying
It's only
to. I'm trying to steal, man, just in short little, like a little addendum sometimes.
Yeah,
But
you're getting in there. You made some good points, Sonny. Of course.
there's only one thing I'd like to add to what you said, Elijah. Is that
Uh,
when you guys were describing like a tree when you're standing by it, you look straight up, it's smaller as you get further away. Well, those stars are so far, far away. They're millions and millions of miles away. Why wouldn't they get smaller and smaller and smaller until they finally disappeared? Well,
mhm.
they would in reality, in my opinion. I mean, if you're looking at a star and it's just this little tiny dot in the sky, and you're thinking, how big does it have to be for me to see it. But 5-10 trillion miles away. I think 1 light year is 5 trillion miles. So you're talking 100 light years. You're talking hundreds and hundreds of trillions of miles away. That thing for sure would have gotten so small, even if it were the size of the sun in the sky. The sun were to move that far away, I can guarantee you before it got 1/3 of the way there, it would be so small nobody would see it. And
Here's
I think,
another.
So
I
you're
think
talking
that's the
about
truth.
the inverse square law.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Mhm. So basically, from where the location theoretically or mathematically the star would be, it would never reach our eyes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
That's
I
one.
don't see
That's
how
a
it's
good point.
possible if the location was actually what they say it is. I mean, that's really hundreds of trillions of. Anybody even
Yeah, the
fathom how
drop off
far
is exponential. Yeah.
hundreds
Yeah.
of trillions of miles is? I mean, 5 trillion miles is 1 light year. And they're talking hundreds of those or thousands of those.
Yeah, or even think about like the speeds that are okay. Let's just say one trajectory is enough, but when you have more than one trajectory of motion, can you imagine that everything we see would be a blur
Be
across
like
the
an etch a sketch.
There'd be no way.
Mhm.
Yeah, there'd be no way. Like,
Yeah.
so we have such a stable place here that it only works one way.
Yeah,
Over.
these things are true in reality. We know that. Like if you try to sit a tripod and take some laps, the time lapse stuff, if you move it at all, it's gonna like we know that. But
Yeah.
the justification is, well, it works anyway. It's just like when I say, well, I can sit here and puff on my smoke and blow a cloud and walk through it. I'm a body, right? I'm a physical thing. I'm in
Mhm.
motion. I'm walking through the smoke. Well, you have the Earth supposedly traveling with the sun, like what, 500,000 miles a minute or whatever it is, or
Miles an hour.
an hour or whatever it is, and it's like the Earth is not going through the atmosphere, which is just effectively gas. That's all it is, and it's like you can say these things, but people they're not going to get it because it makes sense, and at the same time, it's like, well, obviously, the image in my mind that I have of the Earth moving with the sun, just the doesn't the smoke move with it or the gas move with it? Well, I mean, contrary to our experience, I guess that's what you experience in your mind, but there's no way to really help someone accept or deny that. It's just something,
Right.
it is what it is.
It
But
falls into. It just
back
falls
to
into
the
the realm.
video.
Sorry. I was just
Did
going to say it falls into the realm of just the unknown shit because that's what we know about up there. We don't know. That's what we do know. So it's hard to put something like to try to convince somebody of something. It has to be real. That is so far fetched. Like, I mean, you have to add so many
Right.
presuppositions to the whole thing. Now, the whole thing, if you're looking at the sky, you already have the presupposition Earth must be a ball. So it has to fit in. Like, wow. So,
So did you see the video?
Yeah, I did.
Pretty simple stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's the expectation right there. That is the standard right there. That's what he's saying is based off of the geometric information that we supposedly have about the globe. Okay?
Hmm.
So go to Google,
Yep.
type in distance to horizon formula.
Got it.
Okay. Let's see. Where's ADSI at? Go to San Diego State University.
you could type in SDSU
No,
dot.
let's see. You know what? Let's see what the first one says. Oh, this is a PDF.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be interesting.
See.
See
Oh, I
what
see it. I see it. I see the one you're talking about.
Now go to the PDF.
Which one?
The PDF from University of Washington at the top.
Yep.
Just download the PDF.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. How far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption. Let me repeat that. We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with radius r, which is 3959. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle of radius r, representing the Earth as shown. So you have a line of sight to the tangent point on the circle, which represents the sphere, and that's where the horizon is, where the tangent meets the tangent point on the sphere based on your height above that sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This is why the guy in the video said what he said. We understand this, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back to YouTube. Last time.
Here.
Go to CFI Investigators, Flat Earth.
Which one is it?
What happened?
Which one is it?
CFI Investigators, When Skeptics Meet Deniers.
Got it.
Guy with the sunglasses and the blue shirt at that lake there.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, now give me 1 second.
No worries.
Okay, begin at 4:36 and watch it until about watch it to 5 minutes and about 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and let me know when you're done.
I'm gonna deafen real quick to watch it if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, if I could just interject one more time before I go to bed. I just think if people understood what the inverse square law is really saying and put it into reality, there's just no way that we can see these things in the sky if they're the distance that they say they are. There's just the inverse square law completely turns them into a minuscule dot that can't see it with your eye. And that's just the mathematical facts of it, if you want to be truthful about it. So that's all I got to say.
Mm. Yeah, the angles of propagation of the light coming from those stars would be so below 0.02 degrees, like you would never see it. Seeing is that we're actually we're seeing some sort of giant gas sphere thing in the vacuum of space. That's a whole nother point, but whatever.
All right, I watched it.
All right. Pretty simple stuff.
Yep.
So the conclusion, mind you, people don't think that things can disappear bottom up on a flat surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask you, based on the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever you followed along, what do you think is wrong with this hostile witness here? Hostile witness being the opponent and using them to make your point.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite understand it.
Yeah, what do you think is wrong here? Did you see anything
With
wrong?
the video I just watched?
Yes.
I mean, the only sense that I could see that it's wrong is, it's just I mean,
I think his point.
I don't really
No, I
see
haven't heard
anything
this topic
necessarily
before.
wrong.
I assume it's Elijah. You're talking about how the fact that they ended their experiment with pretty much bad mouthing the flat earthers. That's all
Well,
you're talking about.
that's interesting. But what's more interesting is, again, we spent the last 10 minutes learning about what to expect. Remember I said that this is the expectation when I started with the distance to horizon video, and then I showed you the prediction with the distance to horizon formula, and then we go here where the guy basically explains that the expectation is that the stripes will begin to disappear at where the horizon is at 1.22 miles because the camera is 1 foot above sea level. Yes or no?
Yeah, based off of their calculation that they were going off of, yeah.
Exactly. Where's the horizon?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Wait, sorry? Oh, were you asking me a question?
Yeah, where's the horizon?
I don't know. I'm not educated in this. I'm
Okay,
not here
well,
to argue. I'm not here to argue, guys, by the way.
no,
Just
no,
getting that
it's
to the
not.
point. I'm here to
Sonny,
learn.
stop.
Are you looking at the live stream voice chat?
Sonny, stop.
Okay.
I feel you. Do you think I'm being do you think I'm being argumentative or anything?
No, I'm just here saying that I'm not here to argue beliefs. I'm here to learn.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Did I
I
just
think
teach
him.
you in the
I
last
think
10
him
minutes?
saying that Elijah was not based on you. Is based more on the reaction of people saying "got him," "he's silent" type of stuff.
I
Yeah.
didn't say
Okay.
got him. I said, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
That's not important.
Yeah.
I got you. But I did just spend about 10 minutes informing you of something, right?
Yeah.
So consider yourself informed. You know the expectation based on what I just showed you. So all I'm asking is where the horizon is.
Well, the horizon is going to be from what I'm learning here is the like eye level sight of where it dips down, correct? I don't really know how else to explain it.
All right,
I don't understand the
I'll
question.
let you off the hook. It's okay. I'll let you off the hook. Clearly, they're cheering. Yay! The flat earthers. They'll never. The blah 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 blah. Here's the thing, though. At one point, the boat is 3 miles away. Correct?
Yeah.
The horizon is behind the boat. Nothing is blocking the flag. Not the geometric horizon that was predicted anyway. It's behind the boat. I would think that CFI Invest. No, I wouldn't put that much on them. Sorry. I would think that Nat Geo, with all of their producers and all of their editors, I'd have figured they'd have caught this. Because if you were me, I'd be like, wait, oh shit, didn't he just say that the horizon would be 1.22 miles? That's not where the horizon is. Somebody like me, if I worked for Nat Geo, would have discovered that. So guess what? If I put this out, I'm putting this out knowing that full well. To be straight up and down and honest, right?
Mm.
So the expectation, the claim What geometrically must be true if we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is that the horizon definitely should have been obstructing the flags on the boat. We all just witnessed that that's not happening. Therefore, the premise is false. Therefore, all of the numbers extrapolated using this assumption can also be thrown out.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. I wasn't looking at these images that were in the chat.
Yeah, there's that. There's you going to a beach with a boat tracker, seeing how far out a boat is and then seeing where the horizon is in relation to that. You begin to realize, man, that there's no way to actually falsify or validate this claim. We would say it's falsified. Globers would say, well, of course you can't do that because, well, there's all types of weird things going on with the air and stuff and whatever the fuck they like to say. And the bottom line is, yeah, the prediction is wrong. That, I mean, black and white, that's basically all I'm saying. Nothing extra, no more, no less, no games, no gimmicks,
Hmm.
no belief system. Remember this, none of this information that I gave you had anything to do with me and my beliefs, right?
Yeah. You're going off of evidence that you've collected.
That's all.
I hate to backtrack, but I want to bring back to that solar stuff. I just want to get a better understanding on that. Is that the right thing I posted? It was from earlier in the chat. It was a GIF from this Discord. Somebody sent it about
Where
the
is it
solar
at?
stuff.
Did you post it or
No, I didn't.
who posted? You know, I can search
I
them
can
up.
find it. I can find it. I'll react or respond to it.
Good evening, madam.
Give me 2 seconds.
See you down
Oh, I
there.
found it. This here. Miguel
Oh,
posted it.
good morning, actually.
I just looked at it.
So I guess from this
Miguel?
GIF here. So you guys, they say it's supposed to be the Earth's shadow, right? From what is taught out to people, it's supposedly the Earth's shadow. Sorry?
Says who?
No, we were talking about it earlier. Elijah brought it up that they like.
Oh yeah, correct. Yes.
Like it's supposedly supposed to be the
Oh,
Earth's
the
shadow.
globe pushers.
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
Sorry about
Yeah. What's the
So
question?
the shadow part of it, like the dark area, what is that coming
Exactly.
from your education? Like,
I don't have any.
what would you say it is?
Well, remember when I said the claim that they made, they have no frame of reference to make the claim or base their data on.
Yeah.
So I would be in the same position. I live on Earth, so I have no fucking idea.
Yes, that one, Miguel. So, but we can all come from a sense that whatever it is, round in shape, almost like a sphere in shape.
We have no
Why?
idea how that relates to the shape of our interacted with world, and it could be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it could be something that is
But
spherical in
that's
shape.
not what we do here. So.
Do you think
But
there?
say it could be, but why?
Yeah, exactly.
Based off of the shape of the shadow, I'm just like trying to understand what it could be.
It could be my mom in a photo. I don't know.
Have you ever? Sorry.
Sorry, not really telling us what shape this place is. So I don't see how it's relevant.
Yeah,
we went through all that. He's not really.
I don't.
You know,
Oh yeah,
he-
I'm not speaking off
trying to-
of relevancy
I
here.
just feel like
I'm just trying to get educated on the situation here.
Okay,
It's not. I'm not here to argue, guys.
So
I'm not.
in order to inform you, I would have to have information, right? When you said it could be this, and I say yeah, it could be. That's just speculation, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
beyond that, how would anyone on Earth be able to inform you after the speculation?
Wait, sorry.
After the speculation of what it could be, how
Yeah.
could you get to the informative part? I'm basically saying, I'm if you're coming up zero, it's because there's no possible way unless you went to the moon, or unless we knew what the moon was specifically. There's other than speculation, there's nothing we could do to give you any real empirical data.
You
Yeah.
can't base a scientific method off of that photograph. So
True. It could be anything, right? It could be the thing capturing it as well, capturing the video there, or the time lapse. I guess it would be,
I see
Well,
your
could
something interesting that you
or
can do
our own
at
eyes as well.
well, something interesting that you can do on your own is have a light source with a spherical shape and another spherical shape, and use that light source to make a shadow over the other spherical shape with, at a certain distance, and see what that looks like.
Hmm.
Yeah, that
So,
would be
do you
actually
think the moon is reflecting light of the sun?
and like when the sun is behind on one side of the earth and the moon's on the other.
Well,
And
whenever you see the sun, it's supposed to be light reflecting off the sun, from the sun to the moon, right?
sure.
Is that what the paradigm says? Right? I think it is, right? So, um, do you know what shape a reflector has to be? Absolutely.
No.
You have two choices. They have to be flat or concave,
Hmm.
like a flashlight. Inside a flashlight, it's a concave mirror. Otherwise, you get a diffused beam. So to reflect something, it has to be concave or flat. So it cannot be reflecting light from the sun. Period. End of that part of it. That's not the end of the story, though. There's actually a lot more to this story. It'll be a shocker, but I mean, some people, you could go look at the moon for years, but what you have to realize is all of these luminary bodies that are above us have always been in the same place at the very second, like to the minute in the nautical almanacs, are above a geographic place on Earth, on the flat surface.
Hmm.
To figure these things out, the ancients used elevation angles, the same ones, right triangles that Eli was talking about earlier.
Hmm.
So they have to come from an elevation. You don't have an elevation angle on a sphere. And you clearly, I think you can see.
Do you know why?
Hmm.
Why you why? Because I know I said it too. Do you know why you wouldn't have an elevation angle if the Earth were a sphere?
Do I know why? What?
Do you know why we're saying that?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Do you know why we're saying you can't have an elevation angle with the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. That's why
Mm,
that's why I'm
Why am
learning
I?
about it.
Why am I? You don't have to say yeah, because I want to make sure you get why we keep saying that. With the, you don't have to believe us. It's more important that you understand
Understand where you're coming
and
from.
agree or justifiably disagree. Whichever it is whatever it is, right?
Well, yeah, but I know, like, from what you guys are saying, like when people say flat, they think of 2D, and it's not like
No,
that,
no, like
obviously.
let's go back to this image right here. With the curved little. Hold on, give me a second. All right, this picture right here, right, or this image right here, right? See this?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position on Earth. Okay,
Mhm.
so if you're in that boat and you're taking an angular measurement from the GP that's well from you to the GP to the sun, right?
Mhm.
Imagine that box being curved away from you. Is it at 90 degrees from you at that point?
At that point, no.
Exactly.
And just to kind of take that a little further, if you're actually sailing on that place and you're doing right triangles to navigate with this accent, if you were actually doing that and traveling on the curved surface, can you see how you would be out of location?
I could see that.
Okay. So if that's the case, then if you were traveling thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean, let's say from South America to Australia,
Sure.
you couldn't possibly thread the eye of a needle of these tiny little islands and do it successfully year after year after year after year using the same GPS at the particular time that you're traveling. You can look it up in a book. You carry those with you when you're navigating. So you couldn't possibly do that, could you? If you were out of location, if you were actually on a ball and navigating as if they're right triangles, that x-axis has to be flat. That's the one you're traveling along. Do you understand that part?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's pretty clear as day that you would be missing your location up to hundreds of miles off if it was curved. And this is how navigation has been done for just about 500 years with elevation angles achieved from the horizontal. And I'll yield the floor. Thanks for listening.
I appreciate that example. That really helped me to visualize it. It's a lot. It's a lot we're going through. I
Mhm.
appreciate your guys' time for sure.
Now, listen, you might run into something that we call cognitive dissonance. And that is going to be a flight response because you feel like your reality is being threatened. The mind will try to play games with you and have you go into retreat or fight. So we see this here a lot. And so I just wanted you to be aware. But if you are open-minded enough that you actually really want the truth, no matter what that entails, we're not telling you something you don't actually really experience. That might be the hardest shock of all. That we live in the same earth. The flat earth that we're talking about is right outside. It's the one that we all deal with on a day-to-day basis, right?
Mhm.
That's all it is. It's outside.
Oh, that was very nice.
Touche.
So also another question that I'm not like it can throw your mind off is like when we're in the when we're away from Earth and we're looking from space, the shape of the Earth, like why does it have a spherical shape to it from a distance?
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
because of the acute angles as well?
Well, you're assuming already that they're going to the place that they're telling you, but you have never seen that place, only on a TV screen.
All right, can I take this one? I'll take this one. So where they say that they're going is the vacuum of space, which would be adjacent to an open system where we have gas pressure here that we're breathing. Second law of thermodynamics is high pressure goes to low pressure, and it's a law of nature. It always happens because entropy only goes one way. It always increases. So that's why you have such a dynamic system in our air that we breathe with the weather and what have you. But we're told that this is an open system next to a lower pressure system, 10 to the negative 17th torr, to be exact what they say allegedly. Where the matter and gases can pass through. If they can go to this supposed place, that means that any energy or matter could transfer back and forth. And there's a problem with that. You can't have gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum without the gas going in all directions rapidly. Also, you can't have gas pressure without containment. It's in the definition of gas pressure. So if you want to look up the definition real quick of gas pressure, just Google it.
I have a question for you, Klein.
What's that?
What school did you get educated from?
What
university,
that would
college?
dox me if I said that.
Oh, I'm just trying to like understand. Have you gone to the university
What is this?
level or college level?
I didn't go to a university, but I did go to college.
Oh, okay. Just want.
Some of the dumbest people I know went to college. What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just
Yeah,
asking. You
It's
know,
fine.
there's the way
I was
she's
gonna
trying to
I was
explain
gonna
it
ask.
is pretty nice.
I'm sorry, and I'm not against either. I know my family's everything in between. So,
All good, all good, all good.
and my dad's a scientist and a minister, so I see it from both angles. Just so you know.
Well,
And
I'm actually a geologist, so I'm just
that's
like
great.
peeking in here now.
It
That's
just it
cool.
just seems a little bit condescending. That's all.
Oh yeah, I get you.
Riker, did you look up the definition to gas pressure
The pressure exerted by a gas.
on the? That's not all of the definition.
That's what I got here.
Oh well,
Wait.
let me double check you here.
That was random.
Well, the first thing I got from where is this? Oh well, it's still the first definition. Matter of fact,
Well,
what
sorry.
NASA?
Say hello. I'm gonna go back on mute.
If, if you can see like the images from NASA, they also have kind of like these visualizations, right? So anyway, gas pressure is the force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at. So in the definition to gas pressure, even on NASA's website, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. So there's no possible way that we could have gas pressure in question without a container to begin with, let alone it being an open system with gas pressure next to a lower pressure system because of the second law of thermodynamics and entropy.
So right here on NASA.gov, down here where it says molecular definition of pressure. From the kinetic theory of gases, a gas is composed of a large number of molecules that are very small relative to the distance between molecules. The molecules of a gas are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of any container. Yep.
So there's a problem with the globe Earth right there, is that there's no container, but we have gas pressure, and then they say that the gas pressure is adjacent to the vacuum of space. Not possible. So that's why you hear flat earthers say that the vacuum of space is fake, because it's not real, it can't be. So there is no outer space. All of the space nonsense is just all philosophical and religious.
And CGI.
Oh yeah, you can't confirm those pictures. You've never been to the vacuum of space. Neither has anyone else. But you can go and check all of those pictures that they send you from whatever footage. It's all CGI. And it's, I mean, you can't argue against it. It definitely is.
And in a respectful way, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but based off of like research that I've done a little bit, why is it always that like the scientists are saying it's round, but the non-scientists don't say it is?
It's not a scientific question. It's a geometry question.
Man, and
Yeah.
they're paid.
Like people
It's a
from NASA,
geometric.
etc.
It's a geometric question. It's not. It has nothing to do with science. If the Earth is curving because it's a geometric shape, that should be detectable from the surface. especially with the given dimensions.
And NASA said themselves a lot of these things that we are just saying. So you can find footage of that as well.
But NASA has ultimately believed that the Earth is round.
Believed
Well,
by whom?
didn't I
NASA
just
NASA
didn't I
themselves.
just show you the expectation based on the claim that they made, and didn't the guys in the video ridicule the flat earthers for having this failed their dreams dashed away, when clearly you and I both saw that the expectation wasn't met? So we're also showing you information that you know is true, things about gas, things about, certain things that we all experience, right? And then you have NASA saying the opposite again. With what evidence?
Well, I mean, I guess it's hard to want to be against
That's that
people
cognitive
that.
dissonance Sonny told you
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
That's all that is. No big
Yeah.
deal. But here's the thing. Don't they also show you from the ISS a curve?
From the what? Sorry.
Don't
International
they?
Space Station.
Yes.
It does show a curve. Yes.
Right. So here's another curveball. Paul Larson, planetarium director, guy who has a ticket to Mars, explains that if you're at the height of the ISS, that's what, 237 miles up or something like that, is it? Anyway,
That's about right.
yeah. So at that height, you can only see 3% of the Earth. Mathematically speaking, geometrically speaking, that 3% of the Earth that you're going to see is a flat horizon. That's what he said. You can
Well,
model it out and see it yourself. And the thing about that is they're showing you something that is geometrically not really possible based on the size of the Earth that they claim it is.
hey Elijah, may I ask you a question here?
Not right now, because I want to know that he understood. Because
Oh, I got you. I got
he
you.
took
Yeah,
the
yeah.
time to ask me the question, and I'm taking the time to go over and make sure he understands
No,
where
no,
I'm
no,
coming
I
from.
completely understand where you're. Yeah, I completely understand. Yeah.
But yeah, I see where you're coming from here.
Me
Based off
personally,
of it,
I
it's
don't really
only
see where you're coming from.
Yeah, who's that?
I'm the raindrop. My name is Oysen. I'm new to this, and I'm trying to broaden my horizons on if what really is the planet we walk on.
All right. So here's what I think is gonna go down, because there are a lot of people who are getting excited at the fact that there's one troll waiting in the wings. There's you now, and there's the other guy. Um, and so I think instead of me controlling you guys, I think, how about guy we were speaking to? Sorry, I don't know your name right now. You take a back seat for a moment and let these guys, have a go. All right, you guys got this, right?
Yeah, let's
One at a
do it.
time, though. One at a time, please.
With introduction.
May I ask my question first?
Yeah.
All right. So I just wanted to ask, why would NASA lie about the Earth being round? No, I just
I
wanted
don't
to
know.
ask.
I don't know.
I mean, do you believe in the government trying to control our lives and trying
What
to,
does it have to do with the shape of this that we can prove?
Yeah, here's the thing. Think about it. We take a court of law stance on this. You don't need the motive behind the lie. You just have to have the evidence that there is a lie. So
And as much as
do
they'd like
with
to
the
disprove everything that we say, we can disprove everything that they tout without anything to back it up. That's all we're saying.
well with the implications of the lie, you do with that what you will. Everybody does that differently, and we're not here to sway you one way or the other. We're here to present the evidence.
May I ask the name of the gentleman that just asked that question, please?
My name is Cuban. I'm actually a geologist at the
I am.
University of California.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was curious that you're touting your educational background, but that's the best question you can come up with.
And
Oh
as
no,
my
I'm just trying to put
get
it in
lost.
another
that was a great
POV. You know, I mean, if you want me to go mathematically and scientifically, we can do that
Well,
too.
to be fair, that is a fair question to ask. But what I said still stands.
I
And
mean,
my
like,
family's scientist, so that I just found that one funny. So thank you, Cuban.
all good, all good. You know,
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not the one sitting in the VC 24/7 talking about debates. So
I like to challenge my mind, and I also like to know that it's strong. So I appreciate your question. I was just being serious.
I mean, that's your POV though. That's your opinion. So everyone has their own opinions. I
It
mean,
was just a statement, actually, and it was a thanks.
statement. All right. I mean, just asking. I don't know why you guys are getting so aggressive here.
And I'm not aggressive at all, actually.
Sounds like you're pretty aggressive.
Not at all. I just come from a family of scientists, so I just thought your question was hilarious.
You kind of just hurting my feelings.
I don't know. I think that you were trying to do the same. We're not fighting here, dude. Come on.
The guy did ask. The guy did ask. He wanted to ask a question or something like that.
I'm done. I just thought it was funny. I'm not being fighting right now.
It
Well,
was
I
funny.
mean, if I tried doing this in a mathematical way, you wouldn't be able to understand what I'm talking about. So
No, I
Why
dropped out
not?
of calculus too.
Why wouldn't we?
I mean, clearly you're not
So
educated
how
enough
about
and
you?
learned.
How about you? Because you don't be a bigot. That's just distasteful, right? You don't know us. So it'd be dumb to claim that we wouldn't be able to understand anything because you wouldn't know that at this moment. So why don't you have a seat? Maybe we'll take a look at whatever math you have in a second. But the other guy wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Oisin.
Is it my turn?
We have his permission.
Yes, it's your turn.
So I'm like new to this, so I was just curious on like why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
What's your name?
Oisin,
Oisin.
PvP. Yeah.
That's a great question. I wish that new people would come in and ask that
That's
question
why I
all the
just asked
time.
for an introduction first before the question. It's only proper.
Yeah, why would we think? It's because the physics of water, that it's clearly level, and level doesn't mean curved. And
But
when
what
you
about
look
like
out,
waves and stuff when the ocean comes in and out?
when water is at
Isn't
rest, the
isn't
surface
that a
is flat.
isn't that a red herring though?
I don't know what that means. I'm like a fisherman, me personally. I'm from Ireland. So I'm
Nah,
down
but
like
I'm
a bottom.
when I say it's a red herring, I'm just saying the point she made and the point you made didn't meet. So you kind of maybe not on purpose kind of went around her point. So obviously I don't think anyone needs to be educated on what waves are, right?
No, but
So
I'm just saying.
it was kind of a bankrupt question intellectually.
Oisin.
No, I'm not trying to like go round her question. I'm just like
I'm
sitting
not,
here.
it's all right, dude. It doesn't matter. So when she says the physics of water and water's level, do you have any rebuttal to that?
Yeah, the waves. Because if
Okay,
it's
but water at rest
Really?
is level.
no, but the ocean is never at rest.
Yeah, but water at rest is level.
Yes, like a bathtub.
And
Like like water
Or a giant lake?
that's frozen. Yes, like the Salton Sea and all that. All of that. Yes, water at rest.
an ice cube tray.
Exactly. Even an ice cube tray.
Thank you.
Even with the
But I was
waves an account, when you look out at the beach, the water is level on its surface, even with the waves in account.
And Oysen, I only have one question for you, and I'll be done talking for a minute.
Yeah, ask your question.
Who has proven any sort of curvature of the Earth, especially from sea level or any other body?
NASA
Okay, where?
and their spaceships.
No. If you trust them, then prove it. Where has this been proven? And then let us see.
Yeah, what was their
When it,
method? We need the method. We need
Only
to be
question
able
I
to
have in
have it
rebuttal.
demonstrated, and so we can
yo,
verify it.
I ain't gonna be able to build a spaceship.
You don't need a spaceship to prove curvature of the Earth, so they say. So if you have
So,
it,
yeah,
correct.
if they're gonna shoot these
Okay, right.
rockets off from the Earth, they need
I
to
don't
know
want
the
to wait.
dimension. They need to know the dimensions of the Earth. They
Yeah.
don't just spray and pray. Thank you, CB. They're not gonna just send them out there praying that they get it right. So they had to have a
But
method of the curvature being detected somewhere before they shot the rocket off to begin with. So
Or
what was that
propaganda.
method? What did they do? So we can go verify.
Otherwise, it's just
I don't
hearsay.
know. I don't work for NASA.
Otherwise,
Well,
who cares? It should be provable.
Yo,
well,
you're kind of coming off a little bit aggressive.
I'm just asking a very simple question, like you come at us with. So it's my only rebuttal question, actually.
I'm getting scared.
Boom.
I just wanted to go back to the level thing just real quick, and then
The ocean?
y'all can go where that's a red herring, dog.
Dude,
Do I have
I'm
to?
not
Do I have
ignoring
to?
your question.
I
If
didn't say
anything,
you're. I
uh,
didn't say you're ignoring it, but I'm talking about one thing and you're talking about another. So if you want to engage me in my point, or Flatsy Klein's point, or any of our points, you have to get on that page, not talk about what you want to talk about, right? That only makes sense, right?
okay.
That's reasonable, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So look at this definition of level, right? Even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities, parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest, is all we were trying to say. Is there something wrong with that definition?
No, but what I'm trying to say is have you guys seen waterfall? Ocean fall, like ocean waterfall?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, all I was trying to point out, and all Flatsy Klein was trying to point out, because you said, "What's your evidence?" And she said, "The physics of water." And then here we are now at this definition. And so far, all you've been able to come up with is, what about waves and what about waterfalls? What about them?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
What about them?
What about what? Sorry, my mom came in my room. I have to get.
All right, he's getting booted.
Why?
You
Why? No, I'm
you know
not.
I can't do that.
Mom, can he stay up later, please?
This is the shit I
She asked me
y'all
what I
already
wanted
know
for
some of my
breakfast.
pet peeves. He's gone for sure. Like,
Yeah,
it's not even.
Dude,
yeah.
stop, please. She asked what I wanted for breakfast.
You're gone, bro. Goodbye.
That's a shame. But
It's a privilege to be here.
yeah, it is.
So I'm not. The bottom line is, he didn't have a genuine bone in his body, so he doesn't deserve. He's wasting.
No, 100%,
He's
Elijah.
he's
Yeah,
wasting
you're good.
other people's time. He's wasting our new friend here's time. Where is he at? So I know his name.
Riker is his name.
Yeah, I wrote it
There
down.
you go. Yeah, Rikers. He's wasting his time. He's not learning anything from that exchange.
Yeah, that's true.
They just
And
want
that
to
seems
share
to
a
be
that are
that's
something that we can
sorry,
just about.
sorry. It seems to be the purpose to distract it from somebody who's actually listening. But anyway, I digress.
I don't know. I have a moral code. Anybody in here, flat or globe, just introduce ourselves as we're speaking if we're new.
All right. Excuse me. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
All right. My name is Gabriel to start with.
How you doing, Gabriel? I'm Eli.
Good, and you? So my question is, yeah, we're talking about NASA. You were saying that NASA. Well, he asked if NASA if NASA had faked the Earth being round, right?
Uh-huh.
But there's actual proof. There's video footage of the Earth being round. So what I'm getting here is like I don't understand how it's flat when there's video proof of it being round, and there's a lot more stuff.
Can I take this? Can I
So
take?
so
Okay.
40
go ahead,
people
Sonny. Go,
and
go
3
ahead. No,
voices.
I really want to take this, but go
Oh,
ahead. Sonny.
go ahead, Eli. No. Well, I'll just say one thing and then I'll pass it off to Eli. But I just want to ask, how are you able to verify video is where they're saying it is? Does the video? Can you directly connect the videos or so-called video or images, which we know they're only graphics because they tell us so?
Yeah.
How can you correlate that exactly to the curvature of Earth at the rate they told us?
You being honest, you really can't. But like, you know, I believe the internet type stuff, and most of the time that stuff could be fake. But in my opinion, I believe it's true. You know.
Okay,
Yep.
go ahead, Eli.
All right. So I can give you video. I don't even know. I can give you video footage of my Ferrari, right?
Hmm.
And someone can come up to you and say, "Yo, dude, that dude is broke.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Ferrari." And then he could probably give you certain observations or certain things that I may have done or didn't do, or maybe even my bank account or lack thereof money,
Yeah.
and go, okay, this is what I'm showing you, and he showed you a video. Which would you go with in that instance?
Uh. Well. Oh.
Only in that instance,
Yeah.
with the
Basically,
with the video and the Ferrari and the guy who's like, dude is lying.
it depends. I mean, you never know.
Be honest. Who would you go with?
Uh. uh, I would have to say the video.
Why?
I mean, I don't know, man. Just just
Like,
I
what if
would
what
I
if
would I
what if
would say
what if what if you never saw him driving it?
yeah,
What if it was never parked in his garage? What if,
yeah.
why would you go with the video?
I mean,
Like, so let me ask you again. Be honest.
yeah, yeah.
Which one would you go with
Still the
in that
video.
instance?
Still the video.
Why?
Because I mean, I I don't know. Like it's just my instinct. You know, like I would trust my instinct, and my instinct says the video.
Why?
I don't know. It's just my instinct.
Based off of what? We when you have instincts, it's because of something that you've experienced, and it's not just some feeling. It's not
Yeah,
just it's not just magic. You're reacting to something
yeah.
that's happening. So when you say your instinct, based off of what?
I mean, I seen stuff like that happen, so it would be just
Stuff
basically
like what? What have you
what
seen?
what you just explained.
What do you mean?
What about the video you were just explaining? Like I've seen videos
What
like that. I would
videos like what? What'd you see?
what you were explaining about.
No,
Eli, I don't think he's getting what you're saying.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't get
explain
it.
it one more time.
No, okay, here.
no, I
No,
don't have to. No, I don't have to explain it. It's not
I
hard.
don't think he's getting it.
no,
Uh,
I'm being for real. I don't get it because
it's
I'll be
not
honest.
hard. You
I
have.
really wasn't paying
Okay,
attention to you were saying
let's
it.
say let's say let's say I said,
Yeah.
oh no, that'd be, let me not be distasteful. Not you. Let's say I was saying I was sleeping with someone's girlfriend, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
And I was telling you the story.
Yeah.
Now, I'm telling you the story but I don't have any actual evidence.
Yeah.
Would you believe me?
No.
Why not?
You know, because you have zero proof about it. You could tell me it, but it could be a lie. You know?
Right. Now, so you know those videos, right?
Yeah.
Can you post one? Just one. Should be easy to get, right?
Yeah.
All right. Because I'm going to demonstrate something to you right now.
All right.
You are now rocking out with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. ASMR.
Go into VC verified.
Morty. You know, like things like that.
You guys are so
Voices are
silly.
fun.
Black
Swan.
Black Swan. Okay, Sonny.
That movie really creeped me out as a former ballerina. I don't even want to hear that, except for the example that we used.
Oh, AI, can you take over in a minute? You know who I miss, man? Deuce Vault, man. That's an interesting dude to listen to.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, for real.
You know who I miss? I miss Indio. Where the heck is he?
He was here a few days ago.
Here.
I don't know, but don't ping him ever. Just kidding.
I wasn't going to.
Just joking.
I was delivering stuff in my second job the other day, and he made an appearance.
You know, NASA admittedly doctors their footage. They have to.
We was getting there. We was getting
I
there.
know. Okay. But it's taken so long. I just
Don't
wanted to
jump the
say
gun.
it.
Don't jump the gun, Flatsy.
My bad.
I want him to. I want him to get a video of the Earth from space. That'd be cute. Clearly, if I anything real, if I was like, give me a video of this, it'd be in the live stream in like what, 20 seconds, 60 seconds at max.
Cadence is the word that I couldn't find last night, Flatsy. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
No,
here's
you're
one. There we go. I got one. I put it in.
This is going to be a burn.
I want that. I want. You know
Mad
what's
Nick, you're
interesting
supposed to
that
be posting a video, buddy, not asking another question.
I don't know. It's supposed to be anything. Besides flat.
yeah.
Well, he's
I
in
wish
the
I
he's in
had
the live
the.
stream voice. Sorry.
I wish we had that. I can't find the screenshot of.
Really
Oh
good.
shit, Miguel's in here. He has everything. Miguel, run that meme where the dude is like, uh, you have no evidence of a flat Earth model, and then NASA's like, one of the more frequently used models is that of a flat Earth. That please post that. I know you got it.
Hey,
One of you
Elijah,
guys got it.
I'm just going to say, and I'm not trying to harp, but I just find discrepancies and stuff, and I was taking notes from when Oysen had a question about 15 minutes ago, right? His
Mhm.
question was not about an argument for flat level, sea level. That Flatsy was very correct in her answer, but his question was, why do you believe the Earth is flat? And that was not the right answer for us to give him. That's all. And it can be used against us in the future. That's all I'm saying.
Well, his question was malformed. You
Well,
know, I don't believe it. Yeah, you're
seen as us
right though.
grasping at straws by other people that are new here. That's all.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, can I try ask a question?
What's your question?
On 2012, Felix Baumgartner did jump from the
Oh boy.
Earth, yes, and and this was the first time I was look into aliens, planets, and everything. I love this topic, and I looked him, and I just asked me first time, why does the lens must curve the solar panel? And this, and I was curious, and I looked, and I let this topic, and later I have heard discourse about the curve of the Earth, and the most people on this world claim they see the curve if they fly with the plane, and I don't understand how the whole world can believe this, or how they get this belief they can see the curve with a plane, or if you're 125 feet above the earth, you can see the curve. Who did put this to the mind, to the people, to believe this? I mean, why they do need to do this? When Felix Baumgartner landed, he did say he see the curve of the earth. Why they need to say this if they didn't see this? Why in not every, but in many talk shows or many films, they show you a curve from the beach, or they say you can see from the plane, but it's not true. Why they are doing this? Why the whole world did imagine this? Why they need
Yeah,
10 years
when you
of
Google
left
it,
Earth?
when you Google
Why
it, Google even
why
tells you that you can see the curve
yeah
from like 30,000 feet. Yeah, I don't
why
know. Globers be lying, bro.
Okay, and why do need to pass 10 years of flat Earth to teach the globe Earth you cannot see the curve from the plane, and that's strange. Do you don't think this?
Well,
That
you know what
that
else
that
is strange? You know what else
that
is
is
strange?
where I wake up and thinking, if they can put these things in your mind from your when you're born and
Implanting
today,
false
and
memories.
I'm sorry, I had to mute you, bro. You were talking for a very long time, and I'm like burning through my weed, bro. Um, let me mention that. So we already know that you can't see curvature from 30,000 feet. I already explained how mathematically from the ISS height you wouldn't be able to see curvature. So, pertaining to Felix Baumgartner, he shows the curve of the Earth supposedly. I don't know what the fuck they're showing us what that is. I know it's not the curve of the Earth because many people during this same time sent up balloons that went up 120,000 feet and there was no curvature. So we already know that it's not possible. We have amateur balloons getting sent up, and then we have yet again. I don't know who partnered with Felix Baumgartner. Who really cares? But they tried to pass that off as the curvature of the Earth when Neil deGrasse Tyson even said, if
Yeah.
people knew how dishonest that was, they would be totally, you know,
They wouldn't
devastated.
believe it.
Yeah. So that's that. I'm probably not gonna unmute you because I don't think you are gonna share the mic. So
I
sorry,
think you
bro.
should come back on Sunday then. I mean, or just DM somebody. It's on that topic. I don't want to make him feel like we're not welcoming or friendly.
Yeah.
My
So
door's
Miguel, you got
It's did I post the one or?
no the one where the black dude is like well, there's the image of the black dude and it's like there's no flat Earth model, and then right next to that it says under one of NASA's pages that a model frequently uses that of a flat Earth?
Let me see.
I know you got it. You have everything, man. Like literally.
I think that Yasko must have come from somewhere where he had to deal with Globers, and he came here to vent about it.
I
Maybe.
couldn't tell what he was saying, but he just kept talking over Elijah like it was like an ongoing sentence that had no period. He just kept talking. It didn't make. I get why he was muted.
NASA.
Well, if you can't find it, it's all good. It'll show up eventually somewhere. Somebody's got it.
They'll find it.
We
They'll
got some
dig.
new people in there.
They'll dig it up from under the ground. 1,000 years from now, they'll.
And I mean, I love compost piles, but haha, Southerner, I love compost piles.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola, hola.
Go ahead,
Somebody was
Eric.
talking about compost the other day. That's the only reason I brought it up. But anyway, it was a bad joke.
That's okay. I'm just kind of winding down listening to you guys, but this new guy, Enrico here, looks like he wants to get in.
Yes, I want to, I'm very mixed, like I've been, flat Earth and, round Earth. I want to know why I should believe in the flat Earth because I kind of believe in it too, Believe in it a little bit and I want to learn more because interested,
Enrico, you're a nigga, bro. Like, shut the fuck up.
What?
I don't know what that was.
He's gone now.
I was about to say that's gonna be the second ban of the night. I was waiting for him to act up.
Sorry, Enrico. You can go ahead with your question again.
Yeah, so I just want to, why, ask why this. I'm kind of mixed, so like every day, like I see more videos on TikTok about like, flat Earth, round Earth, and I just wanted to know, like, is there some more information on the flat Earth and how it could be, valid?
Yes, there's lots of it inside this server.
Yeah, you go
yeah.
down, scroll
You
down,
scroll down.
and you can see all of our information. There's plenty of information down here and the additional information.
Yes,
on the
okay,
server.
thank you.
Yeah, lots there. Photography, Antarctica, chrome key, curvature, EMFs, firmament. Yeah, we got gravity. It goes on. There's a lot there. Take a couple years to get through it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it,
Thank you.
Also, if you've got any questions, we're always here 24/7.
Exactly. 24/7.
Let's
All
see.
day, every day.
I'd like to quick point out something that somebody had addressed earlier about how they get away with this and that. A big key factor is when you're at that age, when you're going to school and they first start teaching you the globe model, your brain is extremely impressionable. And there's something about that young developing brain that when you take in that information, it really sticks hard and gets rooted in there. I think part of it has to do with they say I don't know if any of this is true, but they talk about your frontal lobe of your brain isn't fully done developing until like your 20s. And that's the part of your brain that deals with, I think, reasoning and problem solving. So when they stick these ideas in your brain at that young age, your mind isn't even done developing it, and then they keep reinforcing it year after year after year. It really gets in there deep, and it's hard
Well,
to get it out.
yeah, it's also the way that the curriculum is set up in school, the way that they're trained to teach people Like, these teachers go to college to learn the curriculum to teach the children. It's not like they have to be in on the lie. They just believe it, and they're trained on how to teach in the system that we have set up for that.
A lot
So
of people,
pretty simple.
a lot of
Yeah, I
people
don't think
overlook
most professors are lying. I think they actually believe the bullshit that they teach.
That's because they were
exactly.
indoctrinated by the UN's doctrine founded by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. My gosh.
I could
You
almost
know,
understand it.
I want to, like add on this, like, you know how, the school is tell you, this school want you to become more, what you call it, more generation and growth, but the school is always the same. They always teach you, same thing. They always teach you the same thing, like the same math,
Right.
same science. It never really changes, It's because the government they try to, control your life and control the way your life cycle works. No?
Yep.
I don't think
And
that's actually true. It's changing. They're changing stuff all the time in curriculum.
Yes, but it's like, or they
sure.
want you to control you. You're basically the slave,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Yes,
It's
yes.
definitely about control.
Power over, Yeah.
I worked in the publishing business for a few years, helping my wife out,
Right on.
conferences and selling school books, and all the money comes from the feds. And
Mhm.
if you don't have the right curriculum, you don't get the money. And it's really, really top down control, man, all the way from federal government right down to the school district. They're all the same little cucks. And they got all their little scientists and all their little writers, and it's all the same shit, literally.
And they
They
really do
do.
a good job of teaching you how not to learn, right? Because they
Yeah.
just show you a book and say you have to believe all this because this scientist and this guy said it so. You know what I mean?
That's
You're
it.
not allowed to really ask questions or branch out or think about abstract ideas. No, this is it.
This is it. Learn the
It,
test.
yes.
You're gonna be tested
It's
on this
very
shit.
true, It's like, how I say this, like, basically, the society wants you to believe in one thing, and basically the government enforces this, So it's more of a our type of thing, and they learn more because society wants to embrace this type of the typical situation. No,
You know what they found out? They did a study. The kids that are disruptive in class, if you take them outside and let them run around, they become the leaders.
yes,
Isn't that cool? Like, I was pretty hyperactive and I like being outside. So yeah, I would have been out there like, hey, let's play some baseball or let's play some soccer or football or whatever. I would have been like trying to organize something. But in the classroom, I
no,
sucked, So there's
yeah.
that.
I mean, that's
Well,
because
not
you're not.
everybody can learn in that environment. Not everybody can just sit still, and look at a teacher write shit on the
Exactly.
chalkboard
Yes,
and
very
absorb
good. Yeah.
information that way. Like
Yeah,
I'm a very hands-on learner.
me too, man. Give me
I need
a
to do
drill
it.
and a
I need to
saw,
do it myself.
screws.
For real, bro.
Oh,
Like, it's not always people aren't always smart because they are in the school, and
right. Well,
because you're
that
in school doesn't mean you're going to learn that much. People like to learn more hands-on, not more just sit in class, 6 hours a day, is not the best way to learn.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever learned anything with anybody just showing me how to do it. I have to do it
Yes,
myself. Let
yes.
me do it, and you talk me through it. That's how I learn.
See,
I
like
agree.
one day, my dad and me, we go to highway, and like the car tires. I was like curious, because I was like 6 years old at the time. I didn't know about car tire, and basically car tire. I was like, oh, why is it round and this, and that's how I, to know like flat Earth and all that. It's very curious how this world is, curious. Don't know, like
Oh
my
yeah,
vocabulary not very good, but I'm trying to explain.
No, you're good, bro.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
have any problem understanding.
You're good.
Motherfuck.
Whoa.
Um,
What?
Are we done now?
Sydney, you're hot, Mike.
I know. I said motherfuck at the best timing. I'm not going to say a thing again, but
Oh.
thank you, Elijah. My goodness. I'm not 5, and I really would appreciate that if you guys would just read my messages. I'm not talking from your home. Thank you.
Take that up in the DMs. All right.
I'm gonna assume that doesn't have anything to do with me.
No, it's nothing. You're good, man.
No, sir. My apologies.
Am I offending anyone here? Because
No, you're good.
No. That had nothing to do with you.
It's because I'm
That was a
Spanish
little
and
crazy.
I don't not good English.
And Portuguese,
Nah, dude,
Enrico.
bro, your English is good, bro. Your English is better than my Spanish.
Yes.
It's true.
I
Well,
got a
welcome
good.
to
Oh,
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. We're here all the time. Lots to learn, lots to talk about. It's never ending because hey, we live on Earth, and investigating Earth that's a never ending process here, man. So
I got a
we'll be
question for
here.
some of you guys that I wouldn't say run the Discord, but like I've been here a long time. Have you ever believed that the Earth was round beforehand? And if so, what changed your mind and made you, switch up?
We were what? We were all like
We're all
we all
Globers in
believed
here,
the
man.
globe.
At
Like
one time.
Sorry?
we all believed in the globe. I think some people think that they believed in the globe, but they really didn't put any stock in it at all. Like
Yeah.
I actually paid attention to like, Scientific American and uh th- other things related to the earth. So when I saw flat earth, I saw discrepancies because I knew where to look. Other people just kind of entered the conversation with people explaining to them why the earth isn't flat, which doesn't really tell them anything about the earth and what they believe at all. So most of us came in, or at least me speaking for myself, I came in because I realized, wait a minute, the things that I thought about the globe don't appear to be evidenced in any direct way, which was weird to me.
Yeah, that question is gonna be different for everyone.
How would you answer it?
For me, I was always skeptical. I knew NASA. I never believed in NASA ever since I was a little kid. Thank you to my grandfather. Um, and I never gave flat Earth a thought. All the way up until I guess my mid-30s,
Nigger.
when I heard Edward Hendry on Coast to Coast radio program talking about his book about the flat Earth, and that was the first time I really even knew that conversation was still taking place. So I believed in the globe up until that point. I bought his book. I read it. I started looking on YouTube, found Planete Veritas, Robert Pisano's YouTube
Shout out
channel.
to Mr.
Watched every
Bassano.
one of his videos. Still wasn't satisfied. I contacted him, had some conversations with him. He led me here, and
Nice.
that's kind of been my journey. I've been just, looking for that curve.
Nigger.
We're all still looking for the curve, and we're looking for gas pressure without a container, man. I really have been on that one lately, but it's a good one. It would be really cool to see if anybody has that in their pocket. Or curvature. I'll take either one. Either one's good. Still looking. I don't know. Some guy just said, "Hey, man, satellites are fake. They're not in space," and I was like, "What? Shut up. I'll be back tomorrow."
Professor, tell me, how did you get here? I don't know if I've ever heard your story.
I was doing a sound job for a live music gig, and I was running the soundboard. And the guy who was running the show, um, we had some time after like we did sound check and everything. We were just kind of kicking back, and he whips out his phone and goes, "Hey, man, satellites are fake, man. They're not real. he starts flipping through some pictures of satellites in space taken from space, and I go, dude, he goes, they're all CGI, man. Look, and then I'm kind of like looking, and I'm like, okay, that's cool, all right, dude. I'm gonna go home tonight and get you some pictures of satellites in space from space. I'm gonna get you some pictures, man. I'll shoot them over to you later, bro.
Oh yeah, I
And
realized that
like,
video of Earth from
That's
space
funny.
never came. I forgot about that.
I'm out of the loop on what video. I'm not sure they're doing. Anyway,
There's a
that's
guy that was supposed to he was we were talking about, well, there's no curvature and blah blah blah. He's like, well, what about the videos of the Earth being a globe from space? And I was like, well, post one, we'll talk about it. And that never happened. So
I don't think he's in here anymore.
Yeah,
no,
he's the
yeah,
one that
he
yelled
said,
a cuss word and then left.
yeah,
No, that's not the same person.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
it
different
was
guy. It's a
the dude
different
with
guy.
the blue, the dude with the blue, whatever it was, blue like whatever.
What happened to the geologist with the math that we were too dumb to understand?
Yeah,
Hey,
him. That's who we're talking about.
we got
Did he
a
leave?
new person. We got a new
Yeah.
person called High in here. No rolls. Welcome, High.
Hmm.
What's up, High? Are you High? It's a
Hmm.
suspicious name.
Hello, guys. I just want to ask a question. It's not really related to the Earth, but even though we're talking about flat and curve, I don't know if this is inappropriate, but do you guys like men in the call? Do you guys like your woman flat or curve?
Oh goodness.
Just a question. I just want to see.
Are they flat?
No.
Are they flat earthers or are they globers? Is that what you're saying? I like
By the
flat.
way, it was Mad Max that we were waiting on that kind of footage from.
Oh no, like
That
the
question
proportion.
tells us a lot about you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I just want to know like body proportion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're lonely, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit like a relationship
Yeah, I know.
here
I
and
mean, if that's how
here.
you think of women, sure, it's been a
Yeah,
long time since you had one.
yeah, a very long time actually, 3 years, but soon maybe.
Yeah, you should get off of here and go out, meet some people.
Yeah, go to the
Go
pub.
experience the flat Earth.
Lately, I've been on Discord and been online dating. Very good, This is something I like doing. See some
Women have a
women.
lot more to offer too, besides their shit.
This
Hey,
isn't
buddy.
24/7 flat or curved women Discord.
No. I was just
gosh.
asking because the
I need to
Discord
start one of those. Damn.
is very silent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, if
Silent? What
anybody's
do you mean silent? What are you talking about?
there's plenty of people in here. There's no reason why we can't strike up a conversation. If anybody's got any actual questions about the Earth,
Man.
we can get on that.
Yeah,
Hey, hold on. I got a
him.
question.
I want him.
It's about the sun, though. Oh.
No. Would you mind doing a little bit of reading, Riker?
Sorry?
Would you mind doing a little bit of reading?
What do you mean?
Uh,
Like, but on my own time or like out here in the call?
yeah, in the I posted it. Oh, you know what? I'll just repost it. Yep. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Read from these 4 screenshots here.
Check it out. Yeah. It's flying over a non-rotating.
Oh, that's a deviation. Yeah, I have that done. Yeah, but Robert Persano showed me that document. That's the first time I saw that.
2017.
You guys care if I asked a question?
No.
Well,
Okay.
I after we read what we're reading.
Yeah, sounds good.
You ready?
Give me a minute.
All right. Meanwhile, who asked me? Somebody was that the Void, aka the Lobby? I don't even know where the lobby's at, guys. I'm sorry. I'm like Julian Assange. I've been locked in this place so long. That's the bad. I'm sorry.
That's a thought.
Free Assange. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I went there one time, man. I'm like, nah.
Like,
I like the lobby for the most part, but it just there's so many lobby
Yeah.
squad in there, and all of them are asking just like one person a bunch of questions. So I just kind of like, well, there's no point in me being here.
I can't handle lobby. No thanks. Elijah, what convinced you the Earth was flat? High wants to know.
shit like what Riker's about to read.
There we
About
go.
that, I'm having a hard time reading it. It's a little blurry on my end.
It is kind of small. I mean,
I've opened it in browser, but I can't make it
You
out.
can
I don't have the best of eyesight.
you can zoom in to the the
I
browser
know.
computer.
That entire document is actually.
Elijah, why don't you take us through, man?
I have the entire
If anybody
document.
doesn't mind, if they could read it for me.
All
Elijah,
right.
take us
All
through.
right.
Take us through. Here we
I'm having
go.
a hard time reading it.
How about High from the lobby? What, is it a bad idea to get him in here? Come on, High. Come. Let me show you something.
What?
Join the VC.
There they
We're
are.
talking to High.
Hi.
They're in. They're in the panel. Oh, then they dropped out again. Come on back, High. It's okay.
Yeah,
I think
so
High's in
come-
VC check-in right now.
Okay, hold up. Let's
In there. Wow. They got High, Maniac Monkey, and 7. Oh, Maniac Monkey. Oh, that's Ivo. I didn't even recognize it. There's still moderators in here I don't know, which is
Hey, what's up, Sonny? How you doing,
Hey,
bro?
pretty good. I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Someone help me, please. My computer is saying like this voice activation not good. You know.
You sound fine.
You sound fine.
Like, it says in the top, voice activation is not responsible. You know. Is
I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. You sound fine.
oh okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
no
that's
problem.
okay. Sounds all right.
Oh dang, Justin hasn't been here in a while.
Andrew, you there, man? All right. You might be doing something. Eat the grass is deafened. Miguel, always killing it.
Yeah, I'm always happy to answer any questions.
Flatsy
I'm here,
Klein.
or I'm just gonna go up to lobby and help the lobby squad out. It's good to see you, Flat Earth Professor Dude.
I can
You're
see
one
you
cool
too.
dude.
Flatsy, I like to come in late night, have a laugh, take it serious, whatever. It was pretty serious here for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, I like late night
Oh, nice
usually
going to
because you come in and you just take a piss on the globe Earth.
I'm just taking a piss on the glove because it deserves it.
I have a question. Is particularly to everyone in the VC. You guys believe in Green Goblin?
What?
Yeah, okay, Enrico, you are on a fast train to getting server muted.
Yeah, so he's muted now. Moving on.
We don't believe in green goblins or
You got
things
green
like it, like
goblins.
Globe Earth.
It's a green goblin shaped Earth.
mean, my goodness.
The globe Earth may as well be a green goblin. You're talking
No
about
shit,
things.
right?
We don't believe in the green goblins or
Messy.
the make believe globe Earth. Yeah.
Right. Green Goblin Globe Earth. Fuck off.
Green goblin globe Earther.
I wish I could meet those people. I wish I could meet those people. You know what's funny? If we were all sitting at a table in a bar or a restaurant having this
Yeah.
conversation, people like
Yeah.
him wouldn't come near us, and they
Oh,
wouldn't dare say the shit to our face.
They would nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, because they'd be afraid we'd beat their ass because we're on stable ground and they think they're spinning around. Oh shit, that rhymed.
All right.
Right.
So
Write that down.
I wish I could
home.
meet those people.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Homeboy's coming.
Yes, sir.
I think we have an influx from Riker.
Yeah.
Thanks, by the way, who posted the link in the Minecraft place, wherever that is. So appreciate you for that, man. Got some people coming in here. High being one of them. So
Did I
we'll
hear
see
mine?
where we can take this.
Excellent, man. Good job.
Get
Good
ready.
stuff, man.
Get ready for some clips.
Elijah, do you have time for the question?
Yeah, I guess so, because I don't know where High went. So
Yeah, he ain't here
All
yet.
good.
it is what it is.
So I had a question, and I know you guys. I don't know exactly if it's how it is in like the profile picture of the Discord. But just kind of curious about like sun and moon rotations in specific. What you
Yeah,
could inform me about with that.
I don't know. You
That's more
know, I live in Brooklyn, right? And see what happens is, from the northeast, I can see the sunrise, and then it traverses my sky, and then on the west or the northwest, it leaves me. And so I have a 180-degree view of this very small portion of the sky where I get to experience the sun. I have no fucking idea what it does or what
When
it
it's not
is
there.
or how it propagates its light in any way. I can only tell you what I've experienced. And obviously that makes sense because what I told you is pretty remedial. It's
Yeah.
just our everyday experience. I can't tell you any more than that because I would be someone who's speculating.
Speculating.
That's fair.
First of all, I don't think the moon rotates, does it?
Yeah, it
I
does.
was I
Like
was
a
mostly talking about like
like a cartwheel, but
Like a cartwheel, but it doesn't rotate like spin around, right? Was that what he's asking?
I was talking
no.
about.
Correct.
I was just saying in
The
general, like I was kind
the
of
moon
asking
does
like
not spin like
how,
that.
like if you
course
look
it
at like
does.
the profile picture of like the Discord, like that kind of movement. I was asking if it's something, if you guys, it's just something like that to be how we experience night and day
No.
cycles, or just that's why I was
No.
kind of curious.
No.
What you can give me like insight on that.
It's just a picture, dog. That's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The interesting thing about the sun and the moon is, regardless of how much you observe it and look at it and read about it, none of it is going to tell you the shape of the earth.
That's
So,
true.
oh, Riker, Miguel is fixing my my screenshot, so you'll be able to see him now if you
Oh,
could
cool.
take us through.
Thank you, Miguel. Appreciate that.
Oh no, that's something different. But can you
That does look
can you
different.
fix mine, Miguel? Is that possible?
Um,
Oh, he did. He
I,
said
I
it.
did
Yeah,
the
that's
last, yes, except from the army. The one from the army, I don't still have it.
all right. Let me maybe if I post it by itself. Was that this one? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's right. Cause never mind. Don't worry about that. Let me delete that.
I can't read it.
Yep. Let me hold on. I have to actually crop this. That's the problem here.
Are you guys still trying to read that same document? Because I
Yeah.
can probably get you a better.
No, I'm about to fix it now.
Okay. So I have the whole document downloaded on my phone.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is I didn't. Okay, let me fix this. There we go. Fix this. There we go. This. Oh, this one.
Professor, you're in SoCal? You're in SoCal, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Southern
Sonny's
California,
in
man.
San
Sunny.
Diego.
No, Sonny's down in
And
San
Sonny's
Diego.
still here. Yeah.
I'm up a little north of him, about 100 miles, and then LA. I'm like 32 miles from Los Angeles downtown.
Do you get a good
Now,
sunrise
can
from
you
where you're
read?
at, or no?
I get a great sunrise, man. I live in the kind of foothills.
So can you read
You
them
ready for
now?
us to shut up, Elijah?
Here you
Yes.
go.
You can read it now, right?
I can read it.
Let me
I
see.
can read it.
I had to crop it. That's all. Let's start with the biggest one. At the top.
Yeah, it's visible now.
I'll just point out some obvious things that this is all technical documents that have to do with aircraft. I have to put this in there somewhere.
Yeah. You there, Riker?
Yeah, am I reading the highlighted stuff?
Yep.
No, just reading everything pretty much. So start with the first picture with the "Where's your flat Earth model?" Oh yeah, and yes, the highlighted stuff. My bad. Yep. But out loud so everyone can.
Oh, you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start with the second document on the right. Or you want me to start with the meme?
The meme.
Where's your flat Earth model? Globey. Page 13. A model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA. And then they'll give a link. And then what are we going to next?
NASA Technical Report Server.
The red box?
Yeah, the red box.
This is hard to see.
Yeah, it's a little.
I don't got my glasses.
I'll read
I
that
don't know
one.
if I can read that one.
A linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is derived and defined. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and included both aircraft dynamics and observation variables. Okay.
And
Next
then
one.
projectile flight dynamics. A 6 DOF rigid projectile model is employed to predict the dynamics of a projectile in flight. These equations assume a flat Earth. And then the next one, just the red.
Yep.
The helicopter equations of motion are given in body axes with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yep. Did that bust your head at all?
It's cool to see that stuff like that is coming from big labels.
NASA, right? Of all
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, it's cool.
The big boys.
because I feel like those big labels are what influence people to believe what they think they should believe.
Well, if I'm an engineer and I'm building a 747, which took a long time to design and build, they had like, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of test flights, and they nailed it. 747's pretty cool, but the whole thing was designed around a flat stationary Earth, and it's, you know, I wouldn't build something like, okay, well now we're on the globe, and no, it's flat, stationary, it's non-rotating. It's just so easy to build something based off those, you know, obvious things. And, you know, they tell us it's a globe, but the guy building the 747, he don't know the difference. He doesn't care. He's got, you know, 3 kids and a wife, and he just shows up every day and does calculations that are based off of flat stationary Earth, and just do it.
Damn straight.
They do it every day, man. They, you know, are they questioning things? Probably, and they're deep in their mind, but are they out here talking about it? Some of them do. We've had, you know, guys that engineers, pilots. We've had a lot of people come through here. So,
Maybe the question of why they have to do it like that and assume the flat Earth is out of their pay grade. That's another guy's. You know what I mean?
well, they do compartmentalize. Yeah, they do compartmentalize that stuff. But I mean, you know, when you're doing, I mean, this is not like 1 document or 2 documents or 3 documents that we found. We've found like hundreds of these documents that all of these specifications that they build these flying objects with, all base all their mathematics and everything off of flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth, and that is a dead giveaway, man. And that was a yeah. I think the first time I saw it was like Paul on the plane. He was doing like 28 documents he was going through. I was like, shit, 28.
Arian, what's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Yo, yo, it's a
Arian,
dome.
It's a
chilling,
dome.
chilling. All right, Cuban. I guess we're gonna take you off mute and see what I don't know.
I'm very sorry. I'm actually very sorry.
What's up?
Oh, he muted himself. Oh, he's
Nothing
back.
really. I just wanted to be unmuted and
Damn, your mic is low, Cuban. Speak up.
I hear him.
You
Yeah,
hear
I
him?
agree. His mic is very low.
Are you wearing headphones, Elijah?
Nope,
Nope. Okay.
not
Neither
at the
am I.
moment.
is that better for you guys?
Yeah, it's much better. Thank you.
I'm just really sorry for if I aggressively came out when I got muted. I'm sorry. Just want to
Oh,
apologize because I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry.
sorry, man. It's called mic discipline, and you get used to doing it. Just be
Now
aware.
I missed it, but Cuban, why did you feel the need to be aggressive?
Well, I was kind of like trying to ask my question. I guess they thought it was funny, which I don't know why they thought it was funny because I'm just trying to ask a question, and you know,
What was the question?
What was the
it,
question?
it was about why you think
Why would they lie?
let me see.
Why?
Yeah, why would NASA try to lie? What would benefit them?
Why would they lie?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, that's a
Their
real,
budget.
real common question, right? But when you ask this question about lying, the best person to ask is yourself. Why would you lie?
Budget, bro. Money.
That's very true, but
Yeah, but when you're trying to figure out why someone would lie, just ask yourself that. Why would I lie? But in the end, it doesn't even matter because, I mean, there's clearly something being lied about. So, who cares?
Why would a politician lie?
Money.
To gain power, money.
There you go. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
difference between that and like, hey man, it's outer space, trillions of miles away, man. Let's go.
All right. Well,
You
I'm
know,
sorry
Regardless,
for
there's no
asking.
reasonable
there's
or
no reason, man.
justifiable answer to the question
Oh
either.
yeah.
You don't, Cuban, you don't have to be sorry, man.
No, I'm just generally
You're not.
sorry because
Yeah, don't be sorry. It's a
for
good
asking
question,
a
man.
stupid question. Because
No, man, we've never
I'm
heard
not.
that one in here before. That was pretty off the top, man. That's
I'm
good.
sorry. All right. I'm sorry. I'll go back on mute.
Well, if you're if you're
Okay.
being genuine right now, I apologize too because I kind of gave you a shit for asking that question. But I only did it because when you first came in here, you kind of had this little arrogance about you and your your schooling background and such. So I just thought it was kind of funny that that's the first question you asked, and I apologize for that. I shouldn't have done that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I shouldn't have, been
Kumbaya.
more arrogant. Sorry.
Maybe you don't know this, but you do sort of have a tone when you speak that's kind of you give off a sort of an arrogant vibe. Maybe you're
Oh
not
yeah,
aware.
definitely. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. Just we all need to work on ourselves and get better. I used to be extremely condescending when I talked to people, and I couldn't talk to anyone. But I, try to work on it and get better.
You know, that's it.
Okay,
You're
we're going.
growing.
I'm gonna shut up.
I mean, I've seen a lot of people do crazy things up in this server and other servers, and you're like, damn, what the hell got into you? So yeah, people get they get in the wrong mood, man, and things can go a little sideways. So that's all.
That question gets old.
The why would they lie is it's like showing up in a murder scene, going, "Hey man, there's some blood here. There's a weapon there. He broke the glass here. There's fingerprints there. There's all this evidence you're trying to gather at a murder scene," and you're like, the last thing you're like, well, why would they do this? I mean, certainly might play into it. That's his wife, or is this, his wife's lover or something. Yeah, you could probably get into some speculation why they did it. But at the time, man, you're just trying to gather some evidence. What did they? What does this scene produce for evidence? And we live on Earth, and the evidence is all right here in front of us. That's the cool thing about Earth, man. It presents itself in reality. And if you go out and check out Earth, it turns out that you feel no motion and it pretty much looks flat.
And if this were a court, a court of law, we don't need motive to,
Right.
prove that they're lying or prove there was a crime. You
Well,
don't have to have a motive.
the evidence of Earth presents itself every day. All you got to do is go check it out. That's as simple as I can put it, man. My goodness.
You know how much the federal government makes from
For the space programs?
for NASA? It's $30 billion.
Yeah, it works. It's like up to like 80.
Really? No.
It's up to like
Yeah.
75 or 80 million dollars a day. Some crazy number. If you count out like all the space agencies in the world and different affiliates and governments and stuff, it's like a what is it? It's like $150 billion a year they spend on this crazy stuff.
That's
Some
too much money,
crazy
man.
number, man. Like it's $100 million. It's like $100 million a day or some shit, man. It's fucking
Like
stupid.
they could be using this money to help people in poverty, but
Yeah, that's not what guys that own islands and yachts and private planes do, man. They don't
yeah,
care.
man.
That's like the least
What's
thing you're
even
worrying
more
about.
valuable than that money? What's even more valuable than all that money is all the minds that they trap in those lies.
Oh,
Well, see, it's funny because if NASA didn't exist, there wouldn't even be poverty.
dude, I could end poverty with just NASA's budget alone. Guaranteed. I ran the numbers years ago, man. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, we can do it. Give me their budget, man.
How
Yeah,
long you been at this? If you don't mind me asking.
since 2015. How long
2015.
is it? Yeah, that's when I first got hit with satellites are fake, man. Don't trust me, man. Check it out for yourself. I was like, well, let me look into this satellite thing, man. Where's some pictures of satellites in space from space? I'm still
Is anyone
waiting.
else's
8 years
guess
later,
wrong,
I'm
I guess?
waiting for a picture of a fucking satellite in space from space. Give me one. That would be great. Thanks.
I think you gotta watch Interstellar for that one.
hmm Hollywood. Hollywood. Ah, man, Hollywood. Man, what a mind. What an empty
Hollywood people are
audience.
scary.
Ah, man. Um, so tricking people or showing people their own world in front of them and telling them that is not what you experience. What you experience, this flat level thing, no. That's not what's going on, bro. We're spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. And you got to get that through your head, man. You guys gotta own that, because that's, not reality, but it's what we're gonna tell you reality is that I'm shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Okay? I want you guys to soak that one up for a couple of days. Millions of miles. Walk out your front door, take a look at the clouds, the sun, the stars, whatever. Tell me you feel like you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. But that's what they want you to say. Hey, man, you have to deny all your senses. You got to deny them all. You're done. You got to believe us. You got to
Got
believe
2
us.
words for that.
Just believe us, man. And give us money too. And believe us. What a shit show, man. Damn. What if I was a con man, that is the greatest con. That's one of the greatest. I'm gonna con you into thinking you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, and I'm gonna charge you for it too. And give me your money. Give me your money.
Little
What's up,
Susie
fellas?
little Susie needs some new shoes. Aw, too bad. NASA took it.
How are y'all doing tonight?
Good. What's up, Beats? President Kennedy said, "Hey, man," in his speech about going to the moon, he said something about it's going to cost us all a little bit more money every day, but it's only like 49 cents a day or some shit, right? It's 49 cents a day, and it's going to cost us, and it was $10 billion, man, in
Yeah, that guy's talking out his ass, man.
it was. But he did say that in a speech to try to sell the whole NASA thing. And that was like in
That sounds like those commercials for those to feed the children in like Ethiopia. Say,
Yeah, it
for
was
just 49 cents a day.
49 cents a day. We can go to the moon. And we can be amazing. If we go to the moon, it's great. The moon is beautiful. It's not far. We can go by the end of the decade. It's only going to cost you an
Like
extra,
gold?
Yeah. I can't remember. I saw this speech years ago. I was like, did he really just had to lay out like it's going to cost you guys a bunch of money for us to do this shit, man? So you guys down? You guys down with that? Yeah. Okay. We're down with it. Yeah. Let's go to the moon. Fucking sounds cool, bro.
Was he
How
dead
many?
before it happened? Before they faked it?
This
Can't
was in
remember.
1960. He was talking about like NASA's going to need some money, bitches. Yeah. It was 3 years before he even died. I think before he got. Anyway, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, the speech you're talking about. Yeah, I was just wondering if I can't remember if he was dead
Yeah.
by the time they actually faked it.
Well, he was
Because
dead.
Nixon was president then, right?
63. Yeah, he died in 63 November. But
Yeah. We're talking about 69, aren't we?
It was 69 is
60
when they
inches. Wait.
actually landed on the moon. But
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was in like 1960, man. They were after that Sputnik shit they pulled with the fucking beepity beep going, freaking everybody out, and they put that in every television, magazine, everything you think of. Movies. I mean, it was that Sputnik thing was big news, and that got America excited about. He wanted to commit us to going to the moon, man. We're gonna commit ourselves. I'm gonna commit you
Shut up,
guys
you dirty little.
to take us to the moon, man. I want to commit
Excuse
you
me?
guys. Take us to the moon. And I know it's gonna cost you an extra, 50 cents a day, but that was
Now they're
just
selling
weird.
Mars.
But now, man, that money, man, they don't even talk about like, hey, man, we're doing this new program over here called Space Force. It's only going to cost you guys an extra,
Shut up,
$5
Nick.
a day. It's going to cost you guys $5 a day for us to have a Space Force. You guys down with that? Everybody kick in. Come on.
Shut up, Nicky.
Ass, grass, or gas. Nobody rides for free, man. Kick in. No, that's from the 80s. All right. That didn't go over well. My bad. It was a bumper sticker. I did not own one, but I saw it. That was all. Just saw it out there.
That's also an album by Ice Cube's cousin KD. He had an album titled Ass Gas or Gash. No one rides for free.
Yeah. So yeah, talking about
Not that
NASA's budget, I think Witsit wants to audit them. I'm like, yeah, that would be fun, man. It'd be so
No, diggity
fun.
don't.
Audit. Hell yeah.
I would get thrown right the fuck out.
Mm.
I mean, it would be. I mean, I guess it would be worth it though, just to put it on record. Go in there, put it
Yeah.
on record.
Yeah.
Hell
It'd
yeah!
be fun, man.
It's
No, it
gonna
would be
get media
fun.
attention.
Yeah. The media's owned and bought and paid for, man. Even if we had like evidence for, gravity being faked, like which we do, and we got pretty good evidence, we could take it to the news guys, but they're not gonna be like, nah, we gotta fuck out of here. So we gotta keep doing
Who's
what we're
doing
doing.
little kid noises in the background, bro?
Have an invisible man there.
Where?
Below Heretic. How are you?
No. I think that was Sonny unmuting his mic, if I'm not mistaken.
Could have been. I don't think he
Yeah.
has a child with him, but maybe. Never
That's
mind.
all good.
All right. Back to auditing NASA. That would be great, man. And it's a big goal. I get it. A lot of money there, man. A lot of money. A lot of numbers. They like big numbers at NASA, man. Like to audit their numbers. They really would. There's some shifty numbers they got going on there on that whole globe thing, man. They got shifty numbers, NASA. Very, very shifty.
You just don't understand math.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody new in here.
Well, who do we got? Who the hell was that?
Oh,
Hello?
I have no idea.
Excuse me.
What the hell was that?
It was the invisible man below Eric. You see that? With a red mic. Mute.
He gone. Yeah.
Oh, you left her?
He gone.
I'm gonna post.
Oh no, he's still there.
Is this one? The invisible man.
Well,
He's still in here.
I'll tell you what, Seven. You might have been
Hello?
invited by High, but High never really. He didn't come in the VC, man.
Hi's at the store right now.
Where's he at? The store?
Yeah, he's at the store. He's gonna join us in a little while. He's just grabbing a few things before coming on.
What's your name?
Huh? 7.
What's 7? Right
Yeah.
on. Right on 7. How the hell did you? So you got invited by High, but where were you guys at when he invited you, man? Just like where do you guys hang
Huh?
out?
Oh, I have a private Discord with him.
You have a private Discord with him? But
Yeah.
where did you meet him?
I met High in 2019 online playing GTA 5.
On a Discord? Right on.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
We used to play GTA 5 roleplay. I don't know if you're
Right on.
familiar with that.
Cool, man. Video games, man.
Yeah.
All good shit. Yeah. I love that you can like play guys online and then talk to them and converse. And, yeah, it's
Oh yeah, it's
good
really
shit,
cool,
man.
man.
Good shit.
Because it started off between us like we were like fighting and shit talking each other, and then we became friends. It's been a long journey,
Cool,
man.
man. So has he talked to you about, like Earth or
Oh, all the time.
what is he just like, dude, have you guys checked out water level?
I think he was talking to me about that recently, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd have to get him in here because he like knows a lot way, like more than me, you know.
right, man. I always like to keep it real simple with people, man. I don't try to bring too much math or anything into the equation, but we live on Earth and we can check out Earth, man. So if somebody tells you something like 7, hey man, we're shooting around the Milky Way at 1.5 million miles an hour. Do you believe me?
No way, man.
Hell no, I
Right?
don't
I
know.
mean, but that's what they tell. That's what some people
Yeah,
tell people,
that's
man. I
what they
mean,
try to engrave in your brain, you know, is that fucking false
dude,
hope.
Star Wars and video games and yeah, all that
Yeah,
shit, man.
it's all
It's
them
all
Star Trek nerds, you know.
the Trekkie nerds, yeah, all those
Yeah.
cats, man. They're just like, damn. What do you mean space is fake, man? I live in space, dumbass, flat earthers. Fuck. Anyway, so you can experience Earth because we live on Earth, and NASA is like out there, and Star Wars is out there, and they're doing all this crazy stuff out there. But you and I aren't out there, man, and none of us in here are out there either. Not one of us. And there is no out there, man.
You're
No,
never
we're
gonna do
never
that.
going anywhere, man. That's it. Earth is all we get, man. I know it's a bummer. It's a little kick in the teeth, but you'll get used to it, man. Trust me. Water flows and snow melts and water boils. We can do all kinds of cool stuff right here on Earth to prove, guess what? We live on Earth. Now, the curvature
I don't
thing is,
understand why anybody would want to leave. Everything we need is right here. There's
I always,
nothing out there for us.
even back in the 90s, I was like, where's this NASA? It's got all this Hubble and this shit and this crazy telescope. Did they got a picture of any place out there in the solar system that has a fucking tree? One tree, man. That's all I'm asking. No, there's no trees anywhere in the solar system. Zero. Why would you leave here? I love trees. I don't know about you guys, but nothing like parking it under a nice oak for a picnic or whatever, right? Yeah. Trees are awesome. NASA's got no trees, man. No trees in NASA's world. Ugh. I don't think I want to go there, man. You want to go to Mars and there's no trees? There's not even shrubbery on Mars, much less a tree. Anyway, just a piff. I'm still pissed. I'm 8 years into this shit, man. I'm still pissed that those cucks pulled that shit. Damn.
How long does it take to get cabin fever?
Right. It takes like a week, man. You start getting stupid straight away, man. Yeah, you lock somebody in a fucking cabin for like a week and they can't go outside, man. Yeah. Watch them you know, they can see outside, but they can't go outside. No, that would.
That shit would
Yeah.
happen in like 2 days on Mars.
Yeah, it might be 2 days, but yeah, a week would be like,
You going
damn,
nuts.
motherfucker went. He went long term. You know, um, yeah. I mean, you might have food and water and all that shit. That's cool, but yeah, after a while, man, you just go. You start losing it. I would think, man. Start losing my mind. I love being
I wonder if
outside.
they got like cell phone towers and shit and the internet up there yet.
No.
Does my
There
Wi-Fi signal
there
go
is
to
a
Mars?
company. I did read an article about a company that, yeah, they're going to be the ones that provide the internet on Mars. There was.
Stop it.
No, I'm not kidding, bro. You guys know I do the NASA news thing, man. No, there was a
Oh, that's
contract.
hilarious.
It was like it was a big one, man. It was like $500 million that these guys are going to provide
Yo,
internet.
Heretic, you're a bitch.
Oh.
Yo,
Oh,
Heretic, man. Come on,
Telephone
man.
tough
Was
guy.
he in
Look
the
at this
call?
guy.
Yo, Heretic, man. Why you revoking my shit, pussy? Come down the call.
That's why.
I'll pack you out, nigga.
I didn't see that coming, Heretic.
Okay, bye.
I didn't
What
see
the
that.
heck?
What the fuck did that? Who the fuck was that guy?
He was a really sincere LARPer.
Who
Super
the fuck?
sincere.
Who the
He
fuck is
sounded
that
really
guy?
He was a
puffed, didn't he?
very, very authentic, sincere, genuine troll. Yeah.
He forgot to take his
Wow,
medicine
damn.
today.
I peed myself a little bit. I was genuinely scared.
That guy totally freaked me out, man. Totally. No,
I was
sounded
on deaf
real
and doing
puffed.
other shit, and as soon as I come off, he's going off, of course. Like he was in the
You
chat.
always pissing everybody off, Heretic. What the hell's the matter with you?
all right. Well, you know, you try. That's all I was trying to do. It's like, here's a guy might be interested in something, but
I don't humor their
turned
tap
out,
dancing long enough, and they get mad.
it turned out that guy was obviously not genuine, man, at all.
Beta.
Well, anyway,
Yeah, it's
so
kind of a red flag when they start talking about how genuine they are. You know,
Yeah, you
it's
don't
like,
necessarily need to tell us that. Just show it.
yeah.
exactly. You guys think I'm genuine?
Talk about it.
You guys think I'm full of shit, man.
Out.
Come on, I gotta ask you guys here. Think I'm
I need
genuine?
validation.
You guys got any validations that I'm full of shit? Anybody?
I mean, really, it's not even that big of a deal. Like, people get so worked up over what? I mean, this is why people can't make good decisions because they always make decisions based off of emotion.
Well, I mean, I could see where they're misguided in so many ways. I mean, the education system is so misguiding, and when you go through that, and you end up in the Beavis and Butthead world. You end up like, oh my goodness, there's a Beavis and Butthead world of people out there, and that's all they do every day, man. They, for some reason, that guy thought it was funny to call out Heretic in that way. You know, not a very clever way at all. I mean, it was absolutely, Beavis and Buttheadish. It wasn't even funny. It was like, what the? Whoa.
Yeah, that's how bad it is, Seven. That's like how stupid you are. Beavis and Butthead, at the very least, besides being boneheads, they're actually funny. But you don't even have that.
Right.
It's just Beavis and Butthead without the comedic aspect.
So,
and what did he just gain from that? I mean, what the fuck? Nothing.
Yeah.
I told you guys he forgot to take his medicine today, so that's what happened.
Well, that too, probably. Medication, man. Yeah, that's a whole thing, man. We won't go into that, but yeah, I don't want to touch
It's like that thing when you're having a fight with your girlfriend and you
you like tell her to get out, but really you don't want her to leave. Like that's the kind of like behavior, like so stupid. You want to come in here, you want to be a part of this, but then you just come in here, cuss somebody out, and then leave. Like, fuck.
Yep.
Was that a win?
That's a win, man. They just kicked the goal.
That's the
Game
globe logic, you know what I'm saying?
It's so
Flat earther
ridiculous.
don't do that shit, bro.
Yeah, we don't do that, man. We're like laying back going, oh, what? Like we go into the globe places and go, hey, all you globers are a bunch of stupid fucks. I mean, no, we don't do that.
No, sometimes
We,
you do
I
that.
mean, a lot of us do get emotional about the topic, but it's always just from a place of frustration because how many times do we have to say the
Well,
same shit over and over again?
but
You
that's
know?
it. Well, man, they try to trigger you, man. You got to become trigger proof, and
Yeah.
you know, nobody. I don't think anybody's trigger proof, but there is we certainly have a lot more control over being triggered than most. I mean, I could go into a bar tonight, you know, and yell some stuff and really trigger a lot of people, dude, quickly.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take much.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? It would, but you know, if somebody came into my bar and started yelling just crazy stuff, I'm not going to be standing up going, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot." You know, I might leave or go outside or something, but I'm not going to be triggered. And you come in here and I don't give a shit what you got, man. For the globe, yeah, nothing's going to trigger me at this
That's one
point.
thing we all do have in common here is we all here really do have a good sense of humor and a pretty thick skin.
Yeah.
And we can all really bust each other's balls once in a while. Like we don't get offended. Like at least I don't really get offended,
Well,
except I mean sometimes they do offend me when they're just rude.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
yeah.
that becomes super annoying, man, when they're rude. The other thing is, you know, I've seen so much of this shit that it would be really, really hard to trigger us. It would be hard to trigger my ass. Although I've been triggered, man. Don't get me wrong. Not perfect human being, damn it. But yeah, stupid
Yeah, it's
shit.
like we care, but we don't care, I think half as well. We do care as much as they do, but it's a different type of care. They care because they feel like they're losing their space fantasy bullshit, and we care more just for them. We want their lives to be better. It really doesn't do
Yeah.
anything for me personally.
Yep.
I want it for them so they can be happier because they're fucking miserable.
Well, they're in the Beavis and Butthead world, and they're kind of lost and spun around. And they've been through the washing machine with all the information that they learned, and they never really sat down and thought about where they live or put their feet in the sand and kind of grounded themselves to earth. It's pretty easy to do, and they're all wearing, you know, Jordans, and as long as they wear Jordans, everything's cool, man. Gotta have my Jordans, and yeah, they're lost, and they'll come in here and they don't know the first thing about where they live, or even think they were. They might have been taught where they live. It's crazy. It's crazy. Seven's trying to fucking porn bomb us. Can we get him off the server? That'd be great, man. Thanks. I really appreciate that. If somebody could take Seven off the server, that'd be great. Yeah, that would be great. Heretic, somebody.
Yeah, he gone. No worries.
All right. He just bombed me with like 700 messages or some shit. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, he was very emotional and cogged his.
It's poor. It's kind of a sad situation with him. So bad.
I tried to say poor little old feller before he got banned, but I
Poor
don't think I
little
made it in
fella.
time. All
Poor
tuckered out.
How's my accent? Let me try it again. Poor little old feller.
That was great.
I can't do it like you, Kim. I can't do it, man. I love it, but I can't do it. Damn. I
You
wish I could.
smelling what I'm stepping in?
You smelling what I'm stepping in? My favorite line from Flatsy Klein. Are you smelling what I'm stepping in? Is so good, man. That is tight. I love it. Yeah, that's what we do in here every day, man. People come in here smelling some flat earthers, man. What do some flat earthers smell like? I gotta come in here and find out. You guys smell like
Through the
you guys smell like you know what the fuck you're talking about.
smell like through the true man.
Truman Show. Yeah. You guys just stepped backstage into the Truman Show, Mongos. I hate to tell you, man. What the hell's this world I'm living in? I don't know. But Rolling My Boulder knows all about this world, and I'm gonna let you guys talk to him because he knows all about where we live, and he's got mathematics to back it up. 100%. Right? Yep. He's got it. Nope. He's not gonna bring it. Okay. Because Rolling My Boulder knows exactly where we live. He thinks it's a globe, and he's got lots of stuff to back up his globe. He's not going to bring it though. I get it. He's brought it many times. His stick
Hey,
to
Professor,
shadows.
you've gone been to some of the meetups, right?
Oh yeah, probably 20.
Do any
at
of
this
these
point.
Globers show up to the meetups, the Flat Earth meetups?
Just Matthew Learns. That's the only Glober I would
Sure.
ran into. Yeah.
Interesting. Rolling My Boulder. I don't know if I've heard this guy before.
All right. And Rolling My Boulder. I think he lives in Utah, if I'm not mistaken. But he's like me. He likes to drink a couples, and he likes to hold
A
up. But he
couple?
likes to hold on. He likes to hold on to his globe, and I'm like,
Yeah.
he likes to cry his little globe to sleep every night, and it's sad. I get it, but I still like the guy. It just pisses me off when he just will not accept objective reality, and just makes me mad. He kind of triggers me. Rolling My Boulder has triggered me many times. I will admit it. I told him to fuck off many times. Yeah. He's sipping on his fucking red wine right now, laughing at us. Because, he likes red wine. I can't blame him. I like red wine too. Dude, definitely. All right. We got anybody else new in here? Anybody? Hi's back. Hi. Thanks for inviting your fuck all friend in here to insult the shit out of a heretic. Thanks, man. Way to go, Hi. I don't think you're gonna make it in there. Hi. We got baseball hitter. You gotta let that guy in, please. Somebody let baseball hitter into the conversation. That would be great. I don't have perms to do anything like that, but I gotta talk to baseball hitter just because of his name, man. Because hitting a baseball, I don't know if you guys know it, man. It's extremely fucking difficult. It is physically. It's a physics thing now. When you're talking about hitting a baseball, it's coming at you 100 miles an hour. It is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of luck involved, I think, because your mind cannot make up its decision on where to swing fast enough. It's so fast. It's like 0.3 of a second, man. You have to decide to hit it or not. It's so quick that hitting a baseball is absolutely, you know, amazing that these guys can do it at the level that, you know, some can do it. Now, some guys can only hit it 3 times out of 10 and only 30% success rate, and you're one of the best in the world.
You pretty much just have to make up your mind of where you're going to swing your bat as
Yep.
soon as that arm extends on the pitcher and before that ball is released. You just have
Yep.
to say, okay, this is where it's going.
This is where
And
it's
sometimes
going.
you guess right, sometimes you don't.
Yep. And if you can guess right more than most, then you're the best, you know. And it's just incredible, man. Anyway, so baseball hitter is a no roller. I don't know. You guys want to check him in or VC or move him up there, whatever you want to do, man. You guys are the mods. You guys tell me, man. Help me out. He didn't want to talk about flat Earth. Oh well. Okay. What about Earth?
Hitting,
Can
yeah,
we just,
hitting
can we
a
just talk
fastball.
about
Right?
Earth?
Hold on, sorry.
Can we just talk about Earth baseball hitter? Because that's where we live, man. I love talking about where we live. Hiking, camping, surfing. Good stuff, man. Love talking about all that cool shit. It's Earth. We live on Earth. Check out, dude, I always wanted a fucking Ferrari, but I'd be cool with a Porsche. You know what I'm saying?
Porsche.
I'm not greedy. Like, okay, either one would be cool. Yeah, we can talk about a lot of stuff in here. But reality's reality. Hitting a baseball is fucking hard, man. Hey. I thought you might want to
Baseball
talk about
hitters
that.
asking
Maybe he
how
doesn't
he
want.
how can he check in. He doesn't know how to check in. Somebody might want to. Can somebody help him, please?
Yeah, I don't got anybody in here that's helping us out. Heretics, deafened. Sonny, you could check him in. Sonny's sleeping. Yeah, I'm just a simple silver miner around here. I don't have any kind of.
Yeah, nobody loves us. You should be gold. Because every time you in here, you spit gold.
Yeah, I love coming in late at night and just kind of hanging out with you guys and talking about this great place we live and keeping it simple, man. I'm not trying to overcomplicate it or get any kind of crazy math or that's not my style, man. I'm gonna leave that to the QEs and
Yeah. Right on. I like the vibe you bring.
Nathan Oakley's and yeah, Witsits. Fuck. That dude. Yeah, look out. Yeah, fortunate I was able to flat smack with Witsit in Hollywood, man. When he was on the tour. Came out here, yeah, we were crushing it out there on Hollywood Boulevard, man. It was crazy. Yeah. Good times, man. If you've never gone out and flat smacked in person or gone out and, put up a sign that says the earth's flat, check it out. Or anything like that. It's fun to talk to people just off the street, man. I see who walks by and says what, and some people will come over and talk to you. And there's nothing like it's kind of like what we do here on Discord, but doing it in face to face. It's always more interesting face to face. I had a couple trolls, not too many, but most people were like really interesting. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about a flat Earth thing. What's up with that? So I always bring them back to objective reality, man. Hey, we're right here. We can check out the physics of things, man. Not complicated.
It's only fun though if you go in without any expectations. You
Yeah.
can't go at it with expectations of actually,
No, whatever
really
comes at you.
convincing anyone of anything.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever comes at you, comes at you. And if they're
Can't do that.
interested, man, you'll kind of get a vibe on it. And like I'll explain a little bit more. I might give them a leaflet or a postcard or something. Has some information on it, but for the most part, man, people are real quick. They don't have a lot of time. I'm not gonna hang out with you for hours, but just try to get to it. Like, dude, man, we've done a lot of observations. We looked at water levels. Pretty much looks flat.
Most people get scared of the topic too, because when you start asking them these questions, they realize they don't know the answers.
Well, that's my own. That's
And
my
they
go-to.
they should.
It's like when somebody like comes up to me and says, "Oh, you think the Earth's flat, huh?" Well, you're a stupid ass, and I'll be like, "All right, listen, man, I'm gonna make you look so fucking stupid right now. How far away is the sun? What's the diameter of Earth? What's the circumference? What's the radius? You
All
know
right, try that
anything?
on me. Let's see if I know. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. How far is the moon? What's the closest star? And they don't know anything, man. They don't know fuck all. And you're like, you're telling me you live on a spinning ball, but you don't know shit about where you think you live. Really? What the hell's wrong with you?
Being a flat earther, man.
baseball
We know
hitters
those
talking.
basic.
All right, we got baseball hitter, man. You ever hit a baseball?
I have, and you were both wrong on how to hit it.
Well, I don't know if I
He
was
said
wrong.
so the other one of them said that you decide if you're hitting it or not right as he's throwing it, which isn't true.
No, you have 0.3 of a second to make up your mind.
Yeah, around that. But the thing is it doesn't matter how he's throwing it because it's you look at the spin of the ball is how you decide if you're going to hit the ball or not.
You can't see spin at 100 miles.
You can. You absolutely can.
No, you cannot see the spin
I
of a
promise
fastball.
you can. You can see the spin of the ball.
No,
Hey, Professor, maybe he got better eyesight than us. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he can.
I promise you you can see the spin of the
Hey,
ball.
but listen. Do you see the Earth is spinning, my friend? Do you feel the Earth is spinning?
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay. I'm talking about baseball. What are you on about?
Well, we live on Earth. We like to talk about
We
Earth.
live on Earth, man. We love to talk about Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be okay living on
And-
Mars.
Oh, okay. Yeah, keep imagining.
If they have cool games there, I'd play.
So I got a question about the sun. If the sun is a ball of heat, why is it that the higher we go, it gets colder?
Great question.
That's a good question. That's a good question, my friend. Hey,
That
man,
is a
we
good
don't know,
question.
man. We don't know everything, so yeah, we can't
I don't know
really say
shit
too
about the
much.
sun.
Yeah, but I know about Earth though.
I know that I love summertime, man, and it's summer right now, and I'm loving it. Thank you. I love it. It's hot. I like warm.
You guys seen the balloon they sent up there, right? About 120,000 feet up there, and man, the sun looks like it's like right there, bro. That shit doesn't look like 93 million miles away. Or even the moon. The moon doesn't look like 238,000 miles away.
238,000. I always love asking people at a party. I was standing outside. There's the moon. I'm like,
they fucking don't know, bro.
Look like it's 238,000 miles away, and they're like, "What you talking
Hey, check it out. So I asked one of my coworker again tonight, right? So we went out there, outside. I think it was like maybe a quarter of a moon or whatever. And we were standing out there for a second. I said, "Hey, I got a question for you. If you look at the moon right now, do you think it produces its own light, or you think that's reflection from the sunlight? And he told me, it's looked like it's producing its own light. I say, oh, okay, and I just walk away. Yeah, I'm planting the seed.
That's all you can do, man.
Bro,
That's
I
all
can't get
you
into
can
the subject, bro. It's too long.
do. It's too long, man. I mean, that was what
It's too
hit me.
fucking long.
Hey, what was your name, bro?
His name's Beats.
What's that dude's name that you said there? Beats.
Who,
Are
me?
you the one from Brazil?
Me?
No,
Nah,
he's
bro.
from Cambodia.
No.
He's from Cambodia.
Okay, Cambodia.
He said
Okay.
from
Oh, that's
Cambodia.
right. That's right.
Oh, you
Cambodia.
got Brazilians?
Man, we got flat earthers everywhere, bro.
We got
We got
flat
true
earthers
earthers everywhere.
I speak a little bit of Portuguese.
Hello.
Yeah.
I wish I could speak all the languages, man.
I
There's
speak
some
Hi,
smart ass
Spice.
fucking people out there that learn how to
Spanish.
speak all the languages.
And winning the map, Firespark?
I speak Portuguese
there?
and Spanish.
Oh,
And English, Miguel.
Yeah.
Yep. You forget that one, my friend.
Yeah.
Você fala português, Miguel?
Falsing. Yes, I talk. Yes, I do.
That's cool.
Nice, man. Nice.
About the moon, I did post. Let me see. I'm gonna response here. I did post above. Just click there. This document, it says there is no characteristics associated with the nearest vacuum or on the lunar surface. So that's amazing, which may be extremely important to photography. There will be virtually no diffusion of light, since the lunar surface itself is a poor reflector. The subject material for photography will be either in full light or in full and complete shadows. This is from the Society of Photographic Instrumentation Engineers from Florida, 1964.
Yeah, can you post that info in the live chat?
Yeah, I
Please?
did
Thank you.
post here. Let me repost. So, NASA.
Is Elijah there? Oh, he's gone.
Let me see. Or I have to download it. Yeah, maybe I download it.
Wow. Interesting.
It says Space and the Moon Photography Challenge for tomorrow. Anyway, let me save it.
You guys ever notice how when the sun is, say, rising, way before you even can see the sun, a light sort of precedes it?
Yeah.
The attenuation of light and how that works through the air.
That's how it's explained.
Just like after it is well away from you and you don't see it anymore during a sunset, you can still see light in the sky outside for a bit. Unless you're south of the equator, it doesn't actually stay that long. Pretty quick.
This is from NASA. It says from John X and John R. NASA managed spacecraft center. So they say this that the vacuum of space is not near the moon. Interesting. But anyway, vacuum of space is the second law of thermodynamics violation. So, but anyway, it says something about the moon. Since the lunar surface itself, it's a poor reflector. And there are some agencies that I'm gonna get the article that the moon, the atmosphere of Earth is surrounding the moon. So their claim, let me see, moon.
I think they just changed that information not too long ago, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna post the
They
link.
said that scientists discovered that the moon is still in the Earth's atmosphere or something like that, and it's because that I think because they got caught lying about going to the moon, because if the sun is shooting one direction and the Earth is spinning, wobbling, tilting, and chasing the sun at the same time, so that means when the rocket leave their Earth orbit, right, then it would get left behind because everything else, is chasing the sun. It would get left
Yeah.
behind. So they have to came up with that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I never learned that vortex, spiral model they present today. I never learned that on at school. They always present the planets on the same horizon, level on space. But anyway, and I never saw then, and they present us this Earth is moving and the sun through the space and so many miles away.
They always have to come up with these numbers because a lot of us, don't really want to look into it because it's too far.
Yeah.
Even light years, everything is freaking too far. But that's why the math work out with the model. So so it must be true, right? But
light years, and the sun is. The sun is near us, here, enlightening us, and the stars is there too. I saw. I have one video. They are at Mount Kea at Hawaii, and they are shooting lasers to the stars. Let me get it. But they can claim they are just pointing, but they are doing that for a long time. So I don't know if they are using lasers to measure or something. Let me get to that. Sometimes I did post this stars. Not here. Okay, another folder. Let me see.
so I think I see somebody in the chat. Is it hi? Yeah, you wanna ask question like what kind of question you wanna know? If we can answer it, we'll answer it.
So I'm posting the video, and at 1 minute you can see stars are rotating above us at that location. And the lasers, the lasers that they are using today. But you can see the stars are there with the same locations every night, except the wandering stars, planets.
Oh, so you post the link in there, right? You post the link in there. Let me
Yeah,
see.
it's
Okay.
it's
Oh,
there
okay.
the video.
It just came in. It just came
If you
in.
see if you see then at 1 minute from that location, Mount Kea at Hawaii, you can see Polaris and stars are rotating above.
There's somebody else in here that I don't recognize. Master Fridge. He is VC verified, no other roles. Somebody wants to address him?
Yeah, you go ahead, brother.
Hello.
Hello, Master Fridge.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up? So you are on the flat earth side or Glover? What do you think?
I'm a flat
Okay.
earther. I've been here a while. Never bothered verification for flat earth.
You guys wanna talk to him? I'm doing some stuff.
So how long you been a flat earther, bro?
Like 2 years.
2 years. Oh, okay. And what would be your number one proof that the Earth is not moving, is stationary plane?
Oh, final thing that convinced me was the argument around radar when they try to say that they bounce radar waves off the ionosphere and get like 4 points of contact back to the receiver. You don't get that when it comes to sonar. So sonar would reach a distance where it would curve, or it would pass over the curve of the person or the target, which is trying to locate with sonar.
Okay, fair enough. So so what brought you here? Like, how did you find us?
I was here like 5 years ago,
Oh,
back when I was a
okay.
Glober. So I just came back like maybe been here like 4 months or something like that.
Okay. Hey, I think your microphone is a little low, and it sounds like a little robotic in a way. Sound like you got T-Pain effect on.
Yeah, I have a really bad connection.
Okay. Well, welcome to Flat Earth Discord server 24/7.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. You came in last year. Okay. June 07. June 7, 2022.
Yeah, near you. I thought I came in earlier this year, but
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing you, so I got to turn up the volume a little bit. So,
I said I thought I came in this year, but I guess I forgot I've been here a while. I rarely come in here though, but I know a few people in the server.
oh, okay. That's cool. So, have you done any experiments yourself? Or any observation yourself for this past 2 years?
No, but before when I was a Glober, I would see things and I would wonder how that makes sense. Like I would see the moon in the sky, and supposedly the moon is reflecting sunlight, but it's reflecting in the wrong direction during the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just think like, how does that work? And I just tell myself things like, I must not understand it. There's something I'm not understanding here.
Yeah.
You see a lot of things that you just can't make sense of, and you just get out of your mind. Like I've never done any
Exactly, man.
experiments. I've just had the observations.
Because like they say the sun is, they say they know what temperature the sun is, but how do they know that if they can't even get close to the sun? You know what I'm saying? Like they don't measure anything. They just say it is.
I
Yeah, their
know they.
distances constantly change too. So even if they're like assuming based on like a distance, like the size and all those things, uh, if they're wrong continuously, it shows you that they're wrong about everything else when it comes to the sun. Did I break up right there?
Yeah, you breaking up. You go in and out. You know, after Professor just, I think he took off, right? No, he's still in here, but after he stopped talking, nobody really wants to talk no more.
He was the glue holding us all together.
I know. Nah, he's cool, man. Professor, he's a really cool guy. I think I talked to him about maybe a week already, like almost every day. Like, at nighttime, I come out here. I come in here and just, chill, relax, talk, and yeah, and just kind of, go with the flow, meet
Trying
some new
to think of
people.
questions.
I didn't. Did you hear that? I didn't catch what the
I
No,
gentleman
I'm
didn't
just
just
catch
said.
it.
trying to, like, I'm quiet now because I kind of asked everything I wanted to ask.
All right on. Yeah, sit there, ponder it.
Go for it, brother.
Yeah, Flat Earth Professor dude, he's a real one. For sure.
Definite.
I feel like Elijah fell asleep and his mic is still open, so if somebody wants to close his mic, I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Elijah, I think he's sleeping. I think he knocked out.
Um, anybody in here that can close his mic?
Well, I think Ether, but he's not even listening, so.
What about Miguel?
Oh, maybe Miguel can, but I think he said he was doing something, so.
Okay.
Let me type in chat, maybe you can see it.
All right. Flat Earth, Professor Dude.
Only reason I went silent is because I'm sick of talking about the damn Earth, and it's not Sunday, so I don't even belong here right now.
Well, I just asked Maniac Monkey if he could do it because he's a mod. I don't know if a mod has to do it or whatever. Oh, so, okay, good.
Elijah just woke up back up real quick.
Well, he can unmute himself since he's a mod.
What do we think of fossils?
You want me to tell you what you think about it or what I think about it?
Yeah, like I mean, oh, yeah, like as a group.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
hilarious. You know that there's no way that they have the ability to date those to find out. And I mean, the whole method of dating the old rocks or fossils or whatever is just it falls under pseudoscience. It falls under pseudoscience because
Yeah,
what's the
because
reference? What do they reference? They can't travel back
those
in time to
numbers,
make
they just
sure.
seem really unrealistic. Like I don't understand the mathematical equations, but going by my instinct, it just tells me it doesn't seem real, you know?
Well, it falls under pseudoscience. It's all just a bunch of guesswork. It's nothing concrete or empirical. I mean, if they can provide one viable hypothesis, you know, that'd be a start, but fat chance finding one. You know, the scientific method, you need to have a viable hypothesis with an independent and dependent variable after an observed phenomenon. So you see a rock. That's your observed phenomenon. So that would be your dependent variable. I mean, there's nothing that you can't make a viable hypothesis from that.
It's hard to prove a person even existed, a certain like a one individual lived 200 years ago, let alone some freaking dinosaur millions of years ago. Get out of here. A fossil. Those fossils 2 billion years old.
There's a list of a lot of fields of study that we require just one viable hypothesis from any of them to at least prove that they're not just pseudoscience. But then they would have to, you know, experiment with their independent variable and dependent variable and validate a conclusion. So whether it be the positive or the null to have their scientific theory. None of that is possible in paleontology or any of that mess. It's all pseudoscience.
You know, I love how they be coming up with theories after theories after theories to support their fallen theories. You know, if like with the whole Big Bang, with the with the heliocentric model, the Big Bang, the dinosaur, the evolution, all that bullshit. They has to support each other. You know, if one of them fail, none of them will work.
So
that's the problem with telling a lie, right? You tell one lie, next thing you know, you're telling 10 other lies to help cover up that first lie. That's all they're
Exactly.
doing.
That's true, man. That's
Yep.
true.
Yep.
So now I'm wondering, are the people that work with fossils and stuff, are they also in the lie, or do they just not know about it?
Think
Like,
I
about
don't
it.
think they know, bro. They just too deep
They're just lost in the sauce with their degrees and their
Yeah.
methodology of mathematics, and
I would
it's just
think
like astrophysicists believe the lie. So, and they're still
Right.
pseudoscientists.
They
because
were
like they
given a
get paid.
textbook and said this is true, and they read it and studied it and memorized it, and that's all they're going off of.
Because like they get paid a lot of money for it, and I think that kind of it makes them feel like they're right. Because if it's a lie, like in their thinking, if it's a lie, why would they be getting paid for it? You know?
Well, yeah,
I
and
think
it's
they paid a
also their
lot to lie.
incentive. That's also their incentive not to even question it. Like, I
Question
mean,
it,
it
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
even, yeah, it wouldn't even come in their mind to question it because that's their bread winning, money making job. You know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Most of them have their heads so far up their own ass that they're not even going to question it because they would think that, hey, no, I'm smart, I'm intellectual, nobody's fooling me.
Exactly, though, because
Exactly.
they think they're smarter
Many
because they make more money.
Sorry.
They think they're smarter than us because they make more money. Like they think because the world. I noticed that the world rewards people that promote worldly things. You know, like everything that
There
isn't
you go.
real or is negative, people get paid for it. People get paid a lot of money. You know.
Yeah, you'll
Yep.
notice that people that come in here saying how educated they are and all these degrees, they're extremely arrogant.
Yeah.
Shit, I only have high school diploma.
Me too.
Education. Yeah, I only have high school diploma. You know, I got a brained thing and God given body and a little knowledge that I have that God have given me, and that's it. You know, I'm still living. I'm still breathing. I know the earth is flat. I don't need no college degree, fucking master degree, you know,
That's
in
the
that
problem too.
sort
When they
too.
get those
Yeah.
degrees and they reach that level, everybody around them just kisses their ass nonstop. It's really bad.
I don't know, man. It's well, you know, that's another thing. But I think some people are okay with it. But I think some people are really arrogant. I mean, I have, you know, family members, of my aunt and my uncles. They have doctor degree and master degree and whatever. Um, but yeah, they. I don't know what happened to them. You know, I guess things change, people change, or maybe they always been like that. You know, but yeah. I get it, and I don't think they dumb or anything. They also really smart people too. But yeah, I think I guess sometimes the greed took over. You know, just took over
Well,
them.
it's working
You know,
for them, you know.
Because
The
yeah, because
system is working for them. So why
in
upset
the
it?
in a materialistic point of view, I mean, it's all about your worth would be all about how much material you have, and if they get rewarded by doing those things, they're gonna feel more worth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're worth more, and so yeah, they're gonna end up believing it.
And another crazy thing too, like I mentioned about flat Earth before to my cousin, and my cousin, he's really religious too. You know, he's like full Catholic and all that. And man, he didn't sit so well when I told him like the Earth is flat. He kind of went nuts on me. You know, he trying to
You
point
should have told him
finger
to
at me,
read
talking
that
about.
Bible.
Yeah, no, he point finger at me talking about yo, don't you know, don't believe everything you see, everything you hear. I'm like, you the one that do that. You believe everything what these you know, so-called scientists tell you, you know, and you don't know if it's true or not, you know. You never look into it, you don't know their name, you don't know the information, period. You just blindly believe that shit, but you want to call me like, you know, whatever, like religious in a way.
Man,
But
I
yeah.
used to be I used to be a Catholic actually. Like I even went to I went through First Communion. I studied Catholicism for 2 years when I was little. And what I learned from Catholicism later on in life is that the whole religion of Catholicism is based off of hypocrisy. It's just pure hypocrisy. Everyone, everything is just hypocrisy.
I never really looked into that, so I'm not
I
sure.
think
Like,
all major organized religions are purposely designed to steer you away from the true creator.
true.
Because like
Oh,
I agree.
like when I read the
that was my
Bible,
experience growing up in Catholic school.
yeah.
I was raised Catholic too,
Oh damn.
and it steered me away from God.
I was raised in a Protestant church, but that's when I was in Cambodia at the time. I grew up in church. Yeah. But I didn't know what's the difference between like Catholic and Protestant. I know, we all Christian or whatever, but it has so many different layers and level, and I don't know too much. But
Different
yeah,
hats, different robes.
yeah, it's kind of push you away from the real creator. And now like I know that I'm way closer to God, to our creator than when I was religious.
The
Kind of
creator doesn't need religion.
exactly.
Exactly, man.
Yeah. Same thing too.
Man
Sometimes
needs religion.
yeah, and sometimes it's I don't know, it's a little scary, when certain people like I see. Look, I know God exists. We all know God exists. We all know that Creator exists. But coming to flat Earth in from a religious standpoint, sometime, especially in a 24/7 Discord, it's a little, yeah, it's a little off in a way, But I don't want to say anything negative about that. I mean, if there are flat earthers that come in here, whether they religious or they have different reason or knowing, from different way, whatever, that's cool, But sometimes it's just from a religious standpoint, it's like it's to me a little scary sometimes.
Man, I wish people would random people are sending me friend requests, and I'm like, no thanks.
They loves you. They know you. You're very popular.
I don't think so.
They're like, Flatsy, I want to be her friend.
I don't think that that's the reason why, but it's flattering.
Yep.
Usually it's
Or are they
nefarious.
like not normal, like not people that are here regularly?
Yeah, I don't see them anywhere in live stream.
Yeah, that's
Nowhere.
funny. Are those bots?
Another thing
I
is,
don't
is,
know.
is this too. We on live on YouTube. I guess we live on Rumble and also Twitter, and maybe other site that I don't know about. But when we talk, our name comes up. So this could be some random people, or they want to add you on whatever purpose they have. I don't know, maybe good, maybe bad. But I think maybe that's how they found you too, because you come on here, pretty good amount of time, every week. So, and you talk quite a bit. You gave a lot of knowledge, um, and I think that's how people know you.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not super keen on accepting random friend requests. Like, I mean, no matter who you are, if I don't know you like that, I'm not accepting it.
And you accepted me when you didn't know me
Well,
like that.
that's
I'm just kidding.
yeah, but I had someone, validate that I trust about you, so we're all good.
And who was that? I want to know.
You know who it is.
Helio?
No.
Oh, Professor.
Yeah.
Nah, he's a cool dude. I love him.
Yeah, he's a real one for real.
Yeah, Professor. You know, he was carrying the room the whole night, right? You know, because I was doing stuff earlier. You know, I was out in here just listening. You know, doing my stuff or whatever, and you know, yeah, he made everybody happy. After he left, the room got quiet for a little while.
I must be doing something right because I don't get that many friend requests.
Well,
Oh shit.
he does come in here late, and he usually just stays in here for a bit, not super late. So he just might have forgot to log out.
I'm surprised that Andrew is not here tonight. Maybe he was here earlier, right? Andrew?
He dipped his head in. He didn't speak. He was just here, I guess listening.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised Helio's not been in here late night because he's free right now, isn't he?
Well,
No,
also
he
he's going through a move and job change and all that. So I'm guessing that he's busy.
oh yeah, talking about that, you know, if you guys you know, he's going through stuff or whatever, and you know, he kind of need help and stuff, and if you guys want to donate to help him out or whatever, you know, link is in the description, I believe. His PayPal or whatever, and I guess, you know, pretty good amount of us, you know, had done that, you know, to help him you know, through this a little situation right now. So if you have $5, $10, $20, or even 50 or whatever, um, some spare change, you know, please, you know, he's because he done a lot too. You know, I talked to him. You know, he's a really cool guy. You know, I love Helio. Me and him, we click. You know, and but yeah, if you guys want to help, please, thank you.
Absolutely. I second that.
And you know something about like flat earthers, like this is my third week, going to my third week. Sunday would be my third week here, but like I feel like I've been here for a long time. You know, and with flat earthers, like shit, we just click. You know, we that's what we all about. We all about the truth, unity. You know, for the most part.
That's all you. I've noticed you're a very easygoing guy. You're an easy guy to get along with. You got a great personality, bro.
Oh, thank you, man. You know, I'm just being me, man. You know, so.
Hey, I second that.
I will.
Kimbo's on.
Yeah, I'll throw in my
What's up, Bill? What's going on,
hat in the
brother?
ring with that one too. I think you're a real cool, easygoing guy. And
Oh,
they
I didn't
call
see
you
you.
when they call you Kimbo. I think they're talking to me because my name is Kim, and I get called Kimbo all the time. So it's
Oh
so
shit.
funny.
Kim, when are you gonna Flatsy, when are you gonna sing when are you gonna sing Son of a Preacher Man?
You always want me to sing. That's so funny.
Nah, I hope all of y'all are doing well. I hope you and yours are well.
Yeah, same, buddy. I hope you and yours are. Appreciate that.
Is Akira a newbie?
Yo,
BC verify.
hello.
Hello.
So I was gonna ask, have there ever been a time where you guys will like provide proof like that Earth is flat, and then someone will brush it off, like do like
All
who
the
cares and
time.
stuff like that?
It's
All
all
the
the time,
time.
my brother.
Every day.
Every single day.
That must have
Oh yeah, you
sucks.
were here last night, right, Akira? Yeah, you were here last night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
No, we good. We good. Yeah, you know, I remember we got caught up into like questioning and talking to each other more about whatever certain subject or whatever. So we kind of like well, I hope you didn't feel like we left you hanging, you know. And I'm pretty sure you had to go too. So welcome back.
Thank you. And everything was fine yesterday. Flashy was really giving me a whole lot of knowledge yesterday.
There you go.
Well, I'm
To
happy
your
to.
point, too. Oh, I'm sorry,
I,
Flinty.
no, you're fine. I was just saying I'm happy to. I don't feel like I have too much to offer. There's so many more people on this server that if you just listen to them talk and you kind of sit in the background, you'll learn a lot.
I was gonna say to your point, what's really shitty about what we do in here and what we go through is just the fact that you soon realize when you're talking to somebody that they're not listening. When they just kind of blow off your responses to their questions and just fire off another question. That's what sucks about it. I don't care about changing anybody's mind or making them, believe in flat earth. That's their own shit. But I'll help lead them to the well. But when they do that, that's what's shitty about it. You just realize you're not having a real genuine back and forth conversation. You're just
Well, I
wasting
don't
your
know.
time, basically.
Well, I don't know how everybody else was, but when I found out about flat Earth and the way that I did was a little different than everybody else, I guess. Not super far-fetched different, but just a little. I thought I had just found something, the great news, and wanted to go tell people hey, this is great news. No, they didn't take it as great news, and nobody even took me seriously. So
Yeah, that sucks.
it's
I
just
think
the
we
way
all
you
agree
feel
with
about it.
that.
But you feels like you just figured out, like you found a gold mine, and you're just ready to share that gold with everyone, and they don't accept it at all.
Yeah, it sucks.
I think a
I'm
lot of
fortunate
yeah.
enough where I just gave my dad Edward Hedry's book, and I said, "Don't ask me any questions. Just read this book, and then we'll talk when you're done." And that's all it took for him. But we made
Oh
our own
man.
observations, and we looked into things, and so I'm very lucky that my father's with me because I know a lot of you guys can't share in that experience, and it sucks.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
awesome. You gave him the book, he read it, and then he just was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, dude, he was on board immediately. He didn't even get halfway through the book, and he just he looked at me one day. He's like, "Oh my god." Yeah,
That's cool.
man, it's awesome.
That's good, bro.
I'm thankful my wife, dude. When I first came across this information, I was nervous to share it with her, but she took to it quick. She was like, "No, this makes perfect sense." So
Yeah.
I'm blessed in that faction.
Yeah. I wish I can say the same about my wife. But yeah, I'm still having a hard time talking to her about flat earth. I mean, she agreed with me and all this stuff, but but she's not interested to look into it. Matter of fact, I even told her, I'm like, hey, why don't you come to 24/7 Discord? When you have free time, just go over there and talk. Let's see, what's gonna happen. And she's like, no, she all said. So I'm like, okay.
My girl's
But
the
yeah,
same way, bro. She's not she's with me on it, and she'll listen to me talk about it, but she's not really that interested where she's gonna actually do her own shit about it, But that's cool.
yeah. And the
As
crazy
long as
thing.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say the important thing is, if she allows me to be the head of the house, then I can, teach our children and so on and so forth and lead us in the right direction.
Definite.
That's our
Yeah,
job anyway.
my husband, he's heard me talk about it a bunch, especially just listening to me talk on here. Yeah, and yeah, it's kind of caused a bit of tension here and there, but for the most part, we're happily married, and wherever I go, he's going too, and vice versa.
That's good. I think one thing my wife hates about me talking about flat Earth is that when I talk about flat Earth, I got passionate. Like it just, I'm still the same me, but I'm like another character because I get excited, telling my wife about it, and I guess sometimes she doesn't like
Yeah.
that. She doesn't like
That's
that.
crazy. She should appreciate it. She should love that about you, that you have that
Yeah,
inside of you.
yeah. I think maybe maybe it's annoy her in a way a little bit here and there, whatever. But of course, she still love me. Yeah.
Well, I know with my girl, she doesn't like talking about it because she just feels like she's not educated enough. So she's kind of scared of the topic, and she doesn't, apply herself to learn any of it. So a lot of it's intimidation because I've actually tried to pull her into the chat before on ladies' night to talk to the gals in here, but she's just too shy and too, she's
That sound like
afraid of
my
the
wife,
topic.
bro. That sound like my
Yeah.
wife. She's very shy too. So.
Yeah, and she's
I'm
just not educated, so she's, she doesn't like talking about it because she, I guess, feels dumb. I don't know.
I don't know if it's because I like to perform, like because I play music and stuff, but I'm not shy. Can you tell?
Yeah, I'd say you're pretty vocal.
Oh yeah, I've been pretty heated on this live stream many times, so
Yeah, we
I
all have.
remember the first week I came in, like I heard you and Ruhif kind of went at it, and then there was Sunny in here too, and I was like, "What's going on?" And I was new to this, but I let you guys talk to him. I just sit there and listen. I think it was my first or second day.
yeah, I normally just sit in here and listen, but if I have to, I'll chime in. I don't feel like anybody was really challenging Ruhif, so that's why I did.
With his can somebody explain celestial navigation? Yeah, like every fucking time. Oh, I done it myself. Yeah. But then what his name Jedi explained it. It makes sense. You need a triangle, not a curve, because you know when you have a triangle, well, the way he explained it way better. I kind of forgot
It's
about
a
it,
right
but
angle
I understand.
triangle for
Yeah,
the ground position
yeah,
of the star is
yeah.
over yonder. It's not your ground position, so you require a flat baseline to figure out the
Mhm.
GP of the star with a right angle triangle, where the right angle, where the 90-degree angle would be where the star is positioned, out in the distance.
So if you have a curved angle, it would not call a triangle. And that's what Ruha was trying to say over and over again. But Jedi shut him up too, and Gregory shut him up too. So, but I haven't seen him. What happened to him?
Mm.
Well, in their
Good
world,
riddance.
curved lines are straight, so
Well, he's
Hey,
an anti-flat earther. He's not just your regular run-of-the-day mill glober in here.
mhm.
He's an anti-flat earther.
But did you
that's so
hear when?
suspect.
Yeah, but did you guys hear like the last time he came in here, right? And I guess him and Gregory kind of went at it a little bit, and Gregory shut him up that day. He had to admit it that his whole system is based on belief. He doesn't have no proof. There's no fucking proof of the globe, and he's an anti-flat earther. He should have at least fucking 100 proof, right? But nope, he doesn't. He finally admitted that, yo, my whole system is based on belief, and I was like, thank God. And then since that day, I haven't seen him. I think he's ashamed to come in here now. What happened? Maybe I
Well,
don't know.
He's licking his wounds.
don't worry, he will come back. If I can,
Sasha,
yeah. Don't worry about
go ahead.
even
Akira, did you
about
want to
name,
say something?
even about names. Forget it. Ruhi.
Yeah, I was
Who
gonna
the
say,
fuck is
but
that?
why would they need to lie about a globe Earth? Like, what's their goal?
Why does anyone lie about anything?
Good point.
Oh, so you saying that why would they lie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
why
he
would they
said.
tell us the truth? Why would they tell us the truth? I mean, look, they've been lying to us. Guess how much these space agency get each and every day. I think NASA now got like over $60 million a day. We're not talking about weeks. We're not talking about months. We're not talking about year. A day from taxpayer. And what they've been showing us, just a bunch of CGI
Yeah.
picture, cartoon, So
Tell me
yeah,
something
that
any government agency tells anyone that isn't a lie. Let's start
is
there.
they freaking liars, man. And not only that, like now they had control billions of people mind. They control people's mind, that thinking that, oh, we came from a big bang, and we came from monkeys, and that's why the evolution theory has to work in order for the heliocentric model has to work, and also the Big Bang. So these, I guess, these theories has to work. If one of them doesn't work, this whole heliocentric model would collapse. I mean, it's all collapsing already, and a lot of
My
people they
answer
don't
to that goes back to the Bible, so that's why I don't like answering that question.
Yeah, I mean, if you have something, go for it, brother.
But it's pretty irrelevant because they lie about everything's a damn lie. Why do you lie?
Of course,
I'm sure you've
sometimes.
told a lie here.
Of course, yeah. Everybody told a lie.
Why did I
If
lie?
you,
Oh, what are some reasons to lie? I try to stay truthful because like my religion, but like I usually just try to get myself out of situations for real if I have to lie.
Yep.
Well, it's
I
to
like to
gain
prepare.
an advantage, right?
You say
It's
what?
to gain an advantage over another person
Or a topic,
or a
or
way to.
some. I mean, it can be that, but it also could be like I could lie and say like, yeah, she's doing fine, even though she's not doing fine. It could be a lie to make someone feel better. It could be a lie to make someone happy. I mean, you feel me? I don't
Yeah,
know. There's a lot of reasons
right
to
on.
lie. But it's not really a good reason to lie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There is a good reason for lie.
Yeah, it's like both of the
Fear,
sides of the
like a
coin.
like a fear.
Yeah. But
Like
yeah,
to survive.
yeah, I guess it can be rely on survival instinct as well.
Yeah.
But my point is like, why go to this thing to like lie for this long? Like I get like from because I'm religious as well, and some people will say like
It's what
some
keeps
religions
them in
end
power,
things.
bro.
Can I tell
It's
you
what
why
keeps them in
why
power,
they're
bro.
lying? Why they're lying? They're lying because they are first one who realized that we are in container.
Yeah. I mean,
Who
you
who
can
who
say
realized
like
who is the first one who realized that we are in container?
that we are in a container.
Yeah, who is that the first who realized? Completely. Better than you.
I'm not sure.
For example, gas pressure is telling you, but who is sending the rockets all these years?
Oh, NASA?
Yeah, and you can say maybe now Russia and China and that's all. But that's
Yeah.
that's three countries. And then you're asking who is lying. For
Damn.
for the beginning, that's three countries. And then others together with them. Who
The
has the
crazy thing.
power? Who has the power in the last 200, 300, 400 years? That's three countries. What I said, or maybe my country.
Damn.
Italy. I mean, Vatican City. There you go.
Yeah, you have other also powers there inside Great Britain and blah blah blah. But you are there. You can count them on the fingers.
And who came up with the Big Bang theory? Was it a Jesuit priest
It
from
was
Yeah.
two
Vatican City?
Catholic. It was two Catholic brothers. So I don't really believe in the Big Bang theory because they both
Hey,
announced that
Akira.
they was both Catholic.
But look at this
Akira.
situation. It's year 1960, and Americans is going to the moon. Or before, in that years, 50s, 60s, when Russian also, and they shoot the rockets, and rockets, I don't know, cannot go there. And they realize that, and they will come. Look at the people. You are closed, and God exists. Everything it's okay.
Kira, do you think if the entire population of the world realized that the Earth was flat tomorrow, that anybody would go to work the next day, or bow to a king or a queen or a
I
president?
think I feel like if the whole world discovered the Earth is flat tomorrow, I feel like it would definitely be like worldwide. Like it would be a shock to everyone. But I feel like we'll live our life like as nothing happened, like just continue. But maybe
Nah.
I feel like there would be more
Well,
people who expose like the truth though. And that would be good. And
well,
more
not just
people
that
come out.
though about the Earth being flat, but that we have a creator.
Oh yeah, if they figure out we have a creator, they're gonna lose it. I'm not gonna lie. They're
I
gonna
think
lose it.
that even if everyone found out the whole truth, I feel like a lot of people would deny it because if they had to
Absolutely.
admit that they were wrong, their ego would be shattered. You know what I mean?
Very
Yeah, the
much
whole
so.
space would be done. The whole space, fairy tales would be done.
But then you will get question why you lied all these years about sphere.
I
Hey,
mean,
Kira,
wasn't it like
you said you were religious, right? Is that right? Did I catch that?
Oh yeah, I
Me?
am religious, yeah.
So I'm not very religious at all, but does the scripture, like for instance, what a reason why they might lie? I've only sort of a basic understanding, but isn't the scripture and that all about being deceived and trying to separate you from the creator? Is that right?
Yeah.
Lucifer. Yeah. Do you want to take this? I'm sorry.
No, you're right,
Okay.
man. I'm not religious at all. I've just sort of stumbled into it over the last few years and sort of starting to think maybe it's sort of resonating with me more. But from what my basic understanding of it is, that whole point of it was them to separate. Not the whole point of it, but like God's people, and that they would do it by any deceptions at all, like
Yeah.
sort of
So
make you
it's
idolize
Lucifer.
false. Yeah.
Lucifer hates man, and he's jealous of man because God, showed favor to man over him. And so he
Yeah, I don't.
rebelled, got pissed. And so everything,
Oh,
he does is to get us away from God and to deceive us and hurt us. And that's the whole thing. That's where it all comes from in the Bible.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like that could be one reason. Like that might be a reason. There could be pure power and money is an obvious one. Everyone, it's like a human trait.
Well, power, yeah, but you got to understand the monetary system. That's a form of control to control us. The people that
Oh,
are actually in
absolutely.
control live outside of the monetary system. They own all the land, all the resources. They're not consumers. They don't purchase anything, so they don't even really
No,
need
no.
money.
They're not. No, I'm not saying the money for them. I'm saying it's used over us as a tool of keeping us, enslaved how we
Yes,
are.
sir.
Like, just constantly working, not living how we should be.
Yeah, we were supposed to live a world sinless, which means like no lusting, no cursing at your mother or father, no disrespect. I mean, it's really a couple of simple rules, really. But like, everything in this world right now is like sex, drugs, and money. I'm not allowed to say that. Sorry if yeah, my bad. But yes, it's
Yeah,
all
no, you're
about
good.
those three things. It's like a
Well,
lot of
you know why,
things that
don't you?
the Bible talks about, like I don't know, like you can really see it in this world. Like if people actually read the Bible and understand the Bible, because some people push God away and they say, "Well, this is God is the reason why this happened. If God did that, then why would He allow this to happen?" But God, like I don't know,
What they
God
don't
created man
understand,
and He
bro.
gave us free will.
Lucifer is the ruler of Earth.
He is.
Lucifer is in control of Earth. When Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, they gave all the power to Lucifer. However, we still have the choice. We can still choose. We still have the option to follow him here or not. He doesn't have total control. Right?
Yeah, he don't have
So
total
then,
control, but there's things that that is very difficult to handle, like some certain sins, like um
Well, we're all born into sin, bro. You can't let that bother you. You're a sinner. I'm a sinner. I sin every day.
yeah,
So do you. You can't escape that.
yeah, we can escape that, but isn't our job is to like what is it, repent from doing anything like that?
Well, sure, you're supposed to show remorse for, when you know you're doing wrong. Yeah, absolutely. That's important, right?
I feel like, but that right there is the hardest part for being a human. Like controlling our sin is like very difficult in some
Yeah, dude,
sense.
it's almost impossible. Like
Yeah.
I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm an incredibly lustful person. I don't act it out, but I love women. I think they're the most beautiful thing
I
ever
agree.
created,
Like,
and I want every one of them. You know what I mean? That's
I
a
know
sin, dude.
exactly
To
how you
lust,
feel.
that's a sin, bro.
yeah,
And
that's
I do it every day.
That is a sin.
like in our heads, I get it, man. Like we just think it in our heads, you know.
Yeah, I don't act it out, but
Yeah,
it's
but
still I'm
like
thinking
you
about it,
think
and
of
I
it.
see a
Yeah,
woman and I sexualize her in my mind, and I want her. You know what I mean? But that's
yeah,
wrong, dude.
It
You're not
is
supposed to
wrong.
that's
But
lust
very
we're
after.
not
wrong. I
allowed
know,
to
man.
listen to our eyes. That's
Wait,
the
does
difficult part.
hold on, does it say in the Bible that that's wrong to think about a woman in a sexual way?
It
Yeah.
is
To
lusting
lust,
against
yeah,
her.
to lust after a woman, especially like your friend's girl or your neighbor. Yeah, that's absolutely. You're not supposed to lust
Yeah,
after her.
yeah, but where does it say that?
Bro, I
It
don't know.
says
Do
it
you want
says
me
it
to
in
look it up and find it?
not
Yeah, that'd be
looking
great. I mean,
less
because
and
there's commandments to tell us not to murder and do adultery and stuff like that. I know where those are.
Okay, okay. So the Lord Jesus Christ himself said, "You have heard it said of old that you shall not commit adultery." He said, "But I say unto you, even if a man looks at a woman to lust after her, he's committed adultery already in his heart." You'll find that
yeah,
in the gospel.
that's Matthew
Thank you, bro.
5:28.
Yeah, but that's from Jesus. That's not from quote
The
unquote
Father.
God. Right.
Jesus is
Okay,
God.
and then there's this one, 1 John 2:16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the boastful pride of life is not from the Father, but it's from the world.
Where did
That's 1
Jesus
John.
get it from? He didn't get it from God.
So basically, God is not just the Father. God is also the Son and the Holy Spirit. So
Yeah,
Jesus,
Can you prove that?
if you believe in Trinitarian.
Yeah. Can you prove what you're saying?
well, I can't. It's just faith.
Okay.
I can prove it by walking in those footsteps and walking in that light.
Jesus proved it when he resurrected himself from the dead.
Wait, what do you guys want to prove?
Yeah, I mean,
What do
I
you
get
want
it,
to
man.
prove?
You can't really.
Aaron?
We don't have records to that, and they could have rewritten the records. So I understand why people doubt Christ.
Well, there's no reason
Yeah.
to put claims on things that you don't understand. So, I mean, yeah, we can read the Bible and, let it interpret itself. You don't have to, lay a claim to it. You just have to believe it.
Yep.
So, we don't have to get into this argument.
Yeah.
Well, I have faith in the Lord. I have faith in Christ, and that's from my personal experience. I don't think I can
Yeah.
prove it, but it is what it is.
I mean, the Red Sea is drying up, isn't it?
I think is it?
There's a lot of proof
What was your
about God. And
position?
I mean, it's like people do have connection with God, which I was one of them who had a very good connection of God. But I also did like a lot of research to back up my claims. And there's a whole lot of proof about God. There's what is it? His cloth, his Bible. Well, Jesus is 100% real. But what about Moses? Moses is real too because who wrote the Bible? Moses himself.
Hey, hey, Kira,
There's
sorry,
a
man.
lot of
I
things
didn't
to
mean to
point.
derail this into a religious thing. I was just trying to sort of say maybe that's one possibility of why they would lie in that. So what was your position? Where were you? I missed that. What was your sort of position on the globe and that?
Hey, before you go into that, do you guys want to move to a different chat and keep talking about this? Because I'm game for that if you guys want to. I don't think there's
Yeah.
anybody in here that really wants to talk flat Earth.
I'd love to talk
Carry
about
on
flat
then.
Earth, bro.
Yeah, I'm
But
down.
yeah, so this what happened to me. I want to tell what you guys a little bit the history what happened to me 2 weeks ago, and we were kind of talk about religion, going off, and Dell came in, and he basically told us nicely, hey, do you guys want to talk about religion or whatever, go to the other room. I mean, sometimes you can bring up a little bit, but when it go too deep or whatever, and this is a live chat too, so if he says certain thing wrong or whatever, they can flag us and all that stuff. So yeah, we just kind of trying to protect the chat in a way, because it happened to me. I didn't know because I was new like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, if you guys want, we can go to the chill chat down there.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
If you
All right.
guys go, I'll follow.
All right.
Is that mayhem in the live stream? Nuh-uh.
Come on, bro. 2%.
Mic check. Are we live? Mic check. Mic check.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Globy McGloberface.
Globy McGlobeface, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good guy, Mike Globy.
He sure does.
Yeah, I got a mic.
Welcome to the server, man. So do you believe? So
Yeah.
do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
No, not at all. Yes, I don't have to believe it.
Are you 100%? What would you? Are you 100% confident though?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you also believe it's rotating, right? Like it's moving?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember a point do you have a specific memory in your life where you saw the Earth either rotating, or did you just ever see it as a sphere?
Oh, sorry, what's it? You just asked me if I've seen it rotate?
Like do you remember a point in your life where you saw something or experienced something, and that experience confirmed to you that it was a sphere?
Now that you're looking for things, sure, yeah. If you just walk outside on your back porch and like look at this, look, no, you wouldn't necessarily know. But if you're trying to think about it and actually discover the shape of the planet you live on, yes, you can do that easily.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any? Do you know if there's any measurements, like specifically like direct measurements or anything?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. What are the? Or I mean, where was the measurement taken?
There's one here that was done at McDonald Observatory.
Okay. And that one, is it over land or water?
It's over land.
Okay. What was the distance? Or I'm sorry, not the distance. What was the expected rate of curvature, the drop rate?
It wasn't measuring what you would expect to see. It was a measurement to find out if there's any curvature or not.
Can you explain it?
Sure. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No.
Say again?
Okay. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No, I don't. What was that?
Go for it. Enlighten us.
Okay. Do you know what a zenith is?
Yeah.
Me, I don't actually. Go ahead. What is it?
The zenith is essentially a measurement directly over your head, 90 degrees. So it would be like plumb to the earth.
Okay.
Right. So it's hard to explain without showing you guys, but if you picture two people a certain distance away from each other, both set up with theodolites. Do you know what theodolites are?
Yep. How far? What's the distance you're using with these theodolites?
This one was 1,200 meters, I believe. I got to look it up.
1,200 meters? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So what they do is you have two locations set up with theodolites that are plumb to the earth. They take their zenith is directly 90 over their head. Then they observe each other through the theodolites, which are a measuring device to measure angles from eye level.
Over 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
what's your curvature over 1,200 meters?
Well, it wasn't measuring curvature per se, but it was measuring angles away from each other. So if those two observers were angled away from each other,
yeah,
it was taking measurements of how much that angle was.
Okay, and how much was the angle, and what can you relate it into a measurement instead of an angle?
17 arc minutes.
17 arc minutes. Yep.
Yeah.
And height that relates to height of?
That relates to the two observers being angled away from each other by 17 arc minutes.
17 arc seconds, you mean, don't you?
Arc seconds, yes, sorry.
Yeah, not arc minutes.
Okay,
So they're standing on the Earth, they're angled away from each other. Is that what you're saying? By 17 arc seconds.
17 arc seconds, yes.
All right, what's the error?
Theodolites are
Don't say there's no.
It's 0.3 arc second margin of error, I believe, for theodolites.
Over what distance?
2 miles, I believe it is. 3 miles.
3 miles for a theodolite. 3.5 kilometers, my surveyor says. That's the maths he can do.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you agree it's a very small margin of error?
Well, he said you can't measure drop. He said you measure angles, yeah? This is in actual
that's what they actually measure here is the angle, yes.
These theodolites are actually supposed to do is measuring angles, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's why I said they measured an angle.
Yeah, so they measure the distance, they measure the angle that they're away from each other.
Correct.
Okay.
So even though both theodolites are 90 degrees plumb to the Earth, they are actually angled away from each other by a certain degree.
Okay, and that's auto leveled or manual leveled, or how's that?
Auto leveled.
Auto leveled.
Yeah, theodolites auto leveled. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess there are manual ones, I guess, but
well, it's auto leveled, and then you got to correct it with a manualing level. So, and the only way to do that is to have a look at your actual target, and then set up a target in the middle, and then you got to get your level for that. So.
Right. Yeah. This whole
did they go through the all the steps of setting up the theodolite?
No, they probably skipped a whole bunch of steps.
Okay. So
wait. Can you wait? Before we go further, can you post that measurement in the chat? I actually do want to see it. Do you have the link to that measurement? I just want to.
We don't even need to hear anymore. He's already said that it's null and void. There was an error in the setup.
Dude, I was being sarcastic. If you couldn't hear the sarcasm, it was slightly sarcastic. Sorry. It's a 43 page observation.
Oh my God.
So you can read all about how they set up everything and how they tested everything. To summarize it, they tested 6 locations. 6 locations back to a centralized observation point. Here's the mileage. So,
is it in the chat? Did you post
57 miles. It ranged from 20 miles to 57 miles, all the observations.
With a theodolite.
Yeah. They did that with a theodolite? What power of telescope does it have on it? What power of scope does it have on it?
I'll link you to all the details. You can.
All right. I want to see that far. 50 miles, that's ridiculous. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I agree with Godrock, and I've used them. My surveyor said 3.5 kilometers, and you'll end up with a 7 mil error.
I've used them for years in my career, so never for any length, quarter miles as far as I've ever used them for. Because that's what they're made for. They're not.
I use them over 5. I use them 500 meters, and then I'll set up again.
Yeah. If you're going to go any more than that, you do have to reset. You have to go point to point. Yep, that's what you have to do.
Can you use them to measure the ground?
Measure what?
No,
what
they just measure angles.
Oh, they don't.
You can measure grade. You can measure grade elevations, or you can, if you're line the theodolite up over the top of a square head. That's what they put in the ground for a property line or for a grade elevation for a foundation or a footing. You set it up over the square head, and then there's a plumb bob that comes right off the center of the theodolite, and it goes down. It has to be centered right on that nail, a finish nail, directly above that finish nail on that square head. And then the theodolite has to be leveled. You got to spin it 360 degrees and make sure that bubble stays in the center at all times, perfectly leveled. Then you can shoot it out in 90 degrees or straight off of that nail head. You can turn it left, right, make a 90-degree turn, and then you can aim the theodolite down. You can actually aim it at another square head in the dirt, and then you can have them make a mark on it with your pencil. You can lay lots out and footings and foundation walls very, very accurately if you know how to do it. But you got to be real accurate.
And let me ask you this: so, what was the so when he said they're angled away? Do you think so? If the Earth were, what would the counter theory be like? Okay, if let's say he found them not angled away.
Say they're not leveling them properly. They're getting an error of those arc minutes that he's talking about. If that
sounds like a presupposition. I'm sorry, that sounds like a presupposition. You're assuming you're assuming it has an error before you've looked at the data.
Well, he just asked what could be.
Check it out. If you're not there and seeing it with your own two eyes, there's no way you can say that theodolite was leveled properly and that it was shooting an accurate angle down. There's no way unless you're there and actually witness the leveling of the device. Because that guy, you have no idea how good he is at it, how many times he's done it, whether he even knows how. So if you're not there to see it, it's not valid.
Did you witness the Black Swan picture of the oil rigs? Did you witness FE Corps' laser tests over the lakes? Did you witness all those? But I bet you guys have referenced those before.
It's all documented in videos, but yeah, it's all documented in the videos.
They were repeated. So how many times do you want them to repeat them?
Theodolite measurements haven't been repeated. So I'm just trying to get at, and I think you understand that you've blatantly accepted some evidence while denying other evidence. Okay.
I think I get what he's saying. I think what he's saying is. Sorry, go ahead.
Just say you accept there being a globe because he saw it on TV and at school and TV documentaries.
No,
yeah, that's just like a non-point. But thank you for chiming in.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I can't post it in the chat, by the way. I don't have access.
You don't have the okay. Let me see if I can give him. Can someone give him the link?
Yeah. Hey, the guy who's complaining about the black swans. If you want, you can go out to the beach and check it out for yourself. It's a little bit different than you guys who are dragging theodolites into the mountains and then bullshitting about it.
Yeah,
see
exactly.
the difference? Why would you want the difference, pal? So if you want to bellyache any further, listen. All I could do is drag the theodolite up into the mountain like you do, bullshit about it, and come here and be an asshole. Well, I could also go to the beach. Which one's different? Do you see the difference?
Yeah, the beach isn't a measurement, so thank you.
No shit. But the distance markers from the beach are, Einstein. Okay. Can you explain the black swan? Hey, listen, if you're so pissed about it, can you explain it?
Why are you being such an asshole? Is there a reason you're being such an asshole right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather be an asshole than whole ass. So you guys who are complaining about the black swan, would you like to explain it to the class?
Yeah, sure. You want to cherry pick one day when there's a
it's not a cherry pick, Einstein. I said go to the beach yourself. If you've ever been to the beach, you'll find it's not cherry picked.
It is, because I can show you pictures of the black swan. I can show you video of the black swan observation where it's not distorted. Do you want to see that?
No DR. I've made my own observations. Did I cherry pick those?
Yeah, you probably did because you.
Oh, really? Well, now we see how desperate you are. Listen,
I'm not desperate. You're the one coming in here throwing insults around. Or you've already lost.
Excuse-moi. You're the one. Listen, pal. You're the one acting like all play and honest. You're setting. You guys are running a road game.
So the asshole, you are the one.
Hey guys, the Earth's flat. You know why the Earth's flat? Because I saw some wavy, distorted oil rigs in the distance once.
Oh, well, guess what, pal? The point of those observations is the horizon behind it, Einstein. So you don't understand it. So stop bellyaching about it.
Listen, Copernicus, light bends through the air, doesn't it? So did you measure the refraction that day?
Oh, the terrestrial refraction, which uses the R in the first place. You have to assume the globe exists in the first place to start begging.
Are you denying that refraction exists?
Oh, you mean refraction? Yeah, and you stand in the fog, you can't see a hand in front of your face.
Are you
You're
denying
talking about
refraction
terrestrial
exists?
refraction. Hey,
are you
pal,
denying it
you're
exists?
talking about terrestrial refraction. You're not talking about disturbance in the air.
Are you denying it exists?
He's definitely right.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction. Do you think that's the same thing?
Why can't you answer the question? It's a very simple question. Do you deny it exists?
I told you, yes. I've been outside. Have you? Do you realize there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and refraction? Yes or no?
You deny refraction. You just denied refraction exists.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay,
do you acknowledge?
Refraction, the globe face. Define it. Define refraction.
And terrestrial refraction. Define them both.
I'm not going to define anything for someone who denied refraction.
Listen to smart asses. Now they make excuses. You listen, you little punks. If you guys don't like the Black Swan, go out and make your own observations.
Yeah, and it's funny because he also said, but on different days we see the Black Swan in a different position. So where's your geometric horizon?
I'm not claiming that as evidence of the globe or flat Earth. You are. You're cherry picking something with distorted.
No, dude, you don't know what the definition. You don't even know what cherry picking means. You don't know what
you're denying again that all refraction exists.
Listen, you're talking. Hey, Einstein, listen. You're talking about a specific type of refraction.
It's so weird that you can't answer a yes or no question. You know why you can't answer it? Because the answer is you do believe refraction exists. And then my next question is going to be, well, what was the refraction?
Listen to me. I know that disturbance exists in the air. It doesn't allow you to see forever. It doesn't allow to see you around a curve.
And you didn't see forever. You saw a little bit further in the Black Swan picture, did you?
So was it forever? A little bit further. It's
was it forever?
Hey, Zodiac, do you?
Was it forever?
Who's talking?
Was it forever?
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Okay, let me ask, and I'll shut up because your arrogance has got me. I pity you guys.
You came in arrogant.
Listen, punk. Are you telling me everything you see in the distance is optical illusion? Is that the delusion that you're gonna like dig in on?
I'll tell you what I did do, and you can see it on my.
Is everything you see in the distance an optical illusion?
An optical illusion? No.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. You see it because it's there. You guys think chanting refraction means something. It doesn't.
Why didn't you calculate the refraction of the Black Swan
What refraction? Picture? Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Oh, so refraction doesn't exist. Okay.
You got listen, pal.
Yes, terrestrial refraction. Yes.
Okay, well,
You need R for that. So where's the
that assumes there's a globe in the first place.
All I'm asking is why you ignored the refraction. That's all I'm asking is why you ignored the refraction.
Hey, Globy. I posted a picture of your terrestrial refraction. Okay, is that what you're talking about? So it's all wavy in front of you. Does that make the ball appear and disappear?
I don't know what you posted, but
I'm going to post it again right now. That's exactly what you're talking about. That doesn't make a ball appear and disappear.
It means there's distortion going on, and you haven't accounted for that in your observation.
Distortion of what?
How am I going to account for it from here to there? Every 5 feet?
I'm not saying you can. It's very hard to do.
Well, you need
very hard to do over long distances.
Hold on.
Hey, asshole.
Hold on. Distortion of what?
You've lost so hard already, dude. It's so funny.
Distortion of what?
Noted.
You're so angry. I love it.
Distortion of what?
If you look at the Black Swan pictures, they look like they look like you're. It looks like you're looking through a funhouse mirror.
Yeah,
if you look at
so
the Black Swan
what
pictures.
specifically is distorted in those pictures?
Everything. The horizon. The Black
everything
Swan,
is as specific as you can get. So try again. What specifically is distorted in those pictures?
The oil rigs, for one.
The oil rigs aren't part of the argument. The oil rigs aren't part of the argument other than to be demarcated.
Part of the argument. Well, you want to ignore the evidence of the
just said
picture.
it wasn't an optical illusion.
That's it. That's their
You're
entire
literally
purpose.
taking pictures of the oil rigs. Don't tell me they're not part of the observation.
Quiet. The oil rigs aren't the argument. What specifically are you saying is distorted?
I'm saying that the distorted oil rigs prove there's heavy distortion going on in the picture, and you can't even argue.
Okay, so what specifically is distorted?
Things aren't an optical illusion. Now they are.
Hold on. If an oil rig is distorted, that doesn't matter because that's not part of our argument, right? You're saying there's something else in the picture that's been distorted. What?
You guys, I love how.
What is being distorted in that picture?
I've already told you 4 times.
Yeah, but every answer you gave us had nothing to do with the actual argument. So, want to try again?
Rigs being seen too far away?
No, it's got nothing to do with the rigs being seen too far away.
100% does, and now you're lying.
No, it doesn't. You don't understand.
It's about the oil rig. It's about too much of the oil.
You don't understand what you're arguing with. You need to go learn the argument and try this again because you don't even know what you're supposed to be addressing.
9.6 miles away, and the claim is that's too far to see from the shore?
No.
It's the horizon, Goofy.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're arguing
just
with.
the horizon now. You guys are ignoring the oil rigs now.
What a moron.
Yes, we are ignoring them, you retard. They're marker points for distance.
Yeah, they're marker points. The oil rig is 9.6 miles, and it should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, right? This is what you guys always say.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. You don't know what you're arguing with. It's the distance of the horizon itself.
How do you know the distance of the horizon without the marker of the oil rig?
That's how you know it. It's not about the oil rigs being blocked per se. It's about where the horizon itself appears. We can see, given the demarcator of the 9.4 mile oil rig, right? It's further than 9.4 miles, which makes it much further than 1.2, which means that it's not the geometric horizon that you're arguing for. So my question is, what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
So you need the oil rigs as part of
as demarcators. So what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
Oil rigs. Have you ever seen those pictures when
what specifically is being distorted? If it's not a 1.2 mile geometric horizon, then nothing you have to say matters.
Yes, it does, because light bends.
Then is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon that's being
You're ignoring a variable in the observation.
You're ignoring the point of the entire argument, which is the 1.2 mile geometric horizon that must be there in that image if the Earth is a globe.
Why?
Are you saying it is, but it's distorted?
Why?
I've seen boats hover over the ocean. Is that exactly what you mean?
Concave?
No, are they?
Have you seen Fata Morgana? Have you seen boats float?
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
float on the road too. So shut up.
Even on a flat Earth, according to you, if it was a flat Earth, that boat should not be floating.
Shut up, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Fata Morgana occurs in relation to the horizon. It's not something that happens to the horizon itself. And what you just responded with had nothing to do with what I asked you, which was, is there a distorted geometric 1.2 mile horizon in that picture?
That does.
Okay, this guy's a total idiot. You guys have fun. Yeah, I got something else to do.
Globey, you've debunked the globe twice already. Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric? Just answer the question. Simple question.
All we've discovered is that you ignore refraction in the observation. That's what we've discovered.
Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric?
Of course, there's a geometric horizon.
Okay, so it should always be at 1.2 miles, correct?
It's also affected by refraction like everything else we see.
Okay, cool. All right.
So everything is at 1.2 miles. What day is that?
Again, you guys ignoring refraction is very disingenuous.
Globey, shut the
What
fuck up.
day is it?
I won't shut the fuck up because you tell me to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll just kick you out then. But you know what you need to do is you need to listen and then respond, and then we'll listen and then respond. But why? If you can, what's the measurement of refraction? What should it be then? Tell us that. What should it be? What should
Why would you do an observation and ignore a variable? That's what I want to know.
Just answer my question.
I'm answering your question. I don't know what the
claiming refraction. Claiming refraction. What should it be?
I don't know over that distance. I answered your question.
God, you don't know what it is.
You're arguing for something you don't even know.
Yeah, so is that why you told us it is an optical illusion and it isn't an optical illusion?
No, you would use Snell's law for refraction.
So Snell's law now. You're needing a terrestrial refraction, not Snell's law. Genius.
Over 10 miles, it's very hard to figure out what the exact refraction is going to be.
You're an imbecile. Nice try.
We don't even have temperature readings that day, do we? Do you have temperature readings?
Snell's law. You just claimed Snell's law. What's the two mediums it's going through? What's the two mediums? What's the two mediums?
I already told you over 10 miles is going to be very difficult. It's going to change mediums several times.
You're a fucking idiot.
Snell's law. What's the two mediums?
From one medium to another medium.
Yep. What are the two mediums?
Denser and less dense air.
So air.
Colder and warmer air. Denser and less dense air.
Air, and how much? And how much?
You're laughing. What about what I said is wrong? Without laughing, what about what I said was wrong?
We don't have temperature readings from that day. Now you're telling us what the temperature was?
No, I said there aren't temperature readings that day. So how would we know what the refraction was that day?
I was at the beach about an hour ago. It's pretty warm out, and I saw black swans everywhere around me. There wasn't a 1.2.
That's your scientific analysis.
I'm about 6 foot tall. There wasn't a 3.2 mile geometric horizon in sight. Get out more, pal.
Was it about 80 degrees then?
Congratulations. You took temperature readings over that distance?
Get out more. Hey, Globy, have you ever been out of the basement?
This is so ridiculous that you guys won't admit that you should include variables in your observations.
It doesn't make
variables. You're debunking the globe. Hold on, fellas. Hold on a second. He's giving us the game. If you're saying there's variables and you can't measure the horizon ever, then you've also just gone ahead and debunked the globe. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's our argument.
I love how you jumped to that conclusion. That's great.
No, that's our argument. You're making our argument for us.
No, because I don't.
Our argument is there's a source and the horizon is not a measurable place. Of course.
I don't make claims.
I appreciate it.
I don't make claims that watching things over the horizon are proof of anything. So don't.
We aren't either. We are not making that claim. That's the globe's claim. That is the globe claim. The globe says that no, the geometric horizon is blocking boats and buildings. That's your claim.
Yeah. Check this out, dude. That is your claim. That is your claim. So we don't actually need measurements of temperature or any of the stuff that you're asking for. What you need is a measurement of the geometric horizon, which you say is in that picture but refracted. That's what you need. So where's that?
That's weird. I haven't talked to you guys before, so I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth about it.
The claims are made for you. Listen.
Look, you don't know your claim, but you're welcome for helping you with that.
I don't know my claim. Okay, I'll tell you what my claim is. Let's talk about my claim.
You don't know it because I just gave it to you and you didn't recognize it.
No, I'll make a claim right now, and then you guys can talk about it.
Globy McGlobeface, listen. As a blind believing globe zealot, you don't get to make the claims. The claims were made before you were born.
Shucks. Okay.
So put it in context, genius. You can't come in here and say, I haven't made a claim. Well, what are you doing? Creating your own Earth?
I've made claims. You're putting words in my mouth, though. We're
talking about the 3959. You don't get to, as a globe believer, that's your claim.
That's weird. I measured 3959.
Oh, well, you dug to the center of the Earth?
We can talk about that as well, but you don't want to hear that.
Are you Jules Verne?
No, actually, a flat earther did it on TikTok.
Now you're going to quote. Netflix.
He's not a flat earther anymore because of it. He gathered 10 people. He gathered 10 people, flat earthers, mostly flat earthers, because he was a flat earther.
Globy, your little fucking spiel is a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, thank you for your
You're welcome.
Thank you for your ad hominem.
Now keep it real.
I am keeping it real. I'm trying to explain to you an experiment that was done.
I'm insulting you.
And there's actual proof of this experiment being done.
Oh, really? You dug to the center of the Earth, huh?
Why do you have to dig to the center of the Earth to figure that out? Oh,
was it an
simple minds.
You measured the radius.
I forgot. Little simple pea brains can't figure out that you don't need to dig.
Oh, the cope is real, isn't it?
What's the experiment?
It was
You said there was an experiment.
Yep. Eight people took simultaneous measurements of the sun angles. It was a recreation of Eratosthenes' experiment, except with multiple people at the same time.
Moron.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What'd you say?
They had parallel sun rays, is what you're saying?
No, it wasn't parallel sun. I was measuring the sun, measuring the shadow length.
He doesn't even understand it.
Excuse me?
He doesn't even understand it.
Hey, Globy
Parallel
McGloby.
phenomenon.
Genius. Eratosthenes assumes sphere.
Doesn't matter if the sun rays are parallel.
Hey, Eratosthenes also assumes sphere Earth. Did you know that, genius?
I did know that, genius. And guess what?
You know what happens when you assume, genius?
Guess what? You don't need to assume because the measurements we took.
They did assume.
The measurements we took, we applied it to a flat Earth as well.
Dude, you're a goofball.
What flat Earth?
Yeah, it was part of it. What?
So what flat Earth?
You can take the measurements that you get and assume a flat Earth and then triangulate back to where the sun should be using those measurements.
The sun?
In the sky? What do you mean? Where's the sun?
How far away is it?
Say triangles.
Well, that's what you're calculating. You take the length of the shadow, you take the distance between the observers, and you can triangulate using right triangles where the sun should be.
No,
you
say right triangles. 90 degrees. Hold on, guys.
That is 90 degrees. One of the observers is under the subsolar point at the time of the observation.
No, I don't doubt it. That's a flat Earth.
Yeah, so one of the observers is underneath the sun directly, under the subsolar point. That is a requirement of the observation. So you have a 90-degree right triangle.
Yeah, but
and then guess what happened when we measured all the angles? That we got different heights for the sun at different locations on the Earth at the same time.
Yeah, that's because you can't. That's because you can't triangulate celestial bodies. That's why everybody knows that in celestial.
Why are they magic? Why are they magic?
Like I said, nobody triangulates the position of celestial bodies. That's ridiculous.
Why not? Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth? If the sun is right there, it should work.
It just doesn't work, period.
Okay, just no. Okay.
There's no method. No. When we're
there would be a method. The sun is right there. The moon is right there.
When we're using celestial navigation, using a horizontal baseline, there is no triangulating for any celestial body. No, that doesn't happen.
There's no triangulation in celestial navigation, but I'm not talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah, but I'm talking about trying to use a singular point from a celestial body. You can't do that. Nobody does that. You're just making an argument that you can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Duh.
No, I'm making an argument that we did that, and the sun is not where it's supposed to be on a flat Earth.
Because you can't triangulate the position of a fucking celestial body.
Why?
Moron.
Why? Don't call me a moron and explain why, because you can't explain why.
There's no explanation for why. You just can't.
There has to be an explanation. So you just don't know what you're talking about and just saying no. Thank you.
Why? Give me an explanation for no, I don't.
You just came in here claiming that you can't do it. So you must know why you can't. Otherwise, you're just repeating something you think you've heard.
Who claims that they can? We have one Earth. On this Earth, nobody can triangulate the position of any celestial body. That's the
Anybody else have a point? Okay, so if we have a sun and we have angles to that sun, we should be able to triangulate directly back to it.
Except we can't.
Why? It's just trigonometry. Why? What's wrong about the trigonometry?
Because you can't use trigonometry using celestial bodies. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Okay, that's what we call a nuh-uh.
No, that's not a nuh-uh. That's just not what anybody does using the celestial bodies.
If you can't tell me why, then that's a nuh-uh. You have no reason to know.
Not a nuh-uh. You're saying that we try to triangulate and we don't.
I'm not nuh-uh. I'm telling you, if we have an angle, if we have a measured
possibility, we would be doing it or utilizing.
You would need to know the height to the celestial body in order to triangulate.
That's not true. That's what we're calculating for. We have an angle to it, and we have a distance to it along the surface.
It's not a nuh-uh. That's a ridiculous claim.
So what about the tangent? What about the
tangent on me using the words that I use? What fallacy?
Yeah, what about the tangent of the angle to the sun?
Fallacy? Is that a nuh-uh fallacy or something? Like what ridiculous shit is that?
Sure, if you have an angle and a distance, why can't you calculate the other length?
Not just a reiteration of what you've already said. You said that I'm just saying nuh-uh. Like what am I committing a fallacy? What fallacy am I committing and what form is it?
You're repeating something without verification. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm not. You're saying that why can't we triangulate? I'm like, we just don't.
Okay, celestial navigation is talking about triangulating your location.
Yeah,
that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're talking about. So you're not even talking about the same thing as I'm talking about.
Yeah, I am. I'm telling you that you cannot triangulate the position of any celestial body. That is just a point blank, straight up fact. You're asking me why. Why the fuck do I have to tell you that? Why don't X, Y? I don't fucking know. Are you serious?
Because you're making that up. The thing we did was exactly
not making that up. Yo, please come in here tomorrow when I'm actually not, traveling. It was good to see you in here, bro. I would love to have a conversation with you for reals, but you guys can continue.
Well, I would too, but you got to come back with like reasons for your things you're saying.
Go ahead and bring a citation about how you can triangulate celestial bodies.
Sure, it's called trigonometry. That's the citation.
Well, isn't there a problem with the medium being unknown? Like the medium that the sun is within, that's unknown, right?
I mean, it's not. It's you guys claim it's in the air, in the atmosphere of Earth, or outside in the water.
I mean, we don't claim a distance. We don't claim a distance. You guys do.
I didn't give a distance. The point of this observation was to measure
genius, the sun's the sun. You're the one that's convinced it's a 93 million mile distant star.
I don't have to be convinced. I measured it.
How did you measure 93? Okay, post the measurement in the chat. Post the measurement in the chat. Oh, he doesn't have links.
To the sun, kid.
I love the way you said it's ridiculous. You know why you say it's ridiculous? Because you all think I have to touch it to measure it.
Well, they just changed the distance again. So which distance did you get? The one they just changed it to, or the old one?
When did they change it again?
Aren't you the expert? Aren't you the one measuring it?
Yes. That's why I want you to embarrass yourself and tell me when they changed it.
So which one did you get? The one they changed it to, or the old one?
Like yesterday? No, actually, I was.
What are you, a valley girl?
I was actually off a little bit. I calculated.
So you don't know.
I calculated. I measured it myself.
To concede that you don't know?
I love how you won't let me talk because you know you're going to be embarrassed.
You said you measured it and you were wrong. Yeah. So would you like to concede that you were wrong? Oh, so you're just going to lie. Go on.
He didn't. It's not that I was wrong. I was a margin of error. How does that make me wrong? I measured up.
He didn't say he measured it. He said he calculated it based on an assumption that he lives in a spinning space ball in the back.
No assumptions made. No assumptions made. Level.
So good to see you, Globy.
Yeah, welcome to the club level.
Hey. I tell you what, if you can tell me what a rocket pushes off of in the vacuum of outer space, I would love to hear that, please.
Can I finish my sun observation discussion first?
Then if you could come back to what a rocket pushes off.
Absolutely. Don't let me forget.
I'll love it, man. I'll love
it. Don't let me forget. Remind me.
And maybe you could explain moon golf later on. I didn't know you were that.
Sure. No, so the measurements to the sun, to the sun were actually partially actual measurements.
So you don't. Okay. Here, DM me the link to the measurement of the sun. I'll post it in the chat for you.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous. DM me the measurement of the sun.
Link embed roll so he can do it himself.
He has it now? He has the roll?
Hey, all of you good stationary flat Earth people, welcome to TikTok Glober. Welcome.
It says I don't have permission to view the message history of live stream, but wait here.
Give him VC verify. Give him VC verify.
Yeah, that's his problem. His attention span is about 4.2 seconds.
Okay, you can post it now. Try now.
You're so sad. You're such a sad individual.
Try now.
It's adorable listening to you lose your shit, though.
You are projecting yourself. Shut up, moron.
You guys are fucking so tricky.
Hey, listen, one of us called the other
This is the guy that I banned twice today. He calls us triggered all the time.
Mr. Globy McGlobeface, 42-year-old calls himself Globy, is the number one fourth grade debater on TikTok. I've had the privilege of going one-on-one with him twice, December and then a few weeks ago, and he literally debates at the fourth grade level, and I can't go that low. I can't go fourth grade, because after I got done with Globy on a Saturday, 9 days later, I got to go 2 hours and 15 minutes with Professor Rob Parks, PhD astronomy, Georgia Tech, Georgia State University. And you know what? It is so much more enjoyable to debate a PhD astronomer, Rob Parks, and talk to him than it is to talk to any TikTok glober. When you talk to a TikTok glober, you are literally talking to a fourth grader, and you just will get a fourth grader in here, or Google, or Wikipedia to talk to, because talking to TikTok globers is talking to a fourth grader or to Wikipedia or Google. I promise.
Well, I had no idea he had scraped himself off the bottom of the barrel. I guess that makes a little more sense. Would you like to try and explain the whole black swan observation again? Because
I still want to know how he measured the sun.
Yeah, we're waiting for the sun and the wind.
Yeah, you can post the link. Post the link in the chat if you can still hear us.
What is going on here?
I can't.
Gave him permission.
Really? Okay. Just DM it to you. DM it to me.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, you should be able to now. We gave you the ropes.
I got it.
And I also want him to make the measurements to Jupiter, the measurements to Saturn, the measurements to Mars. I want all those measurements.
One at a time.
I don't care about that right now. I want this distance to the sun.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened,
Maybe he used a theodolite.
Did TikTok not update you on the changed distance of the sun?
Wait, just post it. Where is it? Come on.
I'm waiting.
Are you able to see live stream voice text now?
Yeah, he can.
Globy, you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, yeah. Just paste it in there. Just paste it in there.
All right, what do you think? I have it copied in my brain? I gotta go get it.
Okay, yeah. Take your time.
He just did that. Didn't he? He should have all the measurements, all the stats, everything like he claims that we need to have for a photograph.
All the stats?
You wanted the... Oh, wait, here we go.
Refraction for the day, he did it and everything.
I will give Globy this. He's the first TikTok glober since I joined back here with 24/7 Flat Earth that has actually come over from TikTok. So he's the first one, so you got to give him kudos for that.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you guys over here were any different from the TikTok Flat Earthers, because those level, literally he said no to everything I showed him.
Oh my God.
Including that geodetic surveying.
It's so hilarious, man.
Oh, wow.
You guys assume everything. You Globy. You guys start from assumptions and work backward. That's what you guys do. You pre-assume everything.
He says he's okay with that.
Globy, it's okay.
I got to deal with level on TikTok.
Globy, it's okay, Globy. It's okay.
Yo, here's the deal.
At least some of the guys in here are interested in talking, unlike you, Level.
You didn't even make a positive claim for me to go nuh-uh to. I asked you, was I getting a fallacy of some kind or something like that?
You're back on that?
Well, you just said people are saying nuh-uh, right?
I literally said, there's no, because you can use trigonometry to measure the distance.
You just interrupt my complete thought. I don't know how you do it on TikTok or whatever, but this is a different space. I know that you came in when most of the guys aren't actually in. I'm not actually in. I'm actually traveling to AC right now. But the thing is, if you want to have a conversation with us and ask us what our evidence is, that would be a conversation. If you want us to debunk the globe, that's a conversation. I guarantee you, it's different from whatever the fuck they got over there on TikTok because I'm not impressed.
Well, so far it hasn't been much different. Not gonna lie.
Well, I'm all you're doing is not making any claims. I'll tell you that.
Excuse me. I gave you a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. Maybe you weren't here when I did that.
No, I would. But can you please come back tomorrow, or just frequent? Just come back.
I'll be back. That's fine. I'll be back. I'm looking for different people to talk to. But I gave a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. I also was trying to explain to you how to measure to the sun yourself. Anybody could do it.
You told us you measured to the you got the radius measurement. You went to the core of Earth.
Yep, I told you that I went to the core of Earth to get the Earth's radius. Yep, that's what I said. So I actually gave you 3 direct measurements.
Oh, you went to Africa?
Did he actually say that? I just came in late.
No, he said he measured the radius. I asked him if you went to the core of Earth, and he goes, yes.
Because like a typical flat earther, he takes me saying I measured something and saying I had to go.
Did you measured the radius?
Yeah, and also that doesn't make the assumption that I have to go to the core of the Earth.
How did you measure the radius of Earth?
Well, if you think I have to go to the core of the Earth to do that, then
if I'm the ignorant one, enlighten me.
No. Clearly, the only way to measure something is to go to the core of the Earth.
One, enlighten me how you measured the radius of Earth, please.
I told you already. 8 people recreated the Aristophanes.
Okay, so you did it by 8 people. Got it. Okay. 8 people, that's the same thing. Got it.
8 simultaneous measurements of the sun length at various locations around the globe or Earth. Doesn't even matter.
So you didn't actually measure the radius of Earth.
When you look up how to measure the radius of the Earth on Google, you get 40 different answers.
He looked up to the sun to measure the radius of the Earth. Thanks for playing, Globy.
No, actually, we looked at the ground. Actually, we looked at the ground. The shadow on the ground makes certain lengths. That's what we did, not up at the sun. But thank you for misinterpreting everything.
Cool.
So what you did was we took the measurements, and then you assume a flat Earth. You assume a flat Earth, and then you measure from one location to the other that you took the observations, and then you have the angle of the shadow. And you can easily get the height of the sun because it's...
Is this the reciprocal zenith angles?
No, this is Eratosthenes. This is just trigonometry.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you assuming...
No, Eratosthenes assumes sphere, genius.
It's amazing how ignorant you are. The ignorance of your comments is like you belong on TikTok.
Is my mic low or something?
Well, he does do very well on TikTok. He's got like 42,000 followers.
Yeah.
So, he does do well on TikTok. Yeah. It's
okay.
Cool,
so what I was explaining, if you guys let me finish, is that yes, Eratosthenes. So I guess you can't. All right.
Yeah, just chill for a second.
Eratosthenes.
Why is anyone not pointing? Didn't I just say just chill? Like, what's wrong with y'all tonight? You know what? Okay. As long as you come back tomorrow when I can actually do I do whatever you want to these
whatever
guys.
You want. Dude. I was trying to explain something and I kept getting interrupted. So sorry.
Yeah, we already know about Vice Parkins. We already know about Vice Parkins.
We already know them way better than you do.
We already know about this.
Eratosthenes did assume a globe. He did assume a globe.
Took over Antarctica in the 1940s.
Awesome. How'd you get the distances between the sticks?
The distances between the sticks, the observer's locations.
Yeah, the observer's location. You need a distance between your sticks and shadows, don't you?
Yeah. The observer's location were marked with coordinates.
What are those based on?
Well, if we live on a flat Earth, then they're based on flat Earth.
No.
If we live on a globe, then they're based on a globe.
No,
the point is,
you're not. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been listening to you rattle nonsense for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, rattle nonsense.
What are they based on?
So the distances between points in the coordinate system are based upon the radius, that thing that you're trying to prove in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's called circular logic. When your conclusion is within your premise.
It's circular logic to take a distance. So you're saying we don't know the distance between 2 points?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a conspiracy to justify your conspiracy.
Yeah. Co-partner, bro.
Yeah, co-partner.
So how did you measure it then?
Coordinates, GPS coordinates.
Okay.
Already told you.
How are those measured?
So you don't use your GPS to navigate?
No, I don't.
Oh, really? You're the only one on Earth that doesn't use Google Earth to navigate? That's ironic.
Why would I need to do that? I know where I'm going. I know how to read a map, as a matter of fact.
Bro, don't. That's so disingenuous of you.
I live in a city. I don't need Google Earth to tell me where I am.
Okay, that's good. Well, 99.9% of the population does.
So we're going to make up numbers now. Awesome.
It's not making up numbers. Guess what? I put it in my GPS and I get to where I'm going.
99.9%
the distance is very accurate, isn't it?
Made up number, and you know it.
I know it is.
The world don't own a cell phone. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're arguing so disingenuously.
So what I actually wanted to come on, I want to talk about this spherical excess. That's what I really want to talk about. So do you think
first you admit that people navigate with GPS? First you admit that people navigate with GPS every day, lots and lots of people?
Yeah, so what?
Okay. Does it work?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, so the distances are right.
Based upon satellites. Yeah. No, the distances are approximately right. Depends on how you do them.
Okay, so thank you. So the distances were right. So that's why we use that.
They're not right.
Approximately.
They're an artifact of the coordinate system.
Approximately, but just enough wrong to throw off our...
Listen, GPS does not use latitude and longitude. It uses something called Earth center, Earth fixed, which are in Cartesian coordinates. But you know that, of course, right? Because this is better than TikTok.
Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, so you know that, right?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry.
How does differential GPS work?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry. It does.
It actually uses a what the hell they call it? They call it Web WGS or something like that. It's a special datum just for Google Earth. And Google also says that Google Earth is a toy that is only used for it's only good for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, see how many times you have to spin Google Earth around to get all the way around once, Glooby McGlobeface.
What is that going to prove to me?
Well, have you done that? You're the one saying that Google Earth is somehow roundabout proof of the Earth being a sphere.
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said it works and it's accurate. So why were you?
He asked me how I got my distances between the observers, and guess what? GPS works. You use it every day. The distances are accurate.
I don't either.
Whether Earth's flat or round, the distances we are using
lost all the time, dude. Because I can't stand someone saying.
I just want to know, how accurate are they? Within 10%, 1%, 50%? How accurate?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter.
Why?
You're the one.
I think it was the
between a bunch of freaking points with sticks and shadows.
Yeah. So what's your point?
My point is that you don't have that. You don't have the fundamental distance between the points.
Of course not. So what would you accept? Walking it off, pacing it off? What would you accept?
What would I accept? Let me think.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they claimed to do back in Eratosthenes days. Send a messenger to go fucking take some fucking steps, 500.
Yeah, because they didn't have. Oh, shit, they didn't have
WGS 84.
They didn't even have that.
Okay.
So the word that is we don't have a primary source for Eratosthenes. We don't even have a secondary source. We have a tertiary source. So
we also don't need to have his source. You can do it yourself.
Yeah, cool. So you ever seen that video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks.
Yeah, except those were 2 sticks, and he didn't wrong. I 100% agree, because he only used 2 observations. 2 observations, you can come to a conclusion of a flat Earth as well.
So here's a funny part. When he's in the parking lot, before he goes on his little bike ride, both his little sticks, they're sitting right next to each other 3 feet apart, and they're measuring different shadow lengths. Why is that?
You're measuring different shadow lengths. How far apart?
They're about 3 feet apart, and different shadow lengths like 1/4 of an inch.
Because their sticks were probably different lengths or off at different angles.
Well, how is that possible? Because they're both L's, right? And if the shadow is not cast on, no, they were what he did. He made he made an L out of 2 meter sticks, a vertical meter stick and a horizontal meter stick, and he had two of these apparatus.
I don't know. Is this a video I can go watch?
Yeah, hold on.
So I agree. Eratosthenes assumed a globe. If he had assumed a flat Earth, he would have came up with a number for flat Earth as well.
But the Chinese assumed the flat Earth.
But you can do that with more than 2.
They did the experiment at the same time that Eratosthenes did. The Chinese did.
Yeah. Well, my point is, if you do it with more than 2, you don't have any ambiguity.
No, well, there's another thing that was mentioned when you said if you use a flat Earth, you can't get the height of the sun. Well, in Eratosthenes' method, they were never bothered with that because they just gave the sun an infinite distance.
That's correct.
Assumedly.
Right. So in our observation that that was recreated on TikTok, the Eratosthenes experiment, that's why I said we took the data, the raw data, and assumed both models. If you assume a close local sun...
You assumed one model. That's where you got your distances from.
If you assume a close... We got the distances from the land we live on, whether it's flat Earth or a globe.
No, you didn't.
We're going to go in a circle now, and you're going to tell me that distances are not correct.
You don't know what you're talking about.
All
you
right.
don't know how the distances on any of that shit is generated.
Okay, good for you.
They're not measured. They're based upon a claimed radius.
Okay. You already said that the distances are mostly accurate.
That's a fact, right? So I can punch in, right? Distance between 2 points on Earth, I can punch in coordinate systems, right?
Okay.
And it'll give me a distance based upon a claimed radius, right?
Right. So you're telling me if I punch in the distance on Google Earth from New York to LA, you're telling me that number is going to be completely wrong?
I don't know how wrong it'll be. That's the point. Neither do you. It could be off by 50%, and you wouldn't know. It's not like you're going to drive from New York to LA and be like, "Oh my God, it took fucking an hour longer than I thought." Call the fucking National Geographic Society because we need to get to the bottom of this.
I don't know what you're rambling about, but we would know. We fly those distances every day. We travel those distances every day. We drive.
Yeah.
We know those distances.
There's a margin of error.
That they're somehow 50% off. Of course, there's a margin of error. But you're telling me they're 50% off? Stop it. That's childish.
So listen, I flew from Boston to Dallas. It took like 2 times longer than what it normally takes.
Okay.
Okay, so why is that?
I don't know. I don't know what your flight was doing.
So if I said, "Oh my God," if I take my airspeed and I go, "Oh, it took me this long to get to Dallas," suddenly Dallas is 2 times farther away than what it's supposed to be. Call the National Geographic Society.
Oh, what was your airspeed versus your ground speed?
I don't fucking know. That's not the point.
That is the fucking point, because you could have been hitting a strong headwind that day that's making it harder to get there.
The point is that if your flight takes 2 hours longer, 2 hours less, 3 hours longer, whether your drive takes an extra day, extra half a day, nobody fucking notices because it's within the margin of error and it's good enough for practical purposes.
Nice conspiracy you've developed there.
It's not a conspiracy. It's reality.
It is. It's not reality. We fly those distances every day. We know our ground speed. We know the distance from here to there. Everyone knows these things. To claim they're somehow 50% wrong
is disingenuous. Flight time from JFK to LAX? What's the average flight time? Everybody knows these things.
What is the point right now?
There is no point.
Yeah, well,
the point is he's claiming we don't know the difference between anything on Earth. That's what he's claiming.
No, I'm claiming that you assume the globe to prove the globe and disprove the flat Earth. That's what I'm claiming, and that's an actual fact. No,
that's not a fact.
No, it is a fact because your distances come from the radius, the thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the ground distance and the way that's tabulated is obviously not the same way they do it for air or sea travel. So you're being disingenuous to your audience or whoever the fuck you speak to.
What are you talking about?
Oh, is what I said a conspiracy when it's actually true? Oh my God. Look at, I'm on the ropes.
I just asked you what you were talking about. I didn't say it was a conspiracy.
I just told you the way that ground distance is tabulated versus air and sea travel is different. This is the point that Indio is trying to make, because
that's not the point he's trying to make.
The distances that we're given is good enough for practical purposes. Maybe you're off by 30 minutes. Maybe you're there sooner. It doesn't really matter. But when you try to put it into an argument, you give us a definitive figure based on the radius of the Earth. Well,
but it doesn't matter how long it takes to get somewhere. That's a variable of your velocity.
Oh, that's just a hand wave dismissal right there. That's
it's a
fact. Just evidence for your claim about the accuracy of distances. Now
no, it's not.
It and throwing your own claim under the bus.
No, when you drive from one place to another, your car literally tells you how many miles you've traveled, right?
Yeah, and there's something called slippage, right? So if you look up the odometer, its accuracy, it's 15% margin of error.
Okay.
So if your tires are overinflated or they're underinflated, all that matters.
It's like gazillions of factors, dude.
Yep. You're right. We don't know the difference between any locations on Earth.
We know it good enough for practical purposes. Listen, if you took a flight from LAX to frickin' New York City, at what point would the flight time have to be off of what your predicted flight time till you would be like, oh my God, I gotta report this to FAA?
It would depend on. You need variables in there. You need what the wind speed was, what direction you were flying. You need airspeed of the aircraft.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm just saying. You get on the plane at noon and you land at some time. At what time would you it's supposed to be a 12-hour flight and it only took, how many hours would you say?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a very subjective question. I'm not sure what that proves.
That's our point. Good enough for practical purposes. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter.
You're out of your depth here.
Nobody knows distances of things. Got it. All right. So
that's right. You got it.
I'm not going to be up all night. So let's address Levels' question.
I want to get to the spherical excess bullshit you try to peddle. So
me personally,
an spheroid and why is it used in geodetic surveying?
What is an oblate spheroid?
Yes, the oblate spheroid, like the Clark ellipsoid or the WGS-84 or the Bezel ellipsoid. Like, why do they use that? Why does it exist?
I don't know. I didn't bring that up before, so I don't know why you're saying I peddle it.
Because you said that there's spherical excess, so I presumed you know something about geodetic surveying.
I referenced you to a direct measurement of all of that from geodetic surveys.
It's a reduced measurement. That means they took measurements and did something called reduction of the horizontal direction. And they projected the measurements onto a reference ellipsoid, and that's where the spherical excess comes from. And this is really
funny because it's really funny that you just brought something up that I didn't even mention. But thank you for.
Hey, Globey, do you ever listen, or you just wait to cope?
Think about this. You're going to make a triangle on top of 3 mountain peaks, and all these mountain peaks are the same elevation. Now you have mountain peak A, B, and C. You take a site. You're at point A. You're going to look at B and C, and from B you're going to look at A and C, and from C you're going to look at A and B. Now you make these lines of sight, and you make this triangle. Can that triangle have a greater than 180 degrees with those 3 lines of sight?
Can they have a greater than 180 degrees?
Yeah, we have a line of sight between 3 mountain peaks, all at the same elevation. You're at the top of the globe. You're at a mountain peaks, all at the same elevation. Can that triangle that you formed with your lines of sight be greater than 180 degrees?
If you're measuring from peak to peak?
Yeah.
No, it shouldn't be.
Rest the case. That's it. There is no spherical excess.
How does that rest the case?
There's no spherical excess. It's not even possible with lines of sight. It's idiotic to even say.
I wasn't talking, but I never mentioned line of sight observation. So again, you're mischaracterizing and misunderstanding what I'm talking about.
You just use buzzwords than typical TikToker.
How do you survey then without lines of sight?
Doesn't even know anything.
No, dude. So I brought up reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay, reciprocal.
Do you know? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about. I was not talking about measuring line of sight angles between 3 peaks.
Okay, so how did you compensate for deflection of the vertical and curved plumb line?
I'd like to know what the correlation.
So you are aware that plumb. Hold on, Elijah. I just want to finish this one thing. You are aware that plumb lines are curved in the globe model, and that there's already a deflection of the vertical, and that there is no. Huh? Plumb lines are curved in the globe model.
Are they?
There's a deflection of the vertical that already exists.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. In the model. So when they measure, they do these measurements, right? The so-called deflection of the vertical, and there is no quote unquote measured deflection of the vertical. That's what would they call a weighted mean value that they take after assuming that the Earth's a globe bending at 8 inches per mile squared. But I'm not even going to get into the fucking mathematical details of it. Point is, there's no measured deflection of the vertical, or there's no measured reciprocal zenith angle tilt, because it's not compensated for with deflection of the vertical, which can be as great as 0.70 degrees. So these claims by idiots like Jesse Kozlowski, who banned me from his YouTube channel 5 years ago, right, that there's reciprocal zenith angles is nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
It's nonsense. And you do this for a living?
I don't have to do it for a living.
Oh, okay.
I know how to read.
Okay. So this measurement that they did here, they took into account that deflection, and they also took into account.
No, they didn't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is. I've talked to both Jesse Koskowski and Maine Surveyor, and neither one of them knew that deflection of the vertical even existed in geodetic surveying. And yes, they do it for a living. They didn't know it existed.
Oh, did they say something like you're making that up? Did they say something like, what's your source for that?
My source is geodetic surveying. There's actually AI posted an image of it in image straight from a thing. There's publications on it. There's literally publications that say deflection of the vertical and curvature of the plumb line done by the University of fucking New Brunswick Institute of Geodetics and Geometric Surveying. It's not something I made up. It's there. They're supposed to be so-called experts in their field, and they don't even know about anything about their field. See, they're end users. I have a friend in high school. When he was in high school, he did surveying. That's the level of skill that it takes. So saying, yes, I know all about the internal combustion because I drive a taxi, that's a bunch of horse shit.
Okay. That's
These
nice.
guys are end users. They take a device. They were taught how to use it. They know how to write down their frickin' readings, and that's all they know.
Well, if you say it exists, I'll go look it up and see what it is, and then next time I'm around, we can talk about it.
So go on Google Scholar and look at use and abuse of deflection of the vertical, right? And it was written by a guy. He's an Australian guy, because in Australia they have to have their own custom datum because the globe is all fucked up down there. Nothing matches up. So this is a guy named Featherstone. It's a freaking peer-reviewed, published paper in their field. It's called Use and Abuse of a Deflection of the Vertical. And it has actual examples and measurements and all that shit. That's just one. I have way more than that. But that's just like, whatever. I'm also curious, so why do you think the Black Swan is a one-off?
Well, somebody said something about it being quiet in here.
I didn't say it's a one-off. I said it's an abnormality. It's an abnormality that you're cherry picking.
That it's an abnormality. What makes you think that?
Have you ever looked at the Black Swan picture?
There's a bunch of them, but there's a bunch of them. That's the thing. Which one?
Well, we're talking about the oil rigs.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
Can I mention something? Like this is oh my god. Let me educate you real quick. The Black Swan is based off of a logical argument. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So I went to my beach and I applied the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which was mine, 6 feet. And guess what? There was no horizon distance where I expected it to be. That's the argument.
And my argument is, why are you not taking into account refraction when you know it exists?
Well, then doesn't that just fuck the geometry that you claim? Oh, well done.
No, it doesn't. No, leaving out a variable and then claiming you've discovered something when you've left out a variable is disingenuous.
No, so then how'd you ever measure how did Al-Biruni at the top of a mountain get the radius from looking at the horizon? If there's refraction, was it no Atmo day?
No Atmo day.
Exactly.
Did I reference any of his measurements?
No, I'm just saying you don't know enough. That's all.
So
you can just claim I don't know enough. I am saying that none of us can use just visual things looking at the horizon without taking into account all the variables. I'm literally sitting here saying that. I'm not claiming I have evidence of something and then leaving variables out. Okay. So, I'm telling you should stop doing that.
I'm saying it from a position of ignorance.
Okay. Then which part is ignorant?
Well, why don't you use your ears?
Oh, use my ears. That's how it's ignorant. Thank you for the details.
Use your ears, and it's 24/7. Relax. The lecture will continue.
Let me ask you a question. Since there's this refraction going on all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is the horizon physical or optical? The horizon that we see.
Ollie, oxen free.
Did the bot die?
Might have just finished.
Fair enough. So how's everyone handling the wobblarity of the globe today?
What globe?
Wait, you're not wobbling and spinning around in like multiple vectors?
I don't have that much faith.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of religion to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I derived my wobblarity from the fact that I look at the sky and assume that because the sky moves, that the Earth must be moving. So I'm comfortable in my wobblarity.
The only time that I ever actually felt like motion on Earth was when I was drunk long ago and get a little spinny. Well, okay, that makes sense. Probably Earth spinning.
So when they talk about dark matter and dark energy, they're actually talking about rum.
I can't hear anybody in here, but I see the little green bars going around the icons. Can I be heard?
Yeah. How's your?
He can't hear us respond to him if we can hear him, but he can't hear us. I'll message him in the live stream.
Oh, really? Can you ask him how his wobblarity is doing today?
Yeah, I don't know. You might have to leave and rejoin.
Oh, I found out what happened. I got it on now. I just had my headphone setting going to here. But it was weird. I was listening on another channel. I was just talking to somebody in the chill chat, and everything was working fine. And I came in here, it was empty.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's just the. I've joined in and I see people light up. I'm like, oh man. And I'm like sitting there trying to fix stuff, and I'm thinking I'm lagging. Nope, just the headset. I hope everybody's having a good day today, though.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks. How about you?
Doing all right. No complaints.
It's 5:30 a.m. I've been in chill chat for about the past half hour or so, but the sun has yet to come up over here, and my day hasn't quite started.
That's too early and too late all at once.
I woke up way later than usual. I got up at about 8 o'clock. I'm like, damn. I'm used to being up at like 5 or 6 or just not going to sleep. I got a lot of random stuff to do today. I think I'm going to try and work on the bus a little bit.
Fair enough.
Which ties right into the flat earth conversation, because I want to go visit places and see things, record information.
I don't know, but I think I'm hungry. I think I'm going to go heat up some breakfast.
All right, man. Sounds like a plan. You got to get some energy so that you can keep fighting the good fight.
It was good talking with you, Wave Mixer. I really appreciate you sharing yourself with me in the chill chat. I really appreciate it.
Cool. And who was that speaking just now? Oh yeah, your voice sounds a lot different on this channel than it did on the other one. A lot louder. I was having some problems with my audio here. Maybe that had something to do with it.
They probably have the max kb per second for this channel, and the other one's probably set to like 96 or something. On the boosted server, you can get it up like over 300. Like it does the max quality, so that might be it. It just has the high quality setting on here.
Okay. Anyway, and yeah, Paul, it was good talking to you too. Anyway, I want to make some breakfast now. I'll be back.
Hey, how are we going to get the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings? It's good for you.
I should get the rest of those clips from that. That's a good one too. It's good for you.
I couldn't even understand what the hell that was saying. Well, was that from a video game or something?
No, it's from Gus Grissom, the audio from when they were testing that pod.
Oh, yeah.
He asked how they're going to get the moon. Yeah. I should get all the rest of the clips. Shit, they set him and his dudes on fire just because he asked the question, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings? I don't believe in accidents like that.
Yeah.
Ain't no damn way that a toxic fire happened that instantly. Right? Yeah, that was Gus Grissom. Yeah. And then a lot of people don't get that joke. There's a lemon on the hangar. A hangar is where you put planes in flight. It's a lemon. A lemon's like a shitty car. There's a lemon on the hangar. It's like it's like a pun that's funny as shit, but it's so obvious that some people don't even get it. Like, what does that mean? Bruh, there's a lemon on the hangar, obviously.
I feel like men like him are true heroes.
Yeah.
They made him pay for that shit, didn't they? They made an example out of his ass.
I regard him as a martyr for flat Earth, actually. Like, he's the only astronaut that I have respect for because he actually was asking the questions and standing up for, like, he wasn't about to be duped.
They burned him alive in that fucking thing.
Yep. And I know that the two guys with him, they were also kind of like, leaning towards his fault about shit because they're friends. They're hanging out together. Like, the one dude's like, they can't hear a thing you're saying. And he's laughing about it kind of thing. Like, the tone of voice, it sounds like he's got that a smile to his face. Like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
And then that's the one who screams, it's a really bad fire. Like, there's a fire in the cockpit. It's a really bad fire. Oh, God. And then you hear his actual pain scream as it breaks off in a static. That audio lives in my head. I can't delete it. Buzz Aldrin, he got buzzed enough to think he actually went to the moon.
Fucking asshole.
I believe that this is a belief. I believe they gave him fucking drugs and convinced those idiots that they actually went to the moon.
I mean,
because it looks like he believes it.
He's just fucking old and senile.
Well, he's got dementia. I'm pretty sure he's got dementia or Alzheimer's now.
But yeah, they could easily probably do that too, right? They could easily drug those guys into some way and convince them that they actually fucking went. So who knows, dude?
Yeah. Like if you had a big enough set and you had somebody on enough drugs and you put them somewhere and give them specific orders and tell them they'll die if they don't listen to you, they're going to do exactly what the hell you say. This is serious. We're on a mission. We have to do this or we will die because this is the moon. They actually believe that. I'm just saying that's a very easy way to get somebody to give a convincing testimony too. Oh yeah, I was there. I know I was there. How dare you say I wasn't there? You see the look on their face, the disappointment, like that kind of like liars looking look, but also it looks like exhaustion. Like, those people are out of their minds. They're freaking foggy, trying to answer questions about space.
Yeah,
microdosing.
You almost wonder why they even make them do that. Why didn't they give them a little bit of time to rest? So they didn't, because it was so bad. But I guess in those days, media wasn't like it is today, so a lot of people probably didn't even see that shit.
Well, also with a court type case, you would want the witness to give their testimony instantly. So I think that might have been part of like, yeah, we got to have them go ahead and talk about it right away so that people believe it. Conspiracies. The funny part is I don't actually think that most of it's even a conspiracy. It's just a bunch of compartmentalization and idiots just doing what comes naturally. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because, yeah, that's what the boss said, of course. When you hire 1,000 yes men, you only got to get rid of 3 who say no. Makes things easier. People don't want to accept the fact that 50% of the population is literally kind of retarded. And it's not that they're born that way. They want to be. They don't care. They don't care. They could be better. They could do better. They could know more. They could do more. They don't care and they don't want to care.
That's the thing that baffles me about us humans is we're capable of so much, but we're easily fucking fooled and manipulated, and we're also can be lazy as fuck.
We're offended by color, shapes, and sounds, and we get easily distracted by shiny things and loud noises. All humans.
We're so... Man, we really are controlled by these so-called luxuries that we've been given.
Like rats with a pleasure button, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love air conditioning. I don't want to give up my air conditioning.
I've been training myself to deal with not having air conditioning by sitting out in this camper with nothing but a fan. I'll go inside. There's AC in there. But really, AC is not natural.
Yeah, if I never had air conditioning, I wouldn't give a shit.
Not that I'm complaining about it. Hell, I would use it. It's obvious that, if it's too hot, go get me AC. But letting ourselves become weak and need it like that, that's not normal. But again, don't get me wrong. I will hop in the AC real quick if it's too hot. It's just not normal to sit in it all day. It's also not normal to sleep all day long and ignore like sunrise and sunset. Watching those is normal.
Yeah, I definitely don't see enough of them. It's hard for me though because of where I live. I'm surrounded by woods, so I can't ever see the sunset. Sometimes I can see the sunrise, depending on the time of year, but
it's like some folks will be afraid of watching the sunrise, the sunset, or being out in direct sunlight in the middle of the day. No wonder people are getting sick. They're not getting any sunlight at all.
yeah, it's funny. It used to actually be a thing back in the day in the Midwest, and that if you go to the doctor and be like, Doc, I don't know what's going on, but I just don't feel right. I don't feel good, and they'd say, you need a vacation. You need to go somewhere warm, get some sun. That was real advice that they used to give people. You don't hear that shit no more. You hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, man. My attention got divided into 50% because somebody started talking to me. Okay.
No, sorry.
Around here, we do try and make a rule that the people in front of us are more important than anyone we're talking to online. So, for the sake of the children, because they'll get stuck to it. Like, no, you're gonna have to do this. So we have to lead by example.
The people in front of what are you talking about? What people?
Okay, so if I'm talking to you guys online, right, that's important. But if one of my children walk up to me and they want to talk to me about something, then the person in front of me physically is more important than any of you guys that I'm talking to digitally.
Absolutely.
The kids get really distracted by tech, so making that a standard is a good thing.
I forget, how old are your kids?
They have a spectrum of age. The youngest is 6 and the oldest is 14. 15.
So were you,
just had some
when
birthdays.
They were younger, were you worried about leading by example and like being on your phone too much and them seeing you?
Oh, I already knew this. I've been saying this the whole time, bro.
Yeah, like I'm fucking worried about that with my daughter. She's already like,
just remember
she's
that
only 6 months and she's already noticing me look at my phone and she's interested in it and she's looking at it. I'm like, shit, I should put this away.
Nothing you say is going to teach them anything, though. You have to do it. It's a monkey see, monkey do thing. So you can run your mouth all day long. Well, do this, do this, do this. But they're copying what you're doing, not what you're saying.
I know, dude. Yeah, I gotta.
It sucks. And you can tell them all day long, but they're not listening to our words. They're just going to copy what we do.
What are you going to do, though, when you keep saying, mama, dada, and then her first words are actually flat earth?
Smile.
That's when that's when you already won the game. It's game over. You already won. If you got anything you can accomplish, you've already done it. That's it. Well,
I think I'm gonna cry when I hear her say "Dada" or "Papa." I think the first time I hear it, I'm gonna cry like a baby.
It's funny that it's really funny when a child says "dad" first, and then the mom gets so offended. Like, how dare you?
Actually, she's so obsessed with the dog that might be her first word. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't bore everybody.
Well, my sister's first real word was dirt.
How the hell did that happen?
I don't know, but that gets pretty close to the earth is flat being your first word. Of course, she believes in NASA, but At least she was looking at the dirt to begin with.
God, that sucks. We can't even wake up our fucking closest family members. So frustrating and sad.
That's the thing, is a lot of people that I know, the only reason why they'll maintain that they're towing a party line, they don't actually believe the Earth is a globe. They're towing a party line because all of their friends to the same party line, they don't want to be seen as weird amongst their peers.
Yeah, they don't want to stand out, be different.
Yeah. And they don't want to know. If they know, they have a responsibility now. They don't want to know, and they don't want to seem weird, so they don't care.
They can't see the bigger picture either. They don't know why it's so important.
Yeah. And Witsit left. I was going to say hello. I guess he just popped in to listen for a minute. There were 3 guys that joined in yesterday, and I was going to introduce them, but when I hopped down in here, Mrs. Witsit was chatting. I'm like, well, she rarely ever talks in here, so I'm not going to interrupt her just to introduce some new people who only want to listen anyway. Though, it would have been a great opportunity for them to ask some questions, since, like, you know... I think it's funny, though, because I was already chilling here for a second, and the minute she announced, like, who she was, like, 5-6 people joined in. Like, the whole live stream was already at 36, and it moved more, like, it jumped down further.
That's weird.
It was loaded.
That's fucking weird, because you imagine being in a position where wherever you go online, like, you automatically have people somehow following you.
Yeah, well, internet fame comes with that. I've made it a standard where I don't regard any... I'm not a fan of any of these people here. I want to be friends with everyone.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to be a fan.
I'm the same
way.
Like,
it's cool music, awesome content being created, but I'm not just a fan. I want to hang out. I want to talk.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't follow. I'm not a follower.
And I don't look at these... Like, these aren't celebrities to me. These are my brothers and sisters. I'm just hanging out with them. But you're right. There's a certain level of, like, celebrity type perspective for folks here when they post it enough, and they will be followed.
Yeah, I mean, so many people just they want to appeal to authority so bad, and that they just blindly follow anyone. I mean, even blindly follow flat earthers. You know, it's not cool.
There's something to be said by the first follower is the second leader when it comes to any type of group dynamics.
That's true. That is very true.
Our job shouldn't be to try and follow any human being. We already have the general guidelines of rules that we need to follow, and we don't have to ask anybody's help to figure out where they are or what they are. Of course, you can't define it as be a good person, because that's not good enough. It's a little bit more than that.
I was getting these DMs from this guy in here. His name is Whammy, and he was like calling out a lot of people and saying that they're not really, they don't believe in the flat earth. They're just trying to become famous and calling out people.
Here's my thought, man.
I'm like,
why would I care?
Yeah, like, why are you telling me this? Like, I don't.
Why would I care?
Yeah, like, I don't give a shit. That's them. That's not me.
That's not control. What they do is they pretend that every flat earther is fake, and we're all just grifting, right? That's
if you go make $1 today, you're a grifter, right, Crypto?
Sorry, second.
If you make $1 today, you're a grifter. You're not a flat earther. You're making money. You're a grifter or something like shill because you made $1.
Yeah, we had bullshit. We had some clown called Space Pope trying to pull that in the other thread, and I was just saying, well, it doesn't really matter even if someone makes $100,000, right? And even if they're wrong, it doesn't matter, because fundamentally, YouTube and all this other stuff is entertainment, right? So I mean, but then, okay, so people make money doing something, they're a grifter. So everyone has a job, right? Most people have jobs. Are they grifting at their job? Like, it's just dumb.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't stick all your faith in these in one person, in anybody like that. You need to set your own path.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be following people based on their personality anyway. You should be following good information. Right.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, everyone?
What's up, every two?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Every three.
Yeah, about the Drifter. It's bad when a flat earther is doing it, you know? Everyone made money on YouTube, but when it's a flat earther, it's bad. Drifter.
Meow,
Attempting
meow,
to-
everyone.
How's it going, man? Attempting to shame somebody because they're succeeding or doing well, and they're trying to act like that stability that they have must be evil, is a tactic to shut up the opposition. Oh, see that they're clearly working for the devil because they're being blessed. What? What the hell does that even have to?
He had this mindset where like somehow he assumed I hang on every word these people say. Like what the fuck? I don't follow none of the people he mentioned. Witsit was one of them actually, but I'm like, dude, I love Witsit when he's in here. I love listening to him. I've never watched any of his stuff. I'm sorry, but I haven't, and that's not because I don't like him. I just don't really get into that shit.
We also kind of don't have time to watch everybody's videos when we're here listening to it happen live. A lot of times, like you can't be in two places at once.
Yeah, definitely.
But we get great clips like this person over there did that person over there. We don't have to listen to everybody's stuff. We're all fighting different front lines anyway. So
I was like, girl, if you got a problem with these people, why are you messaging me? Why aren't you bringing it to them?
oh, I hate when people ask me about somebody else's worldview. Like, what the hell am I supposed to know? Go ask them. What do you think about what so-and-so believes about it? What the hell kind of question is that?
Well, I just want to know your opinion, right?
Pretty much, it's just getting back to opinion and beliefs again instead of just like the actual facts, the evidence, the proof. It's more talk.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
small minds talk about other people, big minds talk about ideas.
Well, we all got opinions.
I'm still guilty of that in here with you guys because I consider you guys, peers and sort of like-minded. So I am interested in your certain opinions and how you view certain situations. I do enjoy that because it always gives you a different perspective and
exactly,
and
it's
on
helpful.
all these different topics. But I'm not going to let one person completely mold my, my own ideas and thoughts and opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an iron sharpens iron type thing, though. That's good.
I mean, sharing opinions, I think, is good.
And it's also good to demand evidence. You got a citation for that, man? Oh, okay, you just believe that? All right, that's cool. Whatever. As long as they admit it's a belief, it's okay. It's when they try and demand that what they believe is true with no evidence.
Yeah.
Well, and what they consider evidence is, God, it's ridiculous.
They consider their imagination evidence.
Pictures and satellites and spacemen, bro, it's not evidence.
Yeah.
They don't even know what the Black Swan is. The Black Swan is not even evidence for the flat Earth. It's evidence that the horizon is not what they say it is. But people misunderstand. Oh, well, so how is this proof? No, it's a proof that the globe is fucking retarded.
We have evidence now where someone take a drone and just go at a high elevation, and that's evidence 2023.
Yeah. Well, they'll act like a picture is evidence when a picture can be modified, like the fisheye distortion or CGI. What's evident to you is something that you can go and see yourself and see that it is evident. That is evidence.
But even that can be distorted.
Yeah, and even that, it may or may not be proof because your evidence can be inaccurate. especially if it's all visual.
I was having this exact conversation with somebody outside of this platform a couple days ago, and he kept telling me, "Bro, go get a rocket. You can go get a rocket and shoot it up."
Oh, dude, I started reversing that on people. When they suggest that, tell them to bring their rocket because they suggested they have to pay for it and that you will go with them. Like, let's go, dude. You're the one who suggested the rocket, though, so go get a rocket. Let's go.
But they already did that, didn't they?
I mean, yeah, that's the problem too. Is I was trying to explain to him, like, bro, you realize that many people have done this with rockets and high altitude balloons without fisheye lenses, and guess what we see? But they don't hear.
You don't need a rocket to do what Picard did anyway, and it goes higher than most of the rocket shit that people amateurs set up anyway. You just get in a balloon like and a little pod shaped like a UFO and go float up there and look out a window.
What if they send up a balloon?
Critical thinking.
Yo, guys, what if they send up a balloon with a rocket attached, and when it reaches the maximum altitude, the rocket then launches?
I thought about that when I was like way younger, like as a child. Like, why don't they just do that? It would save so much, and then you have all the rocket fuel, and you could launch from that point instead of the ground.
No, just to get like a higher, just see if we can go higher, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, according to their globe model, you should be able to actually use a large enough amount of balloons, lift a rocket up, and then launch it from that point so that you have all that fuel. But then what would it push off of?
Yeah, I would just like to see it done, just to see what would happen.
It'd be funny to see a rocket just going max, like it's just launching all that fuel, but it doesn't move anywhere. It's just sitting in one place, just burning.
Yeah, man, somebody
do like the bullet time thing, and you do a whole camera around it. It's just like flying, but it doesn't actually move. It just sits there, like expelling all its energy. That would actually be kind of cool. I get what you're saying, though, and that should be possible if what they say is true about them being able to leave Earth, which is also curious that they don't even try doing that.
Leave Earth.
How are you gonna leave?
Is there any demonstration for rocket in a vacuum?
Like, yeah, they can't do that. There's no experiment for it.
I don't even understand how you could navigate in space. Like, if you don't have a direction, there's no up, down, left, right. Like,
yeah,
how the fuck would you even navigate to any specific destination?
If everything you see in there, because they're talking about how like some of these things, like there's a freaking cosmic Phantom Morgana, like a black hole Phantom Morgana or something like that. So with all these distortions and all of these like weird mirages, again, how can you go anywhere in space? You have no idea where you're going, how far anything is, or any direction of what you're headed, because it's all distorted in every single direction.
Yeah.
Didn't they use a sextant on the moon landing? Didn't they use a sextant, they said, when you're going to the moon?
A space sextant?
Space sex?
Yeah, space sextant, yeah. Is that what Elon's building? The space sextant?
Yeah, he wants to go to space just to have sex there.
Well, I mean, that's how they made space for thieves in space.
That's how they made it appealing. Captain Kirk was getting all types of alien poontang.
That's one of the reasons why people get so pissed off when you tell them that the Earth isn't a cartoon ball. They want it to be a cartoon ball so that it's within the realm of possibility that they could go Guardians of the Galaxy, fly a freaking spaceship, and go screw around with aliens. Maybe get a lightsaber.
Yeah. Yeah, without
really
the movies, it would be
through.
different.
They're not thinking that through at all. Like, imagine how horrible it would be trapped on a fucking tiny ass ship.
Yeah.
It's scary, man.
Ugh, it'd be horrible.
You better take a nap for the next, 10 years so you can get to where you're going.
Like, honestly, if the Earth was a ball in space, it would be super sad. Because life would be meaningless and dangerous and without direction.
Well, that's part of it. Submit to the government. We know what we're talking about. You don't. And if you don't listen to us, cosmic destruction.
Where's the globe going? It's orbiting and moving. Where's it going? Where's the end to this globe?
They say that it's in a local like bubble that's traveling like at a certain speed. It's not really going anywhere. It's just where it is. They've got all these numbers. They're spinning, moving, and then on the end of that scale, nothing's actually really moving. It's just extending out, like the universe just keeps growing or something.
It's magic, bro.
Yeah, they'll simultaneously say it's not moving and moving at the same time too. Like, oh yeah, because there's no center of the universe. Okay, so if something explodes, where's ground zero for the explosion then?
Have you seen a video where they're showing like someone laying on the grass and it's zooming out from that person all the way out to the globe, all the way out to the galaxy, to the Milky Way, and they're saying that, and the more they zoom out, the more you see the billions and billions and billions of miles, and they're showing some location. Like, how the hell did they know that?
Yeah, I've seen that where it's like a loop and they'll zoom all the way out, but then by the time they zoom out far enough, it starts right back in the micro, and then it zooms back out, and you see a person again, and it keeps zooming out, you see the galaxy, and then you're back to like the microscope. Yeah, it's visually appealing and interesting, but it's not reality. And a lot of sophists will use that. Well, what if it's just like this? And then show you that kind of image.
You know what? Also, like in the vacuum, right? When you put stuff in a vacuum, don't things just become attached to each other? Like, don't they just want to collapse to each other?
No. They're collapsing on themselves.
Cause like, have you ever seen those plastic bags where you put food in and you remove the air, and the two sides of the plastic bag just smashes against each other because there's no air? Like, shouldn't that happen as well in the space vacuum, that all the planets would collapse together because there's no air? Or how do they even like stand and not fall? Like,
science.
About to music guru in the house. Drop the post, pop out for a visit. How's it going, man? Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, dude.
Wow.
I was checking to see if he happened to be in the chat, but he just dropped by to make that post. That's great, though. 89% of the people who responded said no one.
Because, yeah, I think a vacuum, like, sucks. And the objects should.
There's multiple... What's the part of the confusion for the vacuum is the multiple definitions for it. Because you have scientific terminology that's generally used by scientific communicators. Then you've got certain you got terms that are used by the average person, which, well, this is what it means to me. And then you've got other definitions for it, too.
By definition,
etymologically speaking, it's empty.
Man. Absence of air.
Yeah. If you were to take it just straightforward as like it's empty, then there's nothing to push against.
But
Either
then why
there's
the
nothing to push
two?
against. What was it?
This is void of matter, something like that. It's a void. There's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
there's no matter.
Like
yeah,
devoid of matter entirely. Yes,
yeah, that's
the
But I'm like,
definition.
then why does the plastic bag smash against the food if it's not attracted? You know,
it's really just compressing everything that remains in there. Like, it's pulling out all of the gas, and then everything else gets pulled into a compressive state.
Yeah.
Like, you put a marshmallow in there, it'll just squish down.
Yeah.
It rips all the air out of it, too.
I'm saying if instead of a plastic bag you had some kind of stronger material, it would not do that because the material would be stronger.
Oh.
But I'm saying there is still some kind of something.
But if you were to put a human being in there with no protection, the very saliva on their tongue would start boiling, their eyes would start boiling, not by heat, just by the gas, just by the liquid turning into gas. They'd feel boiling.